Hey y'all, happy Saturday. We got a lot to get through, so grab your snacks, grab your drinks, whatever it is you need to get. We have a lot to talk about. Let's go. Hey y'all, how are you guys? How is your Saturday going? Everybody doing okay? What y'all up to? Anything fun? Hey Monica. Hey Handmade with Love by Dawn. Hillbilly Belinda. Pika. Renee. Lori Life 360 for the win. Catherine. Passion for Victims. Hey, Ghosty. I'm sorry you're not feeling well. I hope you feel better. Hey, Haley. Pika, can you hear the noise in the background really loud? They're trimming a tree over here and just started. If I need to go in, I will. Hey, we Gobsheet. Thank you for being a member for 2 months. Hello. Hey, Michelle. Note to self. Proud Mimi. Banana Pug. As Francisco, Miss Brit, Starlight, Rocky, Marcy, hey Ann, Sheila, that Ellen, when she was good. I like that name. To Jennifer, just waiting on me. Hey Peg. Oh, Michelle, I'm sorry you have a migraine. That sucks. Hey Midwest. Hey J Dub. Blondie. Blondie, I responded to you. I'll look into it and see if I can find something. In fact, I want to talk about that opening up here. Hey Kay. Hey Teresa. Teresa, thank you so much for being a member for 15 months. Much appreciated. Amy, Shannon, hey, K-Mash. All right. First and foremost, I just want to mention really quick that the next month upcoming right now, I have been paying attention quite a bit to things going on around us, of course, but I want to give a heads up. Right now, because of the federal shutdown, there are a lot of families that are going to be, if something doesn't change by the end of next week, which I doubt at this point in time, the federal government is telling states to stop all SNAP benefits, which means food stamps. It is not just families on food stamps. There are senior citizens that depend on their food stamps, that live on fixed incomes. If you have extra, donate to your local food banks. It's also the time of year for holiday meals and things like that. But please, please, if you do have extra, clean out your cabinet, take all of the extras to the food banks as long as it's not expired and things that they will accept. But there are going to be so many people relying on those resources. And right now, they they sent out a notification. It's been all over our news that Arizona, as of right now, nobody will be getting anything. So I just wanted to make note of that. It's going to get tough for a lot of people, and it's around the holidays too. So if you have extra, please just keep that in the back of your mind. Yeah, it's unreal. And it feels so ridiculous hearing people like Lauren and Dr. John and stuff make such a big deal out of some petty shit that they have concocted when there's so many huge things going on around us. This feels so insignificant, but at the same time, I mean, we're going to talk about it. They brought it here, but those are serious situations going on, and people need to be aware. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Maybe we'll do a stream about it later and talk about some of that stuff that's going on. But if you have extra, please think of your food banks, your elderly neighbors, because it's not just kids that rely on this. With the budgets being cut for school lunches, a lot of places that's been a problem. And then they rely on their food stamps, and we're going to have a lot of people going hungry. So, yep, that's what I'm hearing, that Ellen. They sent a notification out in Arizona. It's been all over our news that nobody will be getting food stamp SNAP benefits in November. There's just nothing. They don't have anything until the federal government's going. And it concerns me because people become desperate when they can't feed their family. And I think that's kind of the hope and the intent, is to push for people to become desperate. So, yeah. Yep. Ohio too. Yeah, it's federal. So it's going to affect a lot of people. But I just wanted to make note of that before we get into this, because it really is weighing heavy on me. My mom gets assistance. She's on a fixed income. She lives on her own. Like, I think of her. I think of a lot of families that I know. So, yeah, please remember to donate to food banks or anything of that nature. Whatever you can do, cook a meal for your neighbors if you have extra. Yeah. Yep. It's really unfortunate, and it's something we have to face. So together we have to take it one step at a time. But I just wanted to talk about that for a minute, because yes, I'm very aware. I just don't know what else to suggest besides giving back when we can, doing things that are tangible. I'm going to try to look into a fundraiser or a charity that the money actually goes to the people, meaning into food products. But YouTube is very limited on what we have allowed, like the charities, and a lot of those go to like the business fees. So I'll look into it and see what I can find. But local food banks, majorly. Okay. Are you guys ready to roll?
Do we have anything for this?
Yeah, that's what I've heard too, Slim. I've heard some of that too. Yeah, people are deathly afraid right now, and should be. So there's that.
Do you have anything for this?
Yeah, go put that little stuff on it, or the calamine lotion, or whatever it is. Kenzie got bit by a mosquito. Yeah, when she was good. It's a mess. We are upside down right now for sure. Note to self says, hi, Kenzie. She's got a mosquito bite that she has a reaction to, and she will not stop messing with it. So, all right, let's roll. We're going to get into this. So this is from last night. We're going to weave and bob. So like I said, get all of your snacks and everything ready, because we'll be here a while.
You're going to you need probably
I need help.
Some bait.
I'll help you in just a second. Kenzie needs help with her leg. In the first aid kit in the cupboard, go get the little salve. There's salve in there for bug bites.
What is that going to do?
It will take some of the swelling out. It helps take the swelling out.
Oh,
all right, here we go.
Leg right here?
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
We're back. I know that a few of you, the hashtag Free John is going around a little bit. You okay? He's here. He's okay.
Yeah, you had to unlock the cage in the garage to let me out, so I'm here. Yeah, I thank you for giving me some breakfast this morning too. After letting me out of the cage, don't worry, you don't have to free me. I'm good.
Yeah, we're here.
What? Huh. Well.
And we have a lot
to
took
the chat off.
Talk about. Remember when I said that last live and it went 9 hours? I don't think this one will be 9 hours.
It's going to probably be a few hours, though. I
It's
don't
going to be
know.
long. We've got a lot to say.
Grab your beverages, grab your popcorn, grab something. Right.
Whatever it is you grab,
I-
your tea.
I actually have some coffee this morning.
I've got a bit of everything here laid out. So we've got a lot to talk about. Yeah, which I'm sure all of you know. And when I say we, John actually is going to have the most to talk about.
Yeah.
Because I actually, went live for 9 hours, as many of you have pointed out.
Right.
I'm going to warn you right now, our reaction might be 6 hours or more. Just buckle up. If you are new here, I am long-winded and I have a lot to say and a lot of clips to insert. So bear with us. This was their response last night. It's called The Price of Truth.
So
9 hours and 9 minutes. Yeah,
So you're
I
going
did that.
to
I
give me
did
the
that.
floor.
I'm going to give you the
You're going to
floor.
give me the floor today. And I want to talk about what happened, but I want to do it more philosophically and more psychologically. So we're going to get into things like the psychology of stalking. We're going to get into the nature of this conflict, the nature of why people are with the
So basically, if you don't know, I'm going to tell you right off the bat, it's gaslighting 101. And it's really unfortunate from a forensic psychologist. It's really unfortunate, but I want to put this out here. There is a good possibility that he doesn't know everything that's going on. She is not home 99% of the time, as she has said herself. She is on the road traveling at these trials, living in hotels in other states, visiting family. So they are apart 99% of the time. So it is very likely that this could be a very similar situation to what we see with Craig and BJ, where he is told what she wants him to know. Now, you would think a doctor, a forensic psychologist would do their research, but just because you're educated and book smart doesn't mean you have common sense. Doesn't mean that he also isn't believing everything she's putting out there and not looking for himself. He could be just taking what she's telling him. She could be altering things before she shows him. We have no idea the truth between the two of them, but he goes completely off the deep end in this with his analysis and the looks that she is serving. By the way, don't be mad at me about my short. TikTok picked that sound. That was the recommended sound from TikTok. I put the video up there and that's the sound it picked. Granted, there was other recommendations, but that was the top one. So I went with it. So don't be mad. TikTok's the one calling her the C word. Hey, if it fits, it fits. But there is a lot of possibilities in their relationship. They're very disconnected. So I'm not going to put all of this on him like he knows every single thing. But again, you should start looking into it likely when you're on here making claims as you are.
The different conversations people are having since you released your live, whether you're lying, whether you're telling the truth, right?
Sheila, I did another one and it picked a really weird song, but I'll probably put it up later.
Like
TikTok doesn't like her facial expressions I'm getting.
whether you were stalked, is that just free speech? Right? We're going to cover all of that. And we're going to cover that from mainly a psychological perspective because I am a psychologist. But since
You have your PhD in psychology.
right, not philosophy. Just to clarify, a PhD is by definition a doctor of philosophy.
Don't worry, I covered that in my life.
So
We're good.
yeah, so correct. I am a licensed psychologist. I am a clinical and forensic psychologist, and so we're going to approach this largely from a psychological perspective.
And before we begin, I do want to say thank you to everyone for your support. We've actually received thousands of emails and messages from people
From our hidden gems.
giving us support, and
Believe me.
we just want to say thank you too before we begin. Or yeah.
And just so kind, so much kindness, so much love. Thank you very much.
Cha-ching, cha-ching.
We were able to get through this a lot easier because of the support from our community and our gems, and you guys are amazing, and we can't thank you enough. So
All right. Take it away.
So let's dive into this analysis. I'm going to start.
Oh, and just another side note. Most of you know me, you know how all of this works, but there are some new people around because of this topic. So just a quick reminder, I am not credentialed in anything to do with this. I'm an asshole with a YouTube channel and a lot of opinions. I have a lot of opinions on true crime creators who exploit victims and their families on the daily and then do shit like this. This is kind of my wheelhouse of creators who make a mockery out of our justice system, who weaponize our justice system, who replace the victims, who exploit the victims, call it a career. That's what I do. That's it. That's all. I just have a lot of opinions. I am not credentialed with anything. You can put Becky, asshole. That's my credentials, asshole. Okay? It's not anything special.
Start in a fairly peculiar, unexpected place.
Okay.
And these are all my opinions on the shit that they put out here publicly. And my chat, you are free to say as you wish, as long as it's respectful to each other. I don't care if you crack jokes. And here's another little heads up disclaimer. People are going to say stuff about her looks. And the reason that I'm noticing it is because she leads with her insecurity. She directed everybody to go watch her story on Mormon podcast stories, where she spends a huge amount of time talking about how she never was good looking enough. The boys didn't like her. She was never confident with her looks. She falls into that Utah LDS pursuit of perfectionism, a lot of modifications, a lot of insecurities, and she leads with that. The only issue I have with it is the brows. That's it. I'm a brow hater, but that comes across the board. I am an equal opportunity brow hater, even my own some days. So it is what it is. But grown adults, I'm sick of seeing them go, oh my God, you've lost the argument if you crack a joke about her eyebrow. Oh my God, get over it.
And I'm going to start with talking about Brad Pitt, the actor.
That is peculiar.
That is, it is a little peculiar, right?
What's really peculiar is not long ago, Craig, aka Larry, was calling himself and BJ Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie.
So the reason I want to talk about Brad Pitt is because he's an actor in my generation. He's an actor I've followed very closely over the years. He's an actor I've really appreciated. And I've really kind of watched him mature and develop and grow. And that's been somewhat inspirational to me.
Yeah,
So
you do like him. He talks about Brad Pitt.
So let me just say, so I'm going to do a little bit of my own fangirling here, I guess. But
this is so weird to me. So he's going to start off with his own little segment of fangirling Brad Pitt. Now, again, if you're new here, anybody that's been around knows, I think it's weird when people become obsessed with celebrities and that's who they look to for wisdom. I find this to be super odd.
Let me say that the reason I got to know Brad Pitt was because in 1992, he was in a movie called A River Runs Through It.
He got to know Brad Pitt, meaning you watched him on some movies and you feel like you know the man now. That's fucking weird, dude.
Mm-hmm.
A River Runs Through It is one of my favorite movies. It's one of my favorite books. It's a book by Norman MacLean, who was a professor of English literature at the University of Chicago for many years. He wrote this novella about his childhood growing up in Montana and how fly fishing basically saved his life. It's a brilliant book. It's a brilliant movie. Brad Pitt was in the movie. He actually played the somewhat delinquent brother. It was an interesting role that Brad Pitt would kind of reprise many times in his career, but he was very good. And
yeah, he was.
I didn't know who he was at that time. And so I was interested. I'm like, who is this guy, right? When I watch a movie and there's actors I don't know, I'm always interested to kind of figure out who they are, where they came from. So I found that Brad Pitt actually was born and raised in a small town in Oklahoma. He was born in Shawnee, Oklahoma. And
he made a freaking script, notes for this discussion. I Okay, this is weird.
I also learned that at least
I mean, this whole thing is weird. It's going to get really weird, but just the start of it is weird.
some of his early career, he began in 1987. I didn't know any of his earlier movies. He did a few movies, and then he did work for a soap opera. So the evolution of his career really begins with soap operas. And, you know, when I learned that, I thought, oh, this is interesting, right? Like, you don't see a lot of soap opera actors go on to become mega stars.
True.
I mean, I guess some of them have, but I'm not aware of a lot, right? And so you've got this guy in this major movie. It's produced by Robert Redford. Robert Redford, by the way, in 1992, clearly saw talent in this young actor because Robert Redford has produced some extraordinary movies over the years. He's been in extraordinary movies. He knows the industry. He knows talent, and he picked out Brad Pitt. So shortly after that, Brad Pitt in
Here's the other thing about this for anybody that hasn't seen this yet. This was pre-recorded, edited, and dropped as a premiere. That's it. That's all. Yeah, they edited this and still said, yep, this is what we go. This is what we do. This is what we're doing. This works. Yeah, no, it's not though, blissful ignorance. I get that that's what like the analysis is, his analysis that he does on these cases and stuff. This is similar to that. But his analysis right now is gaslighting. He's not analyzing even facts. He's analyzing his perception of this fight that it's the similar layout of what they do on their channel, but it's not. He's using that same thing. But yeah, they edited this and said, yep, we're going with that. That lands. That makes sense.
1995.
Wish the chat was still up because their chat, I did screen record it, but what a freaking mess.
I was in a movie called Seven, and he was one of the detectives, and great job. So now my appreciation of this guy is only increasing. In 1996, he did a movie called 12 Monkeys. Many people probably don't know this movie, but I do, because it has to do with mental health, and it's
Yay, you! Do you want a fucking trophy?
it gets into
I'm gonna cuss a lot today.
everything I love. It's a post-apocalyptic novel. It's got kind of sci-fi. It's about mental health.
Blissful. I've actually heard a lot of people suggest going back and looking at their case coverage because of how much they fluff and fill. I didn't know, but looks like we've got 6 years of stuff to look through.
Issues. Is he psychotic? Is he not? There's all kinds of philosophical issues raised in this movie, but I don't think a lot of people saw this movie.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but you love Brad Pitt too. So
but I watched this movie, and now like he's extraordinary in this movie. Now my appreciation of this guy is continuing to expand. 1999, he does The Fight Club, which is a very controversial movie, gets a lot of attention. But again, I kind of see this guy's journey towards mastery, right? 2004, he does Troy. I'm skipping a lot of movies he's done, by the way. These are just ones that
Just
he does.
I think the intent here is to try and drive the narrative that Lauren is this up and coming star that people are jealous of, kind of like Brad Pitt.
Troy, which is about the Iliad. Homer's The Iliad. I love Homer's The Iliad. It's one of my favorite books. It's a brilliant book about war. He does this. That's a risk. It's not particularly a stretch for him in this movie, but he's good. In 2008, he does Benjamin Button. He's nominated for Best Actor. He's nominated for Best Actor by the Academy. In 2011, he does Moneyball. Brilliant. He's brilliant in this movie, right? He's
Hey,
also
Dr. John, you figured out how to Google and write down all of Brad Pitt's movies. Can you land the plane?
nominated for Best Actor. 2014 Fury. Again, he's exceptional in this role.
Gold Dust, I'm not sure what is causing them to go down. I think they've lost 1,000. Like they were up to 321,000, and I think they're at 320,000. But it doesn't seem that they're losing much.
2015, he does The Big Short.
But then somebody pointed out that they have never even got their 100,000 follower play button or whatever that's called from YouTube. Their button, the plaque thing. They've never even gotten it, or they've never shown it from my understanding, which is kind of strange.
Every one of these roles, he sort of has
Nap time.
a particular type in these movies, but you also, like, for me, I'm also seeing him expanding his repertoire a little bit, taking some risks, like with Troy, growing as an actor, right?
Absolutely.
So what's fascinating to me is you got this guy from an area from Oklahoma that you never think would become a megastar.
Oh, you guys, I get great joy out of this. Just wait. I get, yeah, we're fangirling. Clearly, Shelley, that's what he said. We're fangirling Brad Pitt to start with. I get great joy out of this coming up. The start's a little slow, but I got a lot to say coming up.
Really committed to his craft. He's really growing, right? And then after The Big Short, there's a bombshell in 2016. And this bombshell is that Angelina Jolie accuses him of abuse.
Yeah.
On a plane specifically, but essentially there's this war between himself and Angelina Jolie.
Two mega stars.
Oh, Gail, you probably won't like it here because I used to listen to him and not mind his little observations and stuff. I took it for what it was, but I've never, I went into this hoping that they would actually come out and show proof. I was actually very hopeful and gave a lot of grace and hope that they were going to do what they said and show the proof. Again, she got on many podcasts and said that there was more proof of the stalking, and all they've done is double down and gaslight and blow smoke up everybody's asses. So you might not like it here because as of this point, I have no grace left in me. They are using a huge sub following or sub count to gaslight and blow smoke up everybody's asses. I have no use for this type of shit, especially when they call themselves professionals. Sorry, tree trimmer.
Two megastars. There's this issue over custody, right? There's all kinds of issues here. There's I believe
it's a bitter divorce.
It's a bitter divorce. I believe there's all kinds of accusations being levied. And before this, by the way, I should point out, like, the paparazzi are all over.
Also, Gail, I watched all of this last night and I gave them a chance again. I was really hoping for something, and I can tell you right now that he's not explaining stalking because there is no proof of stalking them whatsoever.
Brad Pitt, wherever he goes.
You can stay.
He's married to Jennifer Aniston.
You're welcome here, but you might not like my take on this because his explanations are gaslighting 101.
Jennifer Aniston before.
Cheating scandal.
Right. There's issues about fidelity, right? Like anything the tabloid can get their hands on, any salacious story about Brad Pitt, they're publishing that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I see this stuff, but I don't really pay much attention to it because I don't really care. I want to go to his movies. I'm invested in this guy as an actor and watching him grow and change and master his craft, right?
You're interested in his craft, his art.
Right. So it's interesting because in 2016, and I could be wrong about this, but so these allegations are levied by someone who has tremendous power in Hollywood. And I believe that because of this, there's certainly an attempt to tarnish his reputation, to maybe cancel him, right? Like there's this whole debate about should Brad Pitt be doing movies, right? I'm sure people have mixed feelings about this. He was never formally charged with anything. He was never criminally charged. But after 2016, it does appear that a lot of his roles are lesser roles. It appears that he's doing movies that they don't quite have the heft and the reach of movies he's done before. So the reason I read that list of movies prior to is because I don't know exactly what was going behind the scenes. I don't know if the impact of accusations was affecting his ability to get better films. Like I just don't know. And so I'm gonna leave us here for a minute. I'm going to leave us with the accusations, the trajectory of his career that apparently seems to stop.
Are you guys okay with me speeding it up? And does anybody need closed captioning on? If you need closed captioning on, please do not. For anybody hearing impaired, please let me know. I'll turn it on. I know sometimes it bothers people when it's on, but I will just turn it on. If anybody wants it off later, I'm going to put it on. I'm going to speed it up a little bit because I have a lot to inlay to kind of debunk some of their stuff. So let's go. Like I said, it's going to be a long one. I'll try to make it as smooth as possible, but you see what we're working with here.
It's all around 2016, right?
And I'm not on camera for a reason because I have resting bitch face and my facial expressions come across very condescending to people. So that's why my camera is off. Plus we're outside.
And I'm going to dive into something else, which is something that's called psychological essentialism. And psychological essentialism, and there's different kinds of psychological essentialism, but fundamentally psychological essentialism is about the idea that things or people have an underlying reality. So there's something called category essentialism, which is that.
Gail, have you read the court documents? In the link or in the description of this video, you can go access. Sorry guys, they're trimming a tree out here and they shut it off and they turn it back on. If it continues to go, I'll go to my office. But if you need to see the court documents for yourself and read through them, you have the opportunity. There's a link in the description. It's a Google Doc that somebody created with all of the court documents in it. I really suggest that you go read through the court documents yourself and look and see, because I know we're going to get it out, the whiteboard, but we got to get through all this muddy shit first. And hey, Petty,
you might take an attribute or something that of a person, and you're going to generalize from that and make assumptions about who that person is.
Okay.
So in other words, you want to categorize someone. So psychological essentialism is about trying to find some underlying category reality about a person or a thing.
hey,
Typically
Dennis.
in psychological essentialism, you might take an attribute or a behavior, even just one, and you'll generalize from that to categorize the person in question. So one of the authors one of the psychologists, his name is Paul Bloom. He teaches at Yale. He does research. He wrote a book called How Pleasure Works, where he has some interesting chapters on psychological essentialism. The reason, by the way, he talks about it in terms of pleasure is because he argues strongly that psychological essentialism underlies a lot of our experience of pleasure, in the sense that there are certain things that essentialism helps us with in terms of developing certain desires or motivations for something. So there's another type of psychological essentialism called life force essentialism, which I don't want to get into that now. We'll talk about it later. But
He is going to come back around to that in the end.
For now, I want to talk about psychological essentialism, and I'm going to read. This was Paul Bloom in his book called How Pleasure Works.
Why we like what we like. I like the subtitle, so I'm gonna throw that out there.
He talks about, there's a subject in one of his studies. It's a 4-year-old. And he talks about it. He gives an example of psychological.
Dr. John, first and foremost, do you realize that when you're having a conversation with somebody with their arms closed, that they're shut off? They're not receptive? Psychology 101. Come on, sir. Do you know that when you're having a conversation with somebody and their arms are crossed, that they have tuned you out? That they're not open for listening? I mean, it is what it is. Carry on.
Essentialism. And here's what he said. So they interviewed this 4-year-old. And he was describing what he perceived to be a violent playmate. So here's what he says. The 4-year-old. Quote, Gabriel didn't just hurt me. He hurt other kids too. He's a herder. Right, Mom? He's a herder.
Gail, actually, she asked for continuance, was not granted the continuance, and then withdrew. So it wasn't just because of law and crime.
The child is presumably stressing that this sort of behavior reflects a deeper aspect of Gabriel's nature. So what Bloom is saying that's of interest here is that if a child is on the playground, let's say we don't know the context, right? Let's say that child is having a really bad day. Let's say his father yelled at him.
Mandy, I get those vibes too. I get emotionally stunted from childhood. That's why she hangs out with younger women that are usually like in their early 20s, 30s, because she does not know how to have a typical relationship. I believe this is why she doesn't really have any friends, and her only really relationships outside of victims and using victims and their families to get close to for her stories. Outside of that, she doesn't really have a friend group. It is all parasocial relationships through online, and most of them are out of need, necessity, benefit in some way, things of that nature in the true crime space, whatever benefits her. But I believe that she is emotionally stunted and likely has been this way a long time.
Him that morning, let's say his father maybe even pushed him, right? This kid, Gabriel, comes to school and he acts out. He hits another child.
Okay.
Maybe he pushes another child, and this 4-year-old sees it, and his conclusion is that Gabriel is essentially a herder. He's a bad kid, and you need to stay away from him. Without knowing anything about Gabriel, without knowing Gabriel's story, right? So you're going from this one particular behavior and you're generalizing. And the important point here is that kids as young as 2 and 3 and 4, this is what they do. They start labeling and categorizing behaviors.
Okay. And putting them into categories.
Putting them in categories, trying to oversimplify it, right? So you're essentially seeing, like this 4-year-old, you're seeing one particular behavior, which is this kid Gabriel hitting another kid apparently.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know why, right? We don't know the context. We don't know anything about his home life. And then a 4-year-old is drawing the conclusion that that's a bad kid.
In general terms.
In broad terms,
right?
correct.
It's oversimplifying.
Okay, so comparing a bunch of grown women to 4-year-olds, not going to land. Carry on.
Oversimplified. So what's important here is
all of this is he's trying to do the whole woe is Lauren, poor Lauren. They're all just envious. They're jealous. It's a them thing. She's got something they don't have. They're the mean girls. She's the up and coming star.
Not only does this happen at a young age, but it solidifies over the course of our lifespan. So in other words, adults are still looking to categorize people the same way. They're looking for a specific instance or behavior to say,
yeah, basically there's 2 categories: shitty humans and decent humans. Okay, carry on. There's my categories. And right now, your wife, sir, is in this shitty human category, because she could have come out and just said, I did too much here. I shouldn't have brought all this publicly. I'm really sorry that I did this. Pulled out the ukulele, sang a little sad tune, and moved on.
Hey, that's a herder. So here's an example. Let's say someone writes some private text messages that aren't meant there with the expectation of privacy, right? And let's say those messages are part of a group where the culture of that group is to roast other people. The culture of that group is to make fun of other people and to just blow off steam, to vent, right? And let's say that one of those private messages, just one, or maybe a few, they're released publicly. Not to mention the ethical and moral issues about betraying someone's privacy and their friendship and trust. That's a different issue. That's more of an ethical issue, right? But so let's just say that somebody releases a private message or series of private messages, and they get out to certain people. So an example of psychological essentialism is you take one of those messages out of context, meant to be private. You take one of those messages and then you develop a sticky label that you apply to the person that wrote that private or those private messages, right? So let's say that some of those messages were snarky, or let's say that some of those messages were edgy. Let's say they were a little biting. Maybe they were sarcastic, right? But they were in the context of a group where that wasn't to be shared. Psychological essentialism suggests that certain people will take those messages that weren't meant to be shared, and they will develop categories. They will label people bad. They will label people as being immoral because of that type of behavior, without looking at the context, without considering that person's history, without considering that person's life. Right?
He's basically saying that Lauren has written some shitty text messages, but without full context, you don't understand why she wrote those shitty text messages. He's basically attempting to excuse her behavior in those 6 years of text messages, just like he tried the same to do here on their Patreon live.
It's threat after threat. We're going to ruin you. We're going to take your kingdom down, right? Like, we've got all this stuff.
He's repeating the same nonsensical dribble
on you.
I know, and not even.
I did say dribble instead of drivel intentionally because it's a dribble. He might as well get a drool bib at this time.
Their declarations, did they bring it?
Yeah.
What do you have on me? They just hate
Well, they
me.
have private texts, but yeah.
I don't think they do. Yeah, I don't think they do. If they had them, they'd share them.
He's acknowledging that these people have private text communication of hers that is not great. And she's saying, I don't think they even do. Bullshit. She knows they do.
Right? Like that's what, so it's the 4-year-old watching one particular behavior and coming to the conclusion that Gabriel is a hurter, right? And that's a moral judgment, by the way, which is going to take us to the next step of this process. So one of the interesting things about psychological essentialism is that human beings, this is true across all cultures. This research is invariant. This research is as universal as you can get in our field, in the field of psychology. The finding is that human beings, because of psychological essentialism, they believe that we all have more or less what's called a true self. So we have this core self, this true self. Human beings also believe that not only do we have this true self, but this true self is morally virtuous. So this is another part of the finding. So you have a true self that's essential, that self, most people believe that self in themselves and others is morally virtuous. And then we get to another.
To think that they recorded this, edited this, and then said, yep, this is it. This lands, this works, is mind-blowing to me.
Piece of this puzzle. So not only do people see a true self that's morally virtuous, but they believe, because of this, they believe human beings across all cultures believe that there's an intrinsic goodness to them. And they also believe there's an intrinsic goodness in the groups that they participate in or involved in. So I'm going to read from a book here. I'm going to read the psychologist Keith Payne, who summarizes this point.
What's this book?
It's called Good Reasonable People. Keith Payne is a psychologist at the University of North Carolina. He's done a lot of research on social psychology. Keith Payne calls these assumptions, quote, the psychological bottom line. The psychological bottom line. What that means is Payne is saying that universally across all cultures, human beings always come back to the psychological bottom line. I'm going to read what he says. This is on page 41.
She's thrilled to be there.
First non-negotiable principle
She's
is that
so happy.
I am a good and reasonable person. The second principle is that, quote, my groups are good and reasonable people. He goes on. When the psychological immune system, that means defense mechanisms, that's what researchers call it.
Okay, defense mechanism.
When the psychological immune system protects us from threats, it does it by finding a way to make everything else add up to the psychological bottom line. In other words, human beings, we think that there's a true self, that it's moral and it's good, and we will do everything in our power to make sure that people perceive us as good or to ostracize those people that we don't see as good. So in other words, it's fundamentally human beings. This idea of morality is fundamentally human beings. It's a part of our makeup. It's how people see other human beings, right? I'm going to read, this is from an article by Julian de Freitas.
Okay.
Julian de Freitas teaches at Harvard. He's done a huge amount of, he's a psychologist at Harvard. He's done a huge amount of research on this idea of what he calls the good true self.
This is from Cognitive Science.
Cognitive Science,
Multidisciplinary.
2017, volume 42. I'm just reading from the abstract. Quote, here's how he summarizes it. Quote, people sometimes explain behavior by appealing to an essentialist concept of the self, often referred to as the true self. Existing studies suggest that people tend to believe that the true self is morally virtuous. That is, that deep inside, every person is motivated to behave in morally good.
Do you guys want to know what my brain is thinking right now? It was doing this last night too. This is a test of the emergency broadcasting system. That's all I'm hearing, really. What? We're 20 minutes in and I've got nothing out of this except he fangirls Brad Pitt. He's trying to compare Lauren to semi-celebrities, and he's trying to make justifications for Lauren being a shitty person in text messages that potentially might get released. Now, Gail, you bring up a good point. Here's the thing. I don't care. And there is likely a lot of problems with the other group. I don't know them personally, nor do I want to know those people personally. But what Lauren did is problematic. So even though Christina, she might have problematic behavior too, she's not out here doing a 9-hour live accusing somebody or using the term stalk 440 times to paint a narrative that is not supported by proof and facts. Evidence. Lauren's own words is her agenda is evidence, and she's shown nothing. She has served a word salad buffet of excuses.
Ways. So I'm trying to establish the fact here that human beings see themselves as moral creatures. We operate on moral ground typically, and that's how we evaluate other people, right? That's how we kind of live our lives. I'm going to go further with this idea. So there's been some interesting research by Strominger and Nichols. This is from an article called Neurodegeneration and Identity. It is 2015 from Psychological Science. What they did in this study is they looked at a bunch of people that had traumatic brain injuries or dementia, and they were trying to evaluate that when somebody is basically losing their identity because of dementia, when they're losing their memory, do other human beings evaluate them in terms of memory loss or some other way?
Yeah.
And this is incredibly what they found, what they discovered is that as long as the person perceived some type of moral foundation that still, or moral part of the person, foundation that still existed in the person, they then saw that person as still being the same. If they had no memory of who they were and there was no ability.
Can we at least get some dressing with this word salad, for goodness sakes?
For the person with the dementia.
Yikes.
To still hold on to any type of moral principles or moral behaviors, then they didn't see that as the same person. So in other words, what they found was it wasn't memory that determined whether you see someone with dementia or a brain injury in the same way. It was morality. It was morals.
That's
and again,
how strong.
That's how strong this is, right?
That's how we are judging.
So let's go back.
We're assessing.
I'm going to just quote from this article, Neurodegeneration and Identity. Quote, this is from page 1477. Quote, the current results support the essential moral self hypothesis. As long as core moral capabilities are preserved, perceived identity remains largely intact. So in other words, as long as one's core moral capabilities are preserved, even if you have brain injury, memory loss, dementia, right? Any type of dementia, as long as people perceive you have moral capabilities, they still believe it's you. They still believe it's your identity.
Okay.
What?
Let's go a step further with this idea. There's a fascinating
Sir, what? This isn't landing.
study from Hochstedler et al. From 2009. The title of this article is That's Not Who I Am: How Offenders Commit Violent Acts and Reject Authentically Violent Selves. I think the title speaks for itself. The finding of the story is that even the most hardened violent criminals go to extreme lengths to see themselves as good, reasonable people. It goes back to Paine's fundamental psychological principle.
Yeah.
I'm going to read here. I'm going to read a little bit from the study just to make this point, page 510. Quote, the assessment of a nonviolent character is a foundation or core belief upon which inmates' rationalizations were constructed.
Somebody mentioned it. Sorry, had to. That's just the chord version, though. This is why we keep saying that a ukulele is needed.
With it, violence is framed as transient and situational and thus could not be accurately viewed as a trait or defect of the offender.
Okay.
By relying on a variety of situational justifications for their violence, offenders resisted internal and external labels of being violent, at least as they defined it. They engaged in violence, but distanced themselves from it by pointing to situations or...
That's the ukulele to the toxic gossip train of Colleen Ballinger. If you don't know that whole story, that's a whole shit show in itself. But That's why a lot of us keep referencing all we need is a ukulele in an apology video now.
Circumstances that caused their actions. So what does this mean?
Tell us what
It means that there's this deep
Speak to us, Dr. John.
propensity for human beings to see others as moral, to judge them as moral, and to see themselves as good, and to judge others as either good or bad. Right? In other words,
Okay. All right. Yeah, we're all judging. Yes, sir. We listen and we do judge. You're right. We listen and we judge. I'm not in the. No, we listen and we judge.
I guess the way to put this is the fundamental theater in which human beings operate, which is the world, let's call it the theater, I guess, because we all have different roles, is a morality play. We live, most of us, because we put so much emphasis on morality, we essentially live in a morality play in our daily lives all the time. And this has to do with, you see this everywhere, right? People judging others.
She checked out. She's been checked out. Who are you talking to?
People gossiping, people spreading rumors.
sounds like Chad Daybell's light or dark scale. I'm going to be honest.
And here she goes. Nothing about her can ever come out of her mouth without referencing Chad or Lori.
Well, that's
If you
part
know,
of
you
this.
know.
That's right. That's part of this.
Hey, Duchess.
You're
So-
either good or you're bad.
Yeah. Yep. That's exactly right.
So
Oh my gosh.
let's get back to Brad Pitt.
Fine.
So now that I've talked about these ideas of what's called the essential moral self, let's get back to Brad Pitt.
Okay.
So Brad Pitt has this allegation.
I think Brad's cute, but
that's
and I
fine.
think he's a great actor.
That's fine. Yeah.
But I haven't assessed him the way you have. I know you've always loved Brad Pitt and his craft.
Let's go back to Brad Pitt. So, and I don't want to minimize.
Somehow, someone decided to let law and crime know about my civil stalking. But because of what law and crime did, I had to dismiss my civil stalking injunction.
What happened, right? Like, if in fact he did abuse,
Law and
right,
crime.
that's appalling. I'm obviously
We
never
don't
gonna,
know what happened.
we don't know. I'm never going to support that, right? But the
No.
point is, back in 2016 when this happened, what you get in these types of situations is you get this large kind of morality played, which
Why can he not? He does not ever make eye contact with the camera.
you get. The best way I could describe it is that people become involved in what I would call a moral crusade.
Yes, sir. This isn't a moral crusade. She tried taking it to courts. It became a legal bullshittery.
And
It's not moral anymore.
the moral crusade is, I think the moral crusade exists mainly because humans are very prone to making moral judgments. And as I just said, and when they perceive someone as bad or when someone is labeled as bad, the goal ultimately is to ostracize them from the group or groups.
Oh, Passion for Victims. Stay with us. We're only 29 minutes into a 3-hour and 45-minute show. It's going to get good.
Right. And so that in essence is an attempt to cancel someone. You label someone bad, you get them ostracized from groups.
Poor Lauren. She's been labeled bad. She's been labeled dark. Poor Lauren. Lauren does nothing to anybody. Lauren's the ostracized one. That's what he's trying to convey here. Poor Lauren.
ruin their reputation, right? Part of that was going on with Brad Pitt. And you might say, okay, so who cares? Why? Let's say this is a moral crusade that people are trying to paint Brad Pitt as evil, so he never works again in Hollywood. They're trying to get him canceled, right?
Right.
To punish him for his so-called.
Moral.
So, because you're comparing Lauren to Brad Pitt, does that mean you're fangirling over your own wife? Is that what you're doing? The comparison of Lauren to Brad Pitt and your obsession with Brad Pitt kind of leads me to believe that you are willing to overlook Lauren's bad behavior because you are fangirling for her. Is that right, Dr. John?
Moral,
Dr. Babe?
Shortfalls.
right? Moral shortcomings.
Shortcomings.
And
Well, I have heard Brad Pitt has done some really shady things. I've heard Brad Pitt suffers from substance issues and things of that nature. So maybe they are more like, I don't know Lauren at all, nor do I care to, but I mean, hey, if the shoe fits, wear it.
I think there's something really interesting here that we need to consider that applies to our situation. And this is where this is important. The problem Angelina Jolie had in trying to make this a moral crusade was that Brad Pitt has this body of work, which is indisputably good, right? He's got this body of work, and he's becoming an actor that's
Great. He's a wonderful actor. Doesn't mean he's a good person to have children with or be married to. Because he can act on screen doesn't mean that he's good to live with.
mastering his craft. That's why I'm interested in the guy. Like, I love watching people master a craft.
You always say, make good art.
Right. I love excellence, right? And so I strive for that myself.
Says the valedictorian who got accepted to Harvard, Princeton, Yale.
And here she goes on about his credentials and what a smart guy he is. Again, trying to silence the critics by he's smarter and more accomplished than all of you.
Yale and Columbia, and said no to most of them. Sorry. I'm going to brag. But he's not a real psychologist, guys. Just pretend.
I love people.
Go ahead, sorry.
I love people that strive for.
The thing about it is, Lauren, those are his accomplishments, not yours.
Excellence. I see Brad Pitt as fitting that mold, right? And so when she shifts this debate into makes it a moral crusade, there's a big problem. And that problem is that Brad Pitt's body of work and the quality of his work are indisputably good. I mean, you know what? Some critics may disagree with me. I'm sure there's critics that hate Brad Pitt. They think he's a hacked actor, but I'm not one of those, right? And so if the goal is to cancel Brad Pitt, and you're a fan of Brad Pitt, like I am, my response to that was, okay, maybe he's got some problems in his personal life. Maybe whatever.
Gail, if you think that any of us pushing back on her public commentary is ruining or destroying her life, you need to go to the source of that. Go take your little happy ass over to her comment section and say, why did you do this publicly? Why did you make this a huge spectacle and waste the court's time publicly? Why are you trying to destroy other people's businesses and not apologizing for it? Why are you lying and misrepresenting everything? If you want to talk about somebody ruining her life, aka her YouTube channel, you might want to go right to the source, and that would be her channel. Thank you.
I'm not excusing it. Maybe he feels overwhelmed by having all these kids, a massive career, be one of the biggest stars in the world. Like you and I
think he's admitted to alcoholism. He's struggling with addiction.
Right.
He's certainly not perfect. He's got some issues.
You and I
His life is messy.
You and I are such.
So in other words, she is basically saying that she has some issues. Her life is messy. Yeah. I mean, doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out, or a forensic psychologist.
Whatever the celebrity scale is, you and I are like a pittance compared to Brad Pitt, right? I can't even imagine.
Yeah, we're not a thing.
I can't even imagine the stress and expectations and criticism this guy has to deal with, right? Like, I don't think any of us can imagine that. I can't imagine that for Taylor Swift, like some of the biggest stars in the world, The Rock. I don't know how they handle all this stuff.
I don't either.
I really don't, right? So like,
YouTube's enough for me.
So my thing is, so this is happening. There's stuff before about affairs, and I'm just like, the guy does good work. I love the fact that this guy is trying to master his craft, right? What I care about is the quality of his work,
his art, his craft,
the quality of his work.
JC.
And so I think it's interesting that in our current,
I love your guys. I love all of our friends across the world, because some of you guys have the best sense of humor and a very dry sense of humor, and I love it.
It's interesting that, like Brad Pitt being accused of abuse in 2016, that the situation you're in, this whole smear campaign from the start, that every bit of this is about a moral referendum on you and your character. Every bit of this is become a moral crusade, right? And what I find fascinating about that is that this debate is not happening in the realm of, oh, what's the quality of Lauren's work? What's the quality of Hidden True Crime's work, right? Like, right. I could argue with Brad Pitt, for example.
Yeah, somebody probably should have taken a look at that. In fact, I think a few people did take a look at that and realize that the quality of her work was shit for 6 years. But here we are.
Example, that this attempt to shift the debate to this moral crusade, to this moral issue, But it's certainly
Why did you cut that right there?
an attempt to shift the debate away from his work as an artist and an actor to something else.
So her work as a YouTuber. She's a YouTuber. Let's stop with all of this, her body of work. She's a YouTuber, just like any of the rest of us.
Something about his character, to something about his morals and his right. And the question is, so, and by the way, with you weren't accused, you've never done anything like that ever. Like, you've never done anything wrong.
Well, my eyebrows are a sin.
They kind of are.
Sorry,
Right. Yeah,
guys.
you may have to
Now that Turtle Boy said they look like the McDonald's arches, I cannot unsee it. I'm sorry. I cannot unsee the McDonald's arches every time I look at her.
shave those. We've
And I
received
love myself some Botox. Keep going.
we've received some emails. I think there's I want to read a comment we received by Pinata Samurai. I love that name, by the way. Thanks, Pinata Samurai.
This is a comment.
This is a comment that I love that summarizes this whole thing up. We received
Their jumps, their edits are shit. Grayson, do better.
a brilliant text a brilliant message in comments from one of our viewers. And here's what Pinata Samurai said.
Love the name, by the way.
I know, Pinata Samurai. It's so great. Next time I go to a pinata party with our son, I'm going to call myself Pinata Samurai. Quote, even if you were the devil himself, I'd still watch you. You're brilliant at what you do. You and your husband both.
You're brilliant at your manipulation.
Right. And so
There we go. Devil horns.
the reason that's relevant,
I'm not the devil.
I know you're not the devil. It's making a point. Obviously, you're not the devil. Only when you lock me in my cage in the garage.
No, we're the devils. We're the devils. How dare we find anything wrong with this? We're the demons. We're demonic. Well, actually, we've been called demoniacs. We're demoniacs. We're the devils. How dare we criticize poor, does nothing wrong, Lauren?
The reason why that's brilliant is because I think it really gets to the core of this debate, just like Brad Pitt, right? Why isn't anybody debating this on the terrain of our work? Why is this? Why?
Do you really want that, Dr. John? Do you really want us to go back and look at how much misinformation she has put out there in these cases? Do you really want us to go back and look at her work? Are you actually encouraging us to go back and look at her work and how she has exploited victims and their families? I don't think you probably do, because some will tell you that some of us, we're like dogs with bones. We don't let go. So I would be careful what you wish for. And I have a feeling that some of the families that she has done wrong will be speaking.
Why is this being litigated as a moral referendum, right? And there's another question in here. If you're
You know why it's being litigated as a moral referendum? Because Lauren tried to use the court system. She tried to litigate it legally. However, when it wasn't going her way, Lauren did the typical Lauren move and withdrew her complaint and then brought it to YouTube for a full production to emotionally manipulate her audience and her subs that somehow she is being stalked. They couldn't litigate it in a courtroom. She didn't have a legal standing for her litigation in a courtroom. So instead, doing what Lauren does best, she used the court of public opinion to litigate this. She knows exactly how this works.
you're going to engage in a moral crusade, which is what all the people in the smear campaign have done. If you're going to do that, you're going to have some moral authority, right? The other part of engaging in a moral crusade is you need probably some bank account, some credits, some moral credits to bolster your position.
Hey, Sam.
Right? Like, and think about that with your situation, right? Like, does someone who was kicked out of the Daybell trial for violating a number of court regulations multiple times, does that person have moral authority to comment on your character?
I'm not going to say.
How about this?
We all have the authority to comment on her character. She brought this out publicly. She is a limited public figure, as she has stated herself. And we have the right to criticize her public commentary and what she put out here.
How about this? Somebody who took your phone without your consent and went through your phone and the financials that were in your phone. This person knew that they were never to access their financials. That's
Okay, then that, sir, should have been a legal issue with an employer and an employee. She was a contract worker who accessed your phone. Sounds like the passwords were given to her. Granted, she might have overstepped boundaries. I am hearing that there is some concern about Lindsay's behavior and how she is maneuvered when working with people. In fact, I'm hearing that it might have been her, not Grayson, that worked for Annie Elise, but I don't know yet. So keep that on the back burner. Everybody's hearing the same rumors, but I am now hearing that it might have been Lindsay that worked for Annie Elise that did the other stuff and not Grayson. I don't know. We'll all figure it out together. But that would have been a legal issue, an employment issue that you should have handled.
That's our business. That person gets in your phone, looks at your financials without your consent. Does that person have the moral authority to engage in a more?
I know it's not Lindsay that she's calling. Oh, you were saying that for the feral progressive. That's true. They are muddy in the water here. This is what they do. They throw in all these other issues. So Lindsay, the contract worker, is who supposedly accessed their amount of money that they were getting from YouTube or whatever, access these financial documents. Lindsay isn't even the one that she was trying to get a stalking or injunction against. That is Christina. Lindsay's employment issues with Hidden True Crime or whatever they had there are a completely separate issue, but they have to use them all together to make this big mud pit.
Moral crusade to ruin you. Or how about this? Someone who makes comments on a TikTok about your brother in a coma. Again,
a random comment from some person. I'm pretty sure this would be a form of RAPE. Would I have done that? No, I don't know what the conversation was though.
And how you want to non-consensually try to obtain your brother's sperm. Does that person have the moral authority to engage in a crusade, a moral crusade to ruin your character? Or how about this? Somebody who follows you around the courthouse,
follows you around the courthouse,
videotaping you,
filming you. Again, that is not the alleged stalker.
Recording you constantly.
What about when she does that to victims and their families?
Getting in your face. And because of that type of behavior.
So it's only stalking if it's done to Lauren, but she can do that to everybody else. Get out of here.
Is not allowed to attend the memorial service that you put on.
Helped.
That you helped
I
organize.
participated in helping organize. My dear friend actually.
Does that person have the moral authority to engage in this moral crusade against you? Right? So my point is that if you're going to engage in a moral crusade, you better be squeaky clean. And
well, Blue, that's not necessarily true. If you could access my phone, all you have to do is hit the YouTube studio button, and you're not going to access my entire financial record, but you will see in the YouTube studio what my monthly, it's right there in your studio. So you wouldn't have to, once you're in my phone, you can just hit the YouTube studio button and it would pop up. So depending on, but they're saying accessed all of their financials. So again, if she has banking apps and things like that, there would have to have been passwords on those. So then, yeah.
Point is that we all have flaws.
You're getting to the parable in the Bible, whoever hasn't sinned, cast the first stone. It's a good one.
We all have flaws. We all have imperfections.
And this whole thing of them trying to like, oh, Lauren's not perfect. She's got flaws, give her a break. No, I'm sorry. No, this is way beyond that.
And so people make mistakes. You've made some mistakes here. You've acknowledged that. The question is,
I love that little split right there. You've made mistakes. She must have not have liked that response of she's made mistakes. She don't like that at all. Look at that little shift of her head right there.
You're getting to the parable
in the jump
in the Bible, whoever hasn't sinned, cast the first stone. It's a good one.
We all have flaws. We all have imperfections. And so people make mistakes. You've made some mistakes here. You've acknowledged that. The question is that if you're going to engage in this type of
she was not happy with him saying she's made some mistakes.
Moral crusade, that at some level you're going to need some moral authority to do that. And what does that even mean? I mean, I could talk for the next 5 hours about what moral authority means. We could talk about morality. I won't. I'll just say this.
Morality to everyone is different, right? What is moral and what isn't?
I'll just say this,
that each person.
That moral authority is derived from a couple of places. It's derived from your behavior, and it's derived from the community in which that behavior occurs, right? You get moral authority because the community confers it on you for either good or bad behavior, let's say, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's interesting that everyone involved in the smear campaign
I miss Skep right now. The scientific Skep would have a field day with this guy.
is claiming this moral high ground, and they're claiming this moral authority to engage in this smear campaign and bullying and stalking against you
Bullying and stalking.
because they're morally correct, right? Because they're right. They're going to show, they're desperately trying to show that you've done something wrong, that you're a bad person, and you should be canceled. That
Yeah, well, and how about also someone is either all good or all bad? I mean, that's what you were saying at the beginning of this.
that gets into psychological essentialism.
Yeah,
Exactly.
psychological essentialism.
So it's like the fourth grader. It's like the fourth grader
Or the
watching.
4-year-old.
I mean, I'm sorry, I meant the 4.
Yeah, even worse.
It's like the 4-year-old watching a little child punch another kid. Maybe the Gabriel had a bad day, and then coming to the conclusion that's a herder. This is a version of that. And by the way, part of the reason that's important is because there is a tremendous amount of immaturity here,
You think?
right? Like these smear people.
Yeah. Your behavior, both of your behavior is incredibly immature at this point.
Are engaged. We've seen so many comments about this.
You're trying to gaslight us and blow smoke up our asses. Sorry, sir, not buying it. And she's just sitting there, arms crossed, giving freaking Zoolander looks the entire time. What the hell?
How childish this is, how middle schoolish this is, right? And it's almost like
It is. It is.
like you're taking that 4-year-old and you're showing the 4-year-old one text that may have been a little snarky, and the 4-year-old's coming to the conclusion, oh, that's a herder, right? It's a similar dynamic.
Yeah.
A little snarky? I have a feeling they're a lot more than a little snarky, sir.
So I think there's a couple of issues here that are worth talking about. One is that there's a deliberate attempt here, I think, to shift this debate away from your work, our work, the quality of our work.
Mm-hmm.
Like technically, Brad Pitt, I don't really care what's going on in his personal life. I'm just interested in his mastery of acting and his journey towards mastery. And I've been invested in that for a long time.
Oh, so we're not supposed to care what's going on in their personal lives. However, she did a 9-hour live trying to draw everybody into their personal lives. We're not supposed to pay attention to that. We shouldn't have anything to say about that, even though that's what she's made very public and the longest live stream she's ever done. We're just supposed to judge them on exploiting victims. Okay, you sure you want that, Dr. John?
Time. As a matter of fact, I have a quote from a critic. This is recently. So Brad Pitt did a recent movie called F1, which I love, by the way.
Oh my God. His obsession.
I thought he was great. I mean, it wasn't much of a stretch for him. It was probably a very easy role, but
Veronica, thank you so much for the support. Welcome to the cabana. We are sometimes nice over here. He didn't go to law school to figure out how to hire a lawyer, but he did go to grad school to figure out how to use his education to brainwash people. Skep would destroy him. Bree, Skep would, yeah, it would be interesting to see Skep's take on this. Yeah, it would be a lot. Thank you for the support. And JC, welcome to the cabana. Thank you for becoming a member.
he was fantastic. I love the movie. It was exciting. Anyway,
More movies.
there's a critic. Her name is Angelica Bastian. She apparently does some movie reviews for The Vulture.
Okay.
And I guess part of the debate that was going on with F1 was around this idea of, well, what if he's an abuser? Should we give any credence to this movie or to Brad Pitt as an actor? Like, shouldn't we? It was about canceling him, essentially. And here's what she said.
Who's trying to cancel her? Can somebody tell me where this cancel Lauren campaign, is there a petition going around on the internet to cancel Miss Lauren from the internet?
She said, quote, "It isn't that people don't believe what happened to Jolie on that plane. It's just that they don't care." And why is that important? Because what this critic is saying is that people understand that the humans make mistakes. Humans are imperfect. And if you want to make this into a moral crusade, then in many ways you're really negating the important point, which is that Brad Pitt is an artist who creates art. He's an actor.
So in other words, turn the other cheek, look away. Only judge Lauren on the bullshit exploitation of families that she does. Only judge her on that, not on anything else. Okay, gotcha. All right.
Who acts.
She's just an imperfect human making mistakes. Okay.
Maybe that's the realm where he should be evaluated. Maybe that's what the critics saying. Maybe we should pay attention to his role
Ignore the abuse. Ignore all of that, right? That's what you're telling us.
in this movie and whether the movie is good and how well he's acting, how well he acted in it, rather than litigating something from
Adrian.
2016, which, although potentially horrible, it doesn't affect his acting. I mean, it may have. It probably affected him psychologically. I'm sure he was hurt by it. Maybe. I don't know. I presume. And so here with you, with us, this whole smear campaign has been a referendum on your character. It's been a referendum. It's been a moral referendum on you and who you are, rather than a critique or analysis of your work.
Okay, sir. We are critiquing and criticizing her work. Her work was the 9-hour production. Her work was the production she put on the other night. That is her work. That is included in her body of work. I'm sorry, but that's the reality of the situation.
And so I'm fascinated by that, because it's hard not to say that the reason that debate, the reason why this has nothing to do with your work, although I will say we have gotten a lot of emails from people that are very praiseworthy of our work and that see this for what they see, that you've done nothing wrong. And even if you made a few mistakes, they're willing to forgive you because, as Pinata Samurai said, she loves your work.
Okay, let's talk about her work for a minute. Here's a part of her work, her 9 hours.
Campaign. It is not true. Look for evidence. And am I afraid about my business? She said, I'm worried about my business and losing my followers and my cush lifestyle. Cush lifestyle, no. My business, yeah. My heart and soul has built this business with my husband. It's our family livelihood and for my little boy. And I'm proud. And I believe that we bring something different and that we bring something good to the true crime community. And I don't want to lose that. And I also want to be able to report in peace and continue making and doing good work.
Then you probably should have stopped making a huge spectacle out of all of these trials that you went to.
Without the incessant wonder and fear of this person I hardly know, coercive control, intimidation, and other people just consistently and constantly. I don't know. So after months and months and months, I felt this was my only choice.
This right here is a really good reminder before we listen to more of this.
Especially after yesterday. So when it was approved, media in the courtroom for the stalker, for Lori Hellis. There it is, the media being approved for you guys have heard everything. And here's the thing, if you go to the docket, all of the things I read to you, they're still.
The dates of this are very interesting. This was filed for on October 1st. It was accepted and approved on the 14th. And she withdrew and did this live stream on the 15th. Think about that. Think about that time frame right there. It was approved on the 14th. She withdrew and did this live stream on the 15th. But again, she was already in the process of withdrawing because she wasn't granted her continuance.
Private. Isn't that wonderful? They are still private. Yes.
Yeah. Isn't that wild how they were still private and you chose to exploit your child?
Because but it's because I withdrew. If we went through, those things would then be made public.
Well, they're public now, aren't they?
Because media was approved. So I am going to finish. I can't believe it. I thought this was going to be long. Never could I have ever imagined that we thought it would be this long. But this has been months and months and months. And if I was going to do this, we do it right. Thumbs up.
And I want you to pay attention to the upcoming words right here.
We did it. I'm proud of you.
Again, the date of this, October 15th. The law and crime for video cameras was approved the 14th. This is the following day. Now listen to what she's going to tell you.
So I wrote a journal entry this morning because we were processing how we were going to do this. How are we going to pull this off? We've been spending days getting this together. Yesterday,
Spending days getting this together.
today, and I thought I need to do something. And so I wrote this. And
So how would you be spending days getting this together if you only learned the day before that they were going to be allowed to have those cameras in the courtroom? See, my opinion is that you knew all along that you weren't going to continue to litigate this in the court because you didn't have proof of the stalking claims. My opinion is that you planned on and produced this production, part of your body of work that I am absolutely criticizing you for. This is a part of your work. This is a production you had worked days on. You wanted to litigate it in the court of public opinion because you knew that you could attempt to weaponize the victim's loyalty to you and your sub and your fan base loyalty. You expected blind loyalty, and you expected them to lead the charge to dismantle any of your criticizers.
Right? I'm going to read a message we just got today.
Okay.
I'm not going to say the name because I don't know if I'm authorized, but she says, quote, "Hello, I want to tell you how much I appreciate the quality, credibility, and positive
Hey,
nature
Rowena.
of your work.
It is, Lori.
You don't deserve the abuse you're experiencing." I love that because it's the same thing that Pinata said.
Abuse, the abuse you're experiencing. Where's this abuse that she's experiencing?
Samurai is saying it's the same thing that Brad Pitt's movie critic is saying. It's if you reframe this as a moral crusade and not about the quality of your work, it's easier to win to them, to the smear people. It's easier to win that argument because human beings are drawn to that moral crusade. They're drawn into that morality play. For me, I'm less interested in his biography and I'm more interested in his
I could really care less about Brad Pitt. Can we move along?
actual art.
Yeah.
And I want to evaluate him on that terrain
fair.
rather than in terms of morality, right? But it shows that human beings have this knee-jerk reaction to go after moral issues.
Yeah.
No, sir. This is no longer a moral issue. She was attempting to make this a legal issue. You stated that you guys wanted this injunction for a couple years. That was what your intent was, to get this injunction for a couple years to silence your criticizers.
In fact, like this whole idea of cancel culture, this whole idea of harming people on the internet is based on this idea of humans being moral creatures on moral crusades, trying to assert their moral superiority.
Yeah.
With or without, most often without moral authority, but a moral authority is a tricky issue. So I don't want to get into that too much. I mean, because, ironically, I think some of the people on the smear campaign would say that their moral authority comes from God.
Yeah.
And so I think that in the smear campaign, I think there's a religious component, right? So if you have God on your side and you're right, so being right in this case means that they're morally superior and they're right because they're trying to show that you are immoral and that you have poor character and therefore you should be canceled. And they're trying.
Of course, this has a religious component to it too. She said it the other night. She brought up that Christina, her alleged stalker, is still LDS. Well, Lauren is too. They know that the competition in the space in the Utah LDS sphere, of course, it has a religious component. In every case, Lauren, never mind.
Trying to show that
all of this
with evidence that's flimsy at best, or with evidence that with evidence that you've seen and apologized for. I mean,
yeah.
But I just think that's problematic. So let's take it a step further. So people are going to say,
and I'm going to give you an example of this really quick. Right here, her 9 hours. This is what she says.
Gianna, is she Mormon? Very. very proud of her religion as an LDS woman, makes TikToks after coming home from church. Yes. And I want you to know that I don't hold that against any other beautiful people that are here and members of the LDS church.
Again, she weaponized the religious aspect in her own. And then don't forget about this.
That's a good place to be. So I think, I am, where am I? What is my Mormon story? I am Mormon, and I'm actually a proud Mormon. I'm proud to be LDS.
So how is it a slight that she used here? You see the similarities here?
Jana, is she Mormon? Very. Very. Proud of her religion as an LDS woman, makes TikToks after coming home from church. Yes.
How is that any different? And again, it matters. People are like, it doesn't matter. Yes, it does. In this space, it absolutely is relevant.
That's a good
I don't think you want to go here, Dr. John, do you?
place to be. So I think, I am, where am I? What is my Mormon story? I am Mormon, and I'm actually a proud Mormon. I'm proud to be LDS. This is my heritage. I just can't wake up tomorrow and not be Mormon. It's an identity. It's a culture. It's something that has been really good in my life.
I mean, okay, carry on.
Say, oh, what? So what? All right. So people so people engage in this moral crusade,
Right?
and people see themselves as good fundamentally and moral, blah blah blah. Who cares, right? So okay, so Brad Pitt, may have done this abusive thing. Maybe some people think they should cancel him for that. Maybe they don't care about his work, right? So people are saying, maybe, all right. So they're going after you for being immoral.
They actually don't like usually being referenced as Mormon. It's gone through up and down. So LDS, Church of Latter-day Saints. A lot of people call them Mormon or just LDS. LDS, Mormon, Church of Latter-day Saints. I'm sure there's other terms that I'm missing, but yeah, all one and the same.
Or whatever. People are trying to cancel you. Why should we care?
And I want to point out, I've canceled businesses because their values don't adhere to mine. I mean, that's fair, right?
Yeah, I mean,
I've canceled businesses. Ma'am, what? I've canceled businesses.
to you for being immoral or whatever. People are trying to cancel you. Why should we care?
And I want to point out, I've canceled businesses because their values don't adhere to mine. I mean, that's
because their values don't adhere to yours. You've canceled businesses because their values don't adhere to yours. Okay. Were you trying to cancel other YouTubers by striking their channels? Is that what you were doing?
fair, right?
Yeah, I mean, right. If people
not canceled, not gone on and tried to start a smear campaign, but learned maybe a business isn't one I want to support.
I'm not suggesting.
And if people feel that about us, I get it.
I'm not suggesting that. I'm not saying. I'm pointing out the disparity between focusing almost exclusively on moral issues,
right,
versus ignoring the work.
Right.
That if you see someone as deeply immoral and there's evidence of that, not preconceived notions of it,
mm-hmm.
then yeah, I think sure, people have the right to judge things as being immoral and not consistent with their values, and then not caring, not paying attention to someone's work. That makes perfect sense.
We're also allowed to judge that she's a shitty person who weaponized her following for a public smear campaign. We're also allowed to judge that.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, there's certain people like me, there might be moral questions around Brad Pitt,
Rowena,
but it doesn't really affect me. I'm interested. I'm not really interested.
Welcome back to the Cabana. Thank you, Rowena, for becoming a member.
In his personal life.
For you, it's about his
work, right? Now, there might be some people that say, oh my gosh, I'm never going to see another movie by him. That's their choice.
Yeah, that's fine. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. There's some businesses I thought, I don't want to, support that business because maybe I found out their founder isn't someone who holds my, same beliefs, and then I'll end up actually supporting them because they make a good chicken sandwich. So it happens.
So the next step in this is
Chicken sandwich.
if humans are essentially moral creatures and that's how we see the world and evaluate them, we all want to be good. The question is, one of the questions that arises.
But that's the thing is she doesn't understand is she created and has created these parasocial relationships with her following. So it's different than a restaurant that serves a chicken sandwich. You're not developing a relationship. They're providing a service. She relies on the heavy engagement in the parasocial relationships with her audience.
From that is, how do we maintain that? So when there's threats to our moral character, how do we maintain?
So when she has made them believe that she is this of moral standing and so honest and all of these things, yeah.
In that perspective, how do we see ourselves as good? And the answer is there's something called the cognitive response principle.
Okay.
The cognitive response principle basically says that any information you get is only going to confirm whatever beliefs or perspectives you have. So in other words,
Moonshine, yeah, I'm not really sure what the analogy there is at all. Like, his body of work is great. He's been in some amazing movies, so ignore this situation because she too might be problematic and his movies are great. We're going to excuse all of his bad behavior because his movies are great. I think both of them, Brad Pitt and Angelina, I mean, I think they're like every human. They have issues.
you can get information
But to even make that comparison, yeah, I don't know what he's doing.
that contradicts your identity or your view of the world, and you're going to disregard it. You don't care, right? Because what you're going to do, the cognitive response principle basically says that
Yeah, that's fallen short, dead.
persuasion is self-persuasion, meaning you're going to get that information, you're going to come up with a lot of reasons why it's wrong, even though it's correct. Somebody gives you evidence of something, you're going to come up with a lot of reasons about why that's wrong and why you're still a good person. There's also something we talk about all the time, which is confirmation bias. Confirmation bias is you take evidence or information,
Yeah, I have no idea, Skip.
you find the parts that confirm your view, you disregard the parts that don't,
Right.
and all of a sudden you still believe the same thing.
Right.
So part of this is that if you're that 4-year-old kid who thinks that Gabriel's a herter,
They are pig.
and let's say that kid grows up with Gabriel, let's say he lives in the same neighborhood, that kid at 4 thinks Gabriel's a herter. Every bit of information that 4-year-old gets from there on out until they're adults, he could use to either confirm that view, or he could get information that Gabriel, in fact, is a really good kid. He's in the Boy Scouts. But you might take, let's say, he would take that information
Continuing to compare this to a 4-year-old, come on, sir.
and disregard it and tell you why Gabriel is still such a bad kid.
Because you could also say, oh, he's in the Boy Scouts, not good.
What
Depending on how you see the Boy Scouts or how you want.
I mean, that's Lauren, Earth to Lauren. Who runs the Boy Scouts of America? Do you want to include on that? Who runs the Boy Scouts of America? The Mormon Church. You're a proud Mormon, ma'am. Are you joking? There's nothing laughable about the abuse that so many suffer at the hands of being a part of Boy Scouts of America. What the fuck, man?
Want to see Gabriel, to your point.
I'm using that. Yeah, that's true.
Oh.
But it's good. That was actually a great example. Depending on how you want to see this, good or
So the difference between LDS and FLDS, fundamental Latter-day Saints believe in polygamy. They have way more old school beliefs like the Joseph Smith, the Brigham Young, where polygamy, underage brides, arranged marriages, all of that stuff is, and there's variations. So there's like FLDS groups such as the Order, the AUB. There's a bunch of different offshoots that have different belief system within the FLDS space. And then the Latter-day Saints have more, they follow the church's doctrine. Does that make sense? They used to have, like the Mormon church used to believe in polygamy. That changed. And then they broke apart.
bad is how you'll connect the dots to confirm your bias to Gabriel or to create a new view.
Right. And this is important because if people are engaged in a smear campaign and they get information that contradicts their belief, they're going to ignore it.
Correct.
They're going to stand their moral ground. They're going to stay with their moral superiority. They're going to remain in their self-righteous perspective because they have a moral authority.
They'll twist the evidence. They'll edit the evidence.
They'll edit it. They'll twist it. They're going to show
pull
you
the evidence out of context.
Right. They're going to show you whatever they want to show you because of confirmation bias and the cognitive response principle. So,
And this is why I believe that she did this whole like fake text messages thing, like her little example of fake text messages. I really believe that that's why she did this segment right here. Hold on, let me take that back so you guys can hear what she just said here. I believe this is kind of the cover up for what she accidentally said in this live stream that people are like, yeah, that's weird.
well,
Depending on how you see the voice guest or how you want to see Gabriel, to your point.
I'm using that. I'm using that. Yeah, that's true.
But it's good. That was actually a great example. Depending on how you want to see this, good or bad, it's how you'll connect the dots to confirm your bias to Gabriel or to create a new view.
Right. And this is important because if people are engaged in a smear campaign and they get information that contradicts their belief, they're going to ignore it.
Correct.
They're going to stand their moral ground. They're going to stay with their moral superiority. They're going to remain in their self-righteous perspective because they have a moral authority.
They'll twist the evidence. They'll edit the evidence.
They'll edit
Twist and edit the evidence.
it. They'll twist it. They're going to
They'll
show
pull
you
the evidence out of context.
Right.
Pull the evidence out of context. Ma'am, again, you said this.
And text messages have supposedly been shared with a third party after the cease and desist order was delivered and served, possibly even calling them. And yes, people can make fake text messages. Do we have that Janice screenshot? Janice shows you how to do it publicly. Yeah, find it. Janice makes fake text messages.
And that wasn't what it was.
Let's find that and we'll show them Janice making fake text messages.
I mean, you did that right there yourself. You tried to twist and distort and make excuses.
They're going to show you whatever they want to show you because of confirmation bias and the cognitive response
Hey,
principle.
Marie.
So no matter what information you give them, it's not going to move the needle. It's not going to impact their perspective that you're a bad person and you're immoral. And they have to fight that battle on that moral terrain because more than likely it's going to be much more difficult to fight it on the terrain of content and the quality of content.
Yeah.
But let's move on. So that's important to know because this is why when evidence comes out to the content.
Basically, he's saying that her content is so much better than everybody else's that they shouldn't be judged at all. People should just be looking at their body of work and get over it.
Like you and I have gotten a lot of feedback from people that's been very positive about creators we've helped, about victims we've helped. They've reached, all these people have reached out to us, right? That contradicts their narrative.
Right.
And so therefore, that's information.
Once again, leveraging the loyalty from victims and or creators they have helped. You are expected to fall in line, not question, not use logic and common sense. You are supposed to fall in line. They've helped creators and they've helped victims.
That's evidence that contradicts their narrative about how immoral you are. Therefore, they're going to use confirmation bias and they're going to use cognitive response principle to negate or deny or minimize or delete all of that information that could change their perspective, right? That's how you continue on a smear campaign.
Yeah.
You put it on moral terrain, you disengage from any contrary evidence, and that's how you keep going. In fact, that's how you escalate. But let's take the next step in this analysis, and this is
I said it the other day, and a lot of people didn't pick up on it, but she is very charismatic. If you know, you know. What am I referencing? She has created an environment very similar to one she belongs to already.
This is a step I love. There's something called the fundamental attribution error.
Okay.
The fundamental attribution error is probably one of the fundamental principles of psychology. It's been proven over and over again by research.
Okay.
It's if there's such thing as a law
Thank you,
in the
Michelle.
field of psychology, this would be close to that.
Okay.
Another law, there's a psychologist recently deceased, Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi is his name. He used to teach at the University of Chicago. He taught flow. He wrote about flow. He's kind of the father of that. He believed that Lord Acton's law was also a similar law. Lord Acton's law, I'm just throwing this out there to give you an example of another law in psychology. Lord Acton's law says that power corrupts.
Oh, just wait. If you haven't seen all this yet, Just wait until he starts pulling up UK laws to describe what's going on.
And absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Absolute
So
power
corrupts-
corrupts absolutely.
So Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, I believe that was a law. This is another, what I would consider to be close to a law of human behavior, fundamental attribution error. So what is the fundamental attribution error says that human beings overestimate the importance of personality in explaining behavior as opposed to the situation. So let me repeat that. That human beings, whenever something occurs, human beings prefer to explain events in terms of personality rather than the situation. So the evidence for the fundamental attribution error, for example, would be the famous Milgram experiments where you shock people because the experimenter is in the position of an authority figure wearing a
Sir, comparing this to shock treatment now.
lab coat, and he says, basically shock this person until they're screaming in pain, and subjects do it. They do it because of the situation, not because they're bad people.
Why don't we just compare it to the lobotomy? Like, come on. Are we joking?
Yeah.
There's the Stanford prison experiments where people are put in the context of a prison and they start acting out like
Oh my God, he escalated this so fast.
abuse of prison guards, not because they're bad people,
There's no comparison or correlation to the situation with Lauren at all. Carry on.
but because the prison guards are given too much authority, right? There's the ASH experiments that I've talked about on our Patreon, where groups are shown lines of different magnitudes. They're given a reference line and they're shown 3 lines of different magnitudes, and members in the group are Confederates. And they're told, hey, look, this is clear cut. There's one line that matches the 3. But we want the Confederates to say that this line is actually the wrong line. In other words, to say that this longer line is a shorter one, and to get people in that group to believe it. And you know what? 75% of the time, one of the group members believes that the wrong line is the right line simply because of group peer pressure.
Group peer pressure. Here we go.
Those are all examples of where the
Oh yeah, she's entertained now.
situation,
Yep, we're all being peer pressured to dislike Lauren.
it's not because these people have defective personalities.
We're not defective. She's not defective.
Group peer
It's just group peer pressure.
pressure. Group peer pressure.
Yep, that's what it is. Yep, we're all just being peer pressured to dislike Lauren.
So here's where the fundamental
That's
attribution
about
error is really important in terms of
Chico, we have touched every fucking nonsensical topic that he could pull out of somewhere to make this whole dribble. And again, I know it's drivel. I'm saying dribble because I feel like he should have a bib on. Like I'm over here drooling.
this smear campaign.
Okay.
I can't stress this enough.
Oh my God, stop it.
That almost every person involved in the smear campaign talked about
I don't know. Do you think they think it's going to work? I have to wonder if they honestly think this is going to work or if they're just hoping to salvage as many as they can for as long as possible. I don't know, get through the holidays. Grayson is an adult. She is absolutely an adult. She is. I will say that too. But and Bree, thank you so much for the super sticker. I don't know.
you positively.
They can't look at this. They cannot look at this and say, yep, that lands. That makes up for everything else.
Yeah.
They all talked about you in a positive light.
That's true.
Before
She's destroyed any form of credibility that she once had. If people genuinely want truth in the facts in these cases, she has shown that she is incapable of being truthful and factual. She's a good storyteller. She can put on a production. She can emotionally manipulate. But as far as proof and facts, which should be the only thing that matters when telling these stories, she's shown that she's incapable of doing that. So I don't know.
you rejected them, before there was a change.
That's a good
Some of them
question.
rejected me too.
Yeah. But the point is that
And here we go with the rejection bullshit. Oh, you rejected them. They're just scorned because you rejected them. And she says, but some of them rejected me too.
you were
Sad face, sad face, sad face.
you were essentially positive, and then certain circumstances
Are you having flashbacks of this rejection? Again, her story that she promoted on Mormon Stories podcast, she talks about being rejected majority of her life.
changed it, and all of a sudden you became evil, right?
Seek a therapist, not a forensic psychologist. It might do you some good.
How is that relevant? because they saw your personality as good. They saw you as kind. We have messages from people proving this.
Yeah.
Until their friendship with you or their relationship with you changed. And then all of a sudden they became haters. You became bad, right? It's the fundamental attribution error. Do you just go from saying, oh, you know what? This person is so nice.
One thing I do have to say about this, though, is if these people were working with her during this time frame of her supposedly trashing others and or victims, if they were right alongside of her, chances are they probably joined in on some of that. They probably have similar personalities. That's why I'm not really taken up for them as people. The facts matter. However, I don't know them like that to take up for them. But that does say something. If they were okay with this while they worked for her, I mean, and it only became a problem when they left her, I don't know.
One of these people that is no longer with us, she said, oh, John and Lauren are angels. All right? One of these people said, oh, Lauren is so kind.
Someone just sent us, we've been getting a lot
Angels. People call them angels.
of messages, by the way, from people.
Yeah.
That know
These people don't know you, sir. Their perception is what you limit them to seeing.
people, and thank you. Someone else sent us a message from somebody that said they are just as nice as in person as they are on their podcast. And now
you're evil. So the issue is, this explains it. This law of psychology, the fundamental attribution error explains it. Is it because you have a defective personality and you're evil and immoral? No. It's the fact that the situation changed. How did it change? Because you either changed their employment, you changed your relationship with them, maybe you had a falling out in your friendship. It wasn't that your personality changed, it's that their status with you changed. And because that status changed, they hate you. So, why is this important? Because all the evidence here suggests that these people all saw you as good.
The evidence, all the evidence, oh my God.
And moral and virtuous, until something happened. They either rejected you rejected them, the friendship changed, right?
the situation changed.
The situation changed.
And sometimes that does happen. When you cut access off to certain people, they do seek revenge and retaliation. However, to claim that they're stalking you, no, ma'am, that's not it. You have not shown proof or evidence that they're stalking you in any way, shape, or form. Now, when you do limit access to people and no longer allow them in your lives, there's some people that are absolutely nut jobs. I can get with parts of that, but it sounds to me like you were the one that didn't want to let go of the relationship. You were sending them texts that, I love you, I always will, stuff like that. Like, come on. Sounds like you didn't want it. I think maybe both sides have fear of rejection.
And so in that sense, it's really no different than the Milgram experiments, in the sense that the situation is being guided by an authority figure. That's how you get the subjects to shock people.
Well, I'm speaking directly about the one we know got the C&D that worked with her, Liz H, that they keep mentioning, which is Lindsay, not the alleged stalker. If that work relationship changed, then they should have kept it as a work relationship. If she was, this whole thing is so skewed and muddy. It's
right.
Ridiculous.
It's not that the people performing the shock treatments changed their personalities. It's that the situation changed. And so the most compelling evidence,
It became illegal to shock people.
and the most compelling argument here is, you didn't change.
Thank you.
I know you didn't change.
Someone,
That's not a good thing. If she didn't change and she's always been like this, then that's not a good thing there, Dr. John.
actually tried to tell me that I changed. Thank you.
You didn't change at all. The situation changed. Their status and relationship with you changed. That's it. You're the same person.
Thanks. Still drive you crazy. I can still be annoying.
So she's all along fabricated lies about people, all along weaponized her audience, all along had shitty behavior. Is that what you're telling us? All along trash victims? They were just okay with it when the time was that they were around her, and now they're not okay anymore? I mean, what are you talking about here?
Yeah, right. You can be annoying, but you know what? I'm an adult. I can handle being called annoying or having people saying they're annoying. Like, that's what mature adults do. They can handle being called annoying. You can call me annoying too. You do all the time. So
You can be really.
Daddy's got her. Rowena, daddy's there. Daddy's got it.
that's what grown-ups do. That's what mature people do. They can handle being labeled something.
Yeah.
So we're covering a lot of terrain here.
I do too.
Fundamental attribution error.
I think this is a thought exercise on how much does Dr. John actually know of the truth.
Prove that you're not the one who changed. The relationship changed. You're the same person. That doesn't mean you're without flaws. Doesn't mean that you're imperfect. But
I'm not perfect. I'm
right.
perfect.
So let's stay with this idea of morality, though. So with you, the fundamental attribution error basically says that you went from being a good, virtuous, moral person, and then your relationship with these people changed, and all of a sudden you're immoral, right? You're a defective character. That's the argument. It's ridiculous because every single one of these people had a change in relationship status with you, and every single one of them turned against you because of it, not because you changed.
But that didn't happen. That's not the way the things went down. Even after their working relationship ended, they were still communicating and she was trying to hold on to that. What are you talking about?
And so obviously, what does that suggest? That's envy.
Maybe her behavior and escalating her behavior changed them.
That's envy. We'll talk about that more later. But
Now, of course, now here we come. We are all just envious and jealous.
before we do,
Everybody that dislikes Lauren it's envy.
people still might be saying, all right, whatever, John, like people are moral creatures. They want to think they're good. They don't change their perspective of themselves. Fundamental attribution error. Okay, so what?
Yep. So what?
This is the part I think that's important because now we're going to get
The rest of the shit wasn't important. Thanks.
into why there are risks here and why this is a real problem. A lot of people, maybe not a lot, I'm sorry. There's some chatter out there that this is just like a big cat
She's making him notes.
fight, right? This is just like a bunch of mean girls going at it. There's no victimization. There's no risk of violence, right? This is just all overblown. I'm going to show you now why that's not true.
Okay, show us. Show and tell time.
There's something, I'm going to read from a book here.
In other words, you're saying that I don't have a stalker and that I did a 9-hour live crying about a cat fight.
You were faking the whole thing and you were crying about a cat fight.
Or I'm
Right.
dramatic. And
We'll get to that
Okay.
in a little bit.
You technically do not have a stalker. No court has ruled that you have a stalker. Carry on.
There's a couple of psychologists, Alan Fisk and Tage Rye. They wrote a book called Virtuous Violence. They've done a lot of research on this, by the way. So there's empirical support for this theory.
okay.
Another fucking book. Here we go. I can find books that tell you having a green toe means something. You can find literature to back up any crazy, wild theory you have. Carry on.
But I'm going to read a little bit from their book.
Yeah, I mean, hell, why not, Gail? If they go down together, right? I mean, hell, hand in hand.
and start explaining why this moral crusade and this desire for certain party, this self-righteous moral, referendum on you is important. So here we go.
Oh, here we go. Hold on. I got a button for this. Here we go. You ready?
Am I right?
No.
Do you guys get my drift? Do y'all get when I'm smoking? Do you pick up what I'm putting down? Like, just because you
Are you down with the get down? Here we go. Trying to figure this out.
Most violence, this is according to the theory by Fisk
I am.
Okay.
and Ray.
Yes.
Most violence is morally motivated. People do not simply justify or excuse their violent actions after the fact. At the moment they act, people intend to cause harm or death to someone they feel should suffer or die. That is, people are impelled to.
Gail, one thing you can expect from me is I'm an equal opportunity hater. I don't like most humans because they do bullshit like that, especially on YouTube. Most YouTubers do this weird spin thing when they get to this big and find themselves to be some of, I mean, shit, we've got a YouTuber that's got under 30,000 subs who is claiming she needs security at CrimeCon. I tend to not like celebrities or these very egocentric, it's all about them, look at them, big YouTubers like this. So at least I'm an equal opportunity hater.
To violence when they feel that to regulate certain social relationships, imposing suffering or death is necessary, natural, legitimate, desirable, condoned.
Who do you think is jealous of Lauren? Dr. John? Please tell me you're not giving Dr. John a hard time for being jealous of Lauren. Notice he didn't read from one law book, just psychology theories. Sure did. Thank you, Rowena.
Admired and ethically gratifying. In short, most violence is the
Gail. Her TikTok wasn't even exciting. I don't know what got you guys so up in arms about her TikTok. You want to see what TikTok? You guys missed my short today. Let me just show you. You want to hear what sound TikTok picked for Lauren's facial expression? Here. I'll show you. I got no shame in my game. Christina wasn't even good at what she did. She's got to do better next time. Here you go. Again, TikTok picked this sound. This was the recommended sound for her facial expressions. Don't be mad at me. Be mad at TikTok.
Everyone agrees and it's plain as day to see. There's nothing more to say. It's very clear to me you're a cunt. When you close your eyes at night, I hope you never wake, dreaming of those grizzly bears, you putrid little snake. Everyone agrees and it's plain as day to see. There's nothing more to say. It's very clear to me you're a cunt. Plainly you are dying cause you clearly give no fucks, sucking on the knob of greed while pounding on your nuts. Everyone agrees and it's plain as day to see. There's nothing more to say. It's very clear to me you're a cunt.
I mean, shit, if the shoe fits, wear that shit. Christina's TikToks were lame. Lame, I tell you. She had so much to work with, and that's what she got out of it. Ugh. Do better. Okay, carry on.
Exercise of moral rights and obligations. Working within the framework of a relational models theory, our thesis is that people are...
I warned y'all. I cuss a lot. And just say it like it is. And I went with the TikTok recommended sound. So file a complaint at 1-800-GET-FUCKED if you got one.
Morally motivated to do violence to create, conduct, protect, redress, terminate, or mourn social relationships with the victim or with others. We call our theory virtuous violence theory. So why is this important? It's important.
Terry.
Because there's a lot of evidence suggesting, I'm going to read a line.
I look down and all I see is Terry saying, "Welcome to the island," after I played that. I mean, we really don't. We don't give a shit over here. We really don't. It's just, this shit's out of control. Terry, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana. Thank you, Terry.
In here that I think is really critical. In short, most violence is the exercise of moral rights and obligations, right?
You, Michelle.
The reason this is important is because virtuous violence theory completely applies to your situation in the sense that the people engaging in the smear campaign feel morally justified. They feel like their moral rights were violated and they want retribution.
Isn't that ironic? I wonder if they had to highly edit it because of all of the coughing from stress that she's under too. Mm-hmm.
One of them reposted on her TikTok that we should bring back public shaming. That's kind of what you're...
Exactly.
Which is the Salem witch trials too. I mean, I guess a lot of people feel that way. Yeah.
Public shaming, ma'am, you did that. That's what you did. Your 9 hours was public shaming a bunch of people and then calling Christina a stalker over and over again with no proof or evidence of it. You did that. You publicly shamed all of these people. You publicly brought all of these people into it.
Clearly.
But the larger point here is that there's research supporting this, and that if you engage in kind of this extreme moral crusade against someone, the natural and logical conclusion to that is harm or death.
I'm not even joking either about the recommended sound. That was the very top recommended sound for that video. I put it in there and I was laughing so hard. I was like, all right, we're going with it.
And if you think about the smear campaign, so the stalker who began the TikTok, she says quite clearly.
If you guys saw that Patreon that they did, he did this whole same thing with the Salem witch trials. And doesn't it remind you of somebody, Chasing, who did a whole entire video on the Salem witch trials? And Brittany J tried to use that as, look, see, it's the same for me. Yeah, we've already been there, done that once, not doing it again.
That her goal is to burn the kingdom down, right?
What kingdom there, John? What kingdom do you have?
It's clear.
She's Mormon, so she doesn't believe in heaven. There's 3 layers in the Mormon belief system. I don't know what you are, but what kingdom are you talking about that has been burnt to the ground or somebody's intending to burn to the ground? I think you're using it as like your home, your business, that kind of stuff, but it's weird. This is manipulation at its finest.
That her goal is not only harm, reputational harm,
Nobody,
emotional harm, psychological harm.
nobody, Rowena, nobody knew. She had under 400 subs. Nobody knew about it. I mean, except if they were in those little inner circles. She was the one that brought the gas can, tossed the gasoline, and lit the match. She was the one that did that.
But the harm that she really wants to affect is to ruin you and ruin your life and burn the whole kingdom down. Right? The goal. So what that's implying is that she won't stop until that harm is executed and complete. So if she burns the kingdom down, then she feels morally vindicated, or if there's a death.
Oh my God, this is extreme. Again, that whole statement of burn it down can be about showing the truth. That can be what it means too. It doesn't have to be this extreme of, oh, they're going to make sure until somebody's dead.
If someone harms themselves or
And nope, we're not doing that again. Again, if you are an adult on these free apps, this is a free app. If you are an adult on a free app, you have the responsibility of handling your own mental health. I am not taking that on any strangers. I don't care if I review them or not. That is not my responsibility. We are all adults and have to do what we have to do to protect our own mental health. That is not anybody else's responsibility. That falls on your shoulders.
or someone harms you, then the game's over. She's morally vindicated. Here's the problem.
Or if someone harms you. Sir, where's the threats of harm to her? The facade she's created, maybe. But where's the threats of harm?
risk. This is why this is so risky and so important, because these people, these self-righteous,
Oh, now they're the self-righteous ones. Oh my God.
morally superior people, they want moral vindication, and they're not going to stop until they get moral vindication. And the way they get moral vindication, the way this game ends, is either you're dead or you're completely ruined.
Dead or completely ruined. Oof. Yikes. Opening all of this with you saying that you are a forensic psychologist and her going over all of your credentials, and then you do this.
That's it. And that, by the way, is malicious intent.
No, that's called manipulation. That's what you're doing.
The things about stalking, and we're going to talk about the definition of stalking in a little bit. There has to be
The UK definition.
malicious intent. There has to be some intent to cause harm. You have it in spades here. When someone says that they want to burn your kingdom down, when they want to expose you, when they want to harm you,
Don't worry. You guys have exposed yourselves enough. Nobody has to expose you. In fact, I haven't heard any of them talking. you're the two exposing yourselves.
They feel justified in doing it. They feel as virtuous violence.
Hey, Cooters. Thank you, Jay, for sending them over. I hope you guys are having a great day.
Violence theory would predict.
Don't forget, you can open the legs over here. I know you've had them shut for quite some time now, so feel free to get some air.
They feel like most violence is the exercise of moral rights and obligations. That's exactly what this is. They're exercising in their mind their moral rights and obligations because you harm them, because you're immoral, because you're a bad person, and they will not stop until their goal is met, which is to ruin you or have you end up dead. That's the goal. Let me continue with another.
Has anybody put a 1 in the chat if you think that these people are trying to harm her to the fact or to the point where she is no longer of this earth till she is dead? Put a 1 in the chat if you honestly believe that. Put a 2 if you think that they are manipulating with this bullshit. Put a 1 in the chat if you believe that they, Christina, and all of the group that she has named, want Lauren dead. Put a 2 if you think this is just another form of manipulation.
I'm going to read another part of this book that's so important. Same book, Virtuous Violence, same authors. This is page 17. Quote.
Could she have at least acted interested? I mean, come on.
Virtuous violence theory proposes that the perpetrator intends to harm or kill in order to constitute a social relationship.
Guess who I find to be the perpetrator in this situation, Dr. John? Your wife. I know that's probably harsh for you to hear, but I find your wife to be the perpetrator. She's the one out here doing the productions. She's the one out here making this public. None of us would have known about it without your wife. She is the perpetrator. She is the one that is intentionally showing up at places that she knows they are going to be. She is the perpetrator in this thought experiment there, Dr. John.
To make it correspond with a prescriptive model of what the relationship ought to be, what it must be made to be. In other words, people engage in virtuous violence to get people to conform. And they want them to conform to their perception of a prescriptive model or an ideal of what.
Or how about just be fucking honest? How about if you are this virtuous beacon of honesty and truth, how about you start there? How about you say, when you have proof and facts, how about you show those proof and facts? Oh, wait, because you don't. They don't exist. She didn't have time to fabricate enough evidence to back up her fucking bullshit.
They think the relationship should be. That's.
Oh, we got some rocking and some nodding. We're moving now, people. Jay, wait a second. You just got here. Did you get here after did you watch my short I sent you? I'm not even, did the Cooter see my short? If you guys haven't seen my short, I might have to bother you guys one more time. Okay, because it's funny as shit. TikTok selected this. Do not be mad at me. This was the top recommended sound on TikTok. Turn your volume down a little bit and don't have children around you. Okay, this is what TikTok picked, not me. Here you go. One more time.
Everyone agrees and it's plain as day to see. There's nothing more to say. It's very clear to me you're a cunt. When you close your eyes at night, I hope you never wake. Dreaming of those grizzly bears, you putrid little snake. Everyone agrees and it's plain as day to see. There's nothing more to say. It's very clear to me you're a cunt. Plainly you are dying cause you clearly give no fucks. Sucking on the knob of greed while pounding on your nuts. Everyone agrees and it's plain as day to see. There's nothing more to say. It's very clear to me you're a cunt.
I mean, it's the #1 TikTok recommended. I put that video in there and TikTok picked the sound. I'm sorry. It was the top recommended one. I just went with it. Here we are. Okay. Don't be mad at me. Be mad at TikTok. Okay. Carry on. Jay, I thought about your list when I heard that, though. I was laughing so fucking hard. I was like, oh, man.
Conformity.
That's all over this. That's all over this situation.
That's why I continue to say, like, Lindsay's TikToks were boring. Give me some time. I got time.
They're evaluating you. And again, this gets to the question of moral authority. They're evaluating you against an ideal of loyalty and conformity and acquiescence and fitting in above all else.
Oh, yay. You can say big words. So can I. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Okay. Nobody cares.
What they're not doing is they're not.
We do not care. Tilly T, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana. Thank you guys very much, Tilly T. To everybody that just got gifted a membership, thank the wonderful Tilly T or Terry or whoever you got gifted from. There's been a few in here. Thank you.
Not evaluating against, they're not evaluating against the criteria of quality work.
Right.
We talked about, they're not evaluating you against the criteria of creativity.
Oh.
They're not evaluating you against the criteria of complexity.
Oh, Trip, don't you worry. I got you.
Because they're not allowing you to be complex.
No, I need to conform.
They're not allowing you to live.
To conform, right? If you reject them, you're not conforming. You're not loyal. Like one of the themes that you see throughout this entire TikTok is, oh, she's a bad friend. I'm going to punish her for being a bad friend. She doesn't know what a friendship is. That's the ideal. That's the reason why there's a real risk of violence here is because,
oh my God, a real risk of violence.
number one, this can escalate so easily. And number two, you don't fit that ideal. You never did. You're not conforming to this very narrow, rigid perspective that they want you to fit into.
Of what a friend is and their friend. And yeah.
That makes this, by the way, I mentioned the moral crusade. That makes this an ideological battle in the sense that the fight here is, and to them, the fight here is good versus evil or good versus bad. They're good.
Sir, knock, knock. Are you there? She took this legal.
You're evil. And because of that,
she tried to weaponize the court system.
The only possible way out of this is total ruination of you or death. I'm going to read.
Oh, the dramatics. I can't with this guy. Again, she is the one that is escalating the behavior. She is the one tossing gasoline and lighting the matches.
A quick quote here, making this point. This is from a book called Human Destructiveness by Anthony Storr. Anthony Storr.
What? Humans destructive? No.
Anthony Storr is a brilliant British psychiatrist. He's written a lot on a lot of topics. He's writing here about, obviously, human aggression and destructiveness. Here's Anthony Storr, page 142. My dogma is, quote, my dogma is that all dogma is suspect. And it seems to me that most of the harm in the world is...
Gail, do you understand what cults are? High control groups? Do you understand the makeup, the bite model? They are absolutely relying on loyalty and blind loyalty at that of their subs, the victims. That is why they are weaponizing. We have helped creators. They are weaponizing that they have helped victims. They are absolutely making sure people stay in line. And if you actually compare it with the bite model, it's a little shocking to say the least.
Is done by those who are dogmatically certain that they are right. For being absolutely right means that those who disagree are absolutely wrong. Those who are absolutely wrong are, of course, dangerous to society and must be restrained or eliminated. That is the beginning of the road to the torture chamber and the gas oven.
Oh my God.
Unquote.
What's the torture chamber and the gas oven? The dramatics here. Look at her face and look at his. Oh, that's a good pause screen right there. Woof. Not the gas. How irresponsible. How irresponsible for somebody that says that they report on heinous, horrific stories to even try to make the comparison to a torture chamber and a gas oven with poor Lauren having her fifis hurt.
That's what we're talking about. So when people say, oh, gee, this is just Mean Girls. This is just a stupid cat fight. They don't understand they don't understand the stakes here. They don't understand what's
The stakes, we don't understand the stakes here.
going on. They don't understand that to the people in the smear campaign, this is a moral crusade that is reducing you to someone or something that's subhuman that needs to be destroyed. This is an ideological war against you. And by the way, many of the people in the smear campaign that we have not named are continuing. They have continued. Just so you know, I'm not going to talk about it more than that.
You know where the word subhuman got said the other night? Well, here you go.
It's so outrageous and so egregious. I just couldn't even believe that they had the audacity to go there. And that's what makes people subhuman. Like in my eyes, the people who support this, and I don't give a shit if I lose 1,000 subscribers over this. If you're engaging in that kind of behavior, you're a subhuman.
Seems like he gathered a lot of new words that they've already used in this arena to gain control of a narrative.
Let's talk about some other risks. We will get into defining stalking in a minute, and we'll get into the psychology of stalking in a minute. But as long as we're talking about risks, I want to bring up some real risks here. People say,
Did I see Sleuthy Goosey in the chat? If you are still here, you might not be anymore, but I just want to thank you for the compilation of all the docs that you put on X. That is extremely helpful. Thank you for that.
oh my gosh, why would she get a restraining order if this is just a cat fight among mean girls? Nothing's going to happen. This is nothing, right? No, virtuous violence theory suggests otherwise. And if you do, as I've done, if you do some of the stalking risk assessments, the risks are considerable.
And this is what he does is he assesses and evaluates offenders. So this is what you do with your philosophy.
We know.
Just kidding. Psychology.
There's so many examples.
Oh, it's super organized. That spoke to my anal side of me, you know, how I like things. And I was like, oh, damn, look at this.
Of when you
look at this,
engage with people on a moral crusade and your goal is to dehumanize them, and you see it as a moral issue, it will escalate.
No, just call us demons. Just call us demons. That tends to work.
And that was a concern you and I had. If people say, oh my God, this stalking order is so frivolous, no, it's not. And this is why.
There is no stalking order. Did anybody tell Dr. John that there is no stalking injunction?
Because you and I were trying to prevent someone landing at our door with a gun.
You were trying to prevent. Was there any threats? Was anybody even at your home? In that entire 9 hours and all of the subsequent videos, we have not heard one threat of anybody going by your home or going anywhere around Lauren. In fact, her line was this on Duty Ron. Let me find that really quick. Give me 1 second because I think facts are important. And I think it's important to remind people of this little part right here.
A larger and larger group together. I think their ultimate thing of power is that in private conversations, I said mean things about people and that they have the receipts and that they know. And then what this group did
right here, the haters unite. I don't know. The local bar, I guess, on a Friday night, the bowling alley, movie theaters, you know, pretty normal places, Jack in the Box, wherever we want to go.
Is then start reaching out to other people to join the fold. I call it a whisper campaign, you know, where it's all behind the scenes. And I can tell you, like, this is actually, I get a lot of texts all the time. My phone was silent. Like, I don't know how far this went, you know, and then
her phone was silent. Nobody was reaching out to her. Nobody was bothering her. She was the one reaching out to find out what the gossip about her was. She was the one having Grayson reaching out to people. Don't forget how this actually went here, Dr. John.
We did not.
And she showed zero proof of anybody going to her home, confronting her with any violence intended.
We did not want to get to that point.
And somebody has now threatened us
Yeah.
with that online.
Yes.
Official.
Oh, wow. Somebody has actually sent you. Fuck.
We received our first official death threat the other day.
You hadn't even received death threats yet. You had not even received a death threat yet. You finally got your official first death threat. What the fuck?
Which again,
You saving that for evidence?
Not our first official, actually,
yeah, that's true. We've had others. That's true.
but it was very chilling.
It was chilling, and it shows you the extent to which, when you start framing things in terms of this moral crusade, this is what you get. What are some of the other risks? And we're going to define stalking in a second, but let's talk about some of the other risks involved here and why this is not just mean girl behavior. Number one, the obsessive nature of the posts. Everyone we talk about this all the time. The number of criminals engaged in murder or very violent acts, almost all of them have some type of obsessive qualities. They ruminate about the.
Throw it away. Take all of it and throw it right in the trash. This, for somebody that claims that they report on true crime cases, horrific murders, stalking cases, abuse, this is absolutely a mindfuck and disgusting that they're even attempting to make this correlation.
Victim. They can't stop thinking about the victim. They obsess over the victim, right? That creates an attachment to the victim.
The only one doing anything and drawing attention to this is you and your wife. Your wife, and now you.
Here you have that type of obsession.
Oh my
Another
God.
risk here.
Months and months and months of posts, despite not communicating.
Well, despite you saying you feel threatened.
Yeah, starting it with I feel threatened, then the social media, the Instagram to Instagram and TikTok, and there's a YouTube I didn't know actually until after this, and months and months and months and months of it without any response from me. Escalating. Obsessive.
You were responding. You were going to the police. You were calling other creators. You were responding. You might not have been commenting on their posts, but you were making police reports, contacting and reaching out through Grayson to other creators. You were escalating this. You went to the court and asked for a stalking injunction.
There's also this inordinate rage and hatred towards you. And that's a risk, because when people develop this intense rage towards another human being, and I think, by the way, with the TikToker, I think a lot of that is repressed. But you see it. The way you see that rage is by ignoring a stalking injunction. Right? The way you see that rage come out is
ignoring a stalking injunction. Let's talk about that, Dr. John.
by being oppositional. It's after our first hearing, it's going outside on the courtroom steps and doing a mic drop. That's taunting you.
Taunting you because she wasn't able to abuse the court systems like she wanted.
The stalker did that. On the day of our hearing in September, she went outside, she filmed herself doing a mic drop. That's harassment.
So every time that Lauren goes out on the courthouse step to film a mic drop, is that harassing and stalking the victims? You don't want to play this game here, Dr. John. You really don't.
What was supposed to it was supposed to be our evidentiary hearing, and the judge changed it to a later date and
The judge continued it.
lessened the stalking injunction, and she went out and did a mic drop.
Against Utah code, by the way. Utah code specifies quite clearly that you can't modify a stalking injunction without hearing evidence
From
the petitioner,
and that's what happened.
from Lauren. And the injunction was modified.
Oh, now the whole fucking town's against you, right? The court is working against you. Why didn't you file in Nevada? Why did you file in Utah? Oh, because you had access to attorneys that were cheaper. I know that she allegedly lives in Utah, not Lauren, Christina, but still, Lauren could have filed in Nevada where she lives or resides, but she was going to Utah over and over again. She spends most of her time there.
Without hearing a shred of evidence from us. Also, just so people know this
isn't all factual either. The court documents provide other stories here.
Our lawyer tried to get the stalking injunction enforced.
My lawyer, who's not my brother, P.S. Go ahead.
Our lawyer, Daston, not her brother, our lawyer who,
One of four.
yeah, one of, right. We have other,
Again, you are so entitled. It's unbelievable. One of four. One of four. I've got 4 attorneys. Do you realize, Lauren, that many people are going to be without their food stamps? You know, elderly, veterans, you name it, children that are going to be without their food stamps because our federal government shut down. And here you are, one of four attorneys. Well, aren't you just fucking special?
lawyers too. None of our,
them are my brother.
yeah. So whatever.
None of us give a fuck.
The rumor mill. Our lawyer
Disconnect, the entitlement. Yuck. Ugh.
tried to argue correctly that because there were multiple violations of a stalking injunction, which is a felony, that the stalking injunction should get automatically enforced. Guess what?
Why the cut right there? What did Dr. John say? Inaccurate.
The
And
court,
that is Utah code. That is if you violate it twice.
our lawyer made the
She didn't violate it. I got a point to prove.
point that that hearing never should have even occurred. It shouldn't have even been an issue. It's black and white. Someone violated a stalking injunction. It gets
The
enforced.
temporary should have never been issued to begin with. She lacked evidence. But again, they tend to give those. She didn't have proof. She was granted what she was off of the little shit, her emotional pull that she did. And again, I'm going to say this. I don't know it to be a true statement, but if you know somebody that knows somebody and there might be a judge that is more likely to grant those things, there might have been a reason why the time frame and getting it in front of certain judges too. And again, the judge didn't clarify what they meant. They never intended for that temporary to restrict Christina from being able to be at CrimeCon and work her business. That gets clarified later.
It should have been enforced. End of story. Let's move on.
Should not have been enforced because your wife was the one following her.
You and I have our privacy intact. That's all we wanted. We wanted this to be private. We wanted to move on with our lives without someone harassing us all the time, bullying us, stalking us.
Calling. We'll get into that later.
I've bullying us, stalking us. Again, where's the fucking proof? Where's the proof of all of this?
Calling people, contacting people.
That's all we wanted. This argument
The only thing she's shown is the email from John DeLynn.
that somehow
We have no idea who Felicia O'Shea is. It could be Grayson. It could be somebody in Lauren's camp behind these contacting her colleagues. We have no idea who is behind any of that.
we wanted views from Long Crime or that we set this up. That's so ridiculous. Lauren, I'm not going to read it again. Lauren read a motion that our lawyer wrote to protect our privacy. Almost no civil stalking cases reveal or disclose the information.
Well, and the reason many people have asked that fairly, and you know what? Let's not even get into it. I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
Let the rumor mill continue.
Yeah,
You
that's
guys
fine.
decide
That's
what you
whatever.
think about what I did. That's your right to discuss.
You wanted her to have an ankle monitor. Huh? I don't even want to talk about it. No, because you know the facts don't lie on your side. That's convenient. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about the actual facts of what I filed for in court. I don't want to talk about any of that. I just want John to emotionally manipulate you guys and blow a bunch of smoke up your ass so you forget why we're even here to begin with.
Go ahead.
And the only intended outcome of this is Lauren to be seen as the victim.
So you have this obsessive behavior that increases risk. You have this inordinate amount of anger and rage towards you, which shows up in those TikToks and those social media.
Inordinate amount of rage. Do you know how boring? Again, I hate to say this, but that's boring as shit. Her TikToks were boring as shit.
And another thing that people have pointed out that I totally agree with is several people that have looked at the TikTok have written and said, one person wrote, those are the most menacing TikToks I've ever seen.
How can you guys be on TikTok? Excuse me. How can any of these people be on TikTok and say that that's the most menacing TikTok they've ever seen? Do you realize people have been murdered over TikTok? And Christina's were the most menacing they've ever seen. Wow. Wow.
Somebody else wrote, it seems like she's taking pleasure in those, right?
Yeah, she probably was.
That suggests that there's, if that's true, that suggests that there's a sadistic quality.
Oh, here we go. Sadistic.
That this is someone taking pleasure in harming you, taking pleasure in hurting you, taking pleasure in trying to ruin your character and your reputation and your livelihood.
She did that. She ruined her character. She did that. Lauren did that. You're helping her.
And your life, right? That's a risk factor. Anyone who has sadistic qualities is going to be a higher risk. Another risk factor here
Higher risk of what? Risk of what?
is this very oppositional, let's call it antisocial quality,
Oh my God.
which is violating a stalking injunction in the first several hours after it's issued, right? That's basically saying, I don't care. If you see the picture
She wasn't violated. She did not violate.
of her in the bar with you, the message she's sending is, not only do I not care about the stalking injunction, but I'm going to intimidate you.
All right. Then let's go back to her own words. Because that's not what was claimed. She was given this instruction, Christina was, by the law enforcement officers.
Sucks, but
Fortunately, Utah has great laws, anti-slap laws. We're like, we're on my vacation. We're out anti-slapping on this one. But okay. So wait. So tell me what. I don't obviously want to go to jail.
Right.
So I can be in my hotel room.
Yeah.
And can I hang out like in the bar with my friends at night?
As long as it's not the crime con convention and you're not within 500 feet of her or the other named parties that are on this.
Look, let me see, because I didn't see like when my.
That was right there, clear as day. She asked, so I can be in my hotel room? Yeah. And I can hang out like in the bar with my friends at night? If as long as it's not the crime convention and you're not within 500 feet of her. She was in these places before Lauren went to those places. Then they moved closer and closer to where that distance would be closed in, and then went and got security and the cops. She was the one. They gave her permission to be in the bar as long as it wasn't the crime convention and or 500 feet. She wasn't in those places because Lauren was there. Lauren wasn't even there when Christina was there. Lauren arrived after the fact. In the incident in Boise, Christina wasn't even in the country.
That is a pure message of power and control and dominance and intimidation. She's saying, I'm here. I don't care about this injunction. I am going to continue to intimidate and control you no matter.
Yeah, Nikki, I'm not sure why she mentioned the anti-slap laws in regards to the no contact order, unless she thought that there was going to be more coming with like defamation or something like that nature. I'm not really sure what the thought was there, but Utah does have anti-slap provisions.
No matter what, try and stop me. That's concerning. The mic drop moment I just mentioned.
Recording the police officer
Calling
after somebody that was called by police implicated her and said,
recording the police officer, ma'am, you do quote unquote true crime coverage. There is nothing wrong with somebody recording the police officer. Oh, look at that pause. Look at that one. Look at here. Looky here. Whoops.
so he decided to call her too, and that she called him back to record it.
Right.
She has every right to do that.
Right. Recording the police officer, posting it online, and essentially not taking the police officer seriously. That's extremely oppositional. That's very antisocial.
Oh my God. And I hope you get sued. I really do. I hope you get sued to kingdom come. I hope your kingdom is filled with lawsuits for that bullshit. You can't be sitting here diagnosing somebody like that.
Very antisocial feature.
Posting that I feel threatened in a message to her, and then posting that online.
And all of this,
I feel threatened instead of I feel pretty. It's I feel threatened. Oh, so threatened.
all of this, by the way, so we're talking about risk factors.
Yeah, let's just talk.
We're talking risk factors, right?
Oh, she was unhappy right there.
All of these are risk factors, but they all lead to one thing, and that is dehumanization.
Dehumanized. Who have we heard that from before?
What they're doing here is they're portraying you as evil, as the devil, even though Pinata Samurai doesn't mind if you're the devil, by the way. Thank you, Pinata Samurai, for acknowledging that apparently even the devil does really good work.
The devil does do good work, but I will do my best to not be like the devil.
All of this leads to dehumanization, and you and I know every crime we've ever covered it involves some level of dehumanization.
Absolutely, that is crime, dehumanization.
And all of this is about
Oh, that's
dehumanizing
right.
you. Even the people that are mocking you, the memes, it's all dehumanizing, right? But they don't care, right? So, which is fine.
Which is fine.
We don't have to care. We
I've been
do
giving
not
people
have
some
to.
good content. A 9-hour live would do that.
So
Poor you.
I think we've come to the end of this segment.
Oh,
Okay.
I've covered why I think this is a risk. I've covered
yes.
why it shouldn't be dismissed and taken seriously. It's virtuous violence. It's a moral crusade, right? I've covered some of the risk factors, but let's back up a little bit and talk about both the definition of stalking and the psychology of stalking, because I
Okay.
think those are going to help us go a little deeper here.
Okay.
Okay.
But before I do, I just want to make the final
Let's do
point that the reason why human beings like to engage in moral crusades is because it really simplifies the world.
Yes.
And it also fosters conformity. So for those of you out there who know a little bit about philosophy, if any of you have read Nietzsche on Good and Evil, you understand the importance of Nietzsche's idea that all morality is essentially an attempt to foster and maintain social norms and social moral systems, because the prevailing ruling classes do not want challenges or change. And by enforcing an existing system of morality, you're also making the world fit into a very narrow box, right? And so that's one of
Expecting someone to be honest about what they're doing isn't that complex there.
the problems of a moral crusade, is that if you don't fit within that box, then you're going to be vilified,
Oh,
right?
my
And so
God.
you became vilified. As we talked about in our Patreon, in one of the declarations, the TikToker made it very clear that conformity was a big part of this issue.
Yeah. Yeah. That was actually in their declaration and sort of the little joke that I made on our Patreon exclusive episode, which is no longer Patreon exclusive, thanks to those who picked it apart and shared it. But yeah, in their declaration, their angst against me, or one of the things that upset me, was that I talked about how I don't like to conform. And then I jokingly said, thanks for being a Patreon supporter, because that particular episode was behind a paywall, which meant that someone was paying and sending that on to them. But it was ironic, because you have always talked about the fact that one reason this type of thing happens is because they're upset.
You knew exactly what was going to happen there. You announced it. She knew.
That I'm not conforming.
I gave a classic.
But she also knew that people would pay to get access to that content, and so it would increase their Patreon membership for the month.
I talked about the classic example of the Salem witch trials from 1692,
Oh my God.
where obviously witches are seen as an abomination. They're seen as demonic, right? They're seen as separate from the community, not conforming to the community's morals, right? So in many ways, the Salem witch trials were they showed similarities to a moral crusade. And we'll talk about that a little later. We won't get into that too much, but so I want to make that point before we move on, because I want people to understand the purpose of a moral crusade and what it does, how it fosters conformity or attempts to, and how it really oversimplifies the world.
Why did we circle back? Why? Why did you do this again?
So that people that they don't have to grasp with they don't have to grapple with the complexity of someone who's maybe a little more complex, somebody who can say some off-color things in private messages, someone who has a sarcastic sense of humor. You do. I
Once again, he is admitting that there are some things that were said in text, and look at her facial reaction. Every time he acknowledges that there are some things in text messages that aren't great, she gets so pissed about it.
I do. Obviously, it got you in a little bit of trouble on Patreon, but you didn't do anything wrong. Like, part of our brand is to bring in levity. You can't clip a part of that segment and say, oh my God, she's not serious about stalking.
Duping delight or duper's delight.
So stupid.
We watched the entire thing and she's not.
So stupid.
If you don't laugh, you cry sometimes. So yeah, thank you.
Everybody that deals with true crime and law enforcement, investigators, they know how difficult it.
None of which she is. She's not an investigator. She is not a crime scene. She's not police. She's none of the things. She is supposed to report on this story. That's it. That's all. Carry on.
It is. They know the importance of humor. Part of our brand is to be humorous.
Excuses.
So let's talk about the definition of stalking.
Part of my survival depends on being humorous. It's how I cope.
Right. But hey, let's vilify you for that. Let's continue the moral crusade train and just keep piling on because you showed a little bit of humor.
Oh my God.
Let me start with, so let's start defining stalking. So one of my favorite definitions actually comes out of the UK. So in the UK, there's some local police agencies and social workers and people that kind of deal with stalking that often refer to what they call the big four. And when I say the big four, I mean four as in capital F, capital O, capital.
You can't even use US information. We are in the US, sir. No offense to my people across the pond, but we are in the United States. Why he is relying on UK standards, I don't know.
Capital U, capital R. And so, and I know this is the UK and not here, but
yeah,
the big four stands for F.
Yeah, what was that one?
Fixated.
Fixated.
F means fixated. Fixated is this. So let's go through this. Is there fixation here? So yes, there is. There are social media accounts that specifically target you. That's part of the definition of stalking. Is there has to be some type of individual target. Guess what? Every one of these social media accounts is fixated on you. Fixation, yes. O. The O stands for obsessed. Is there obsession here? There's 50 plus or more, way more if you count all the social media accounts.
100.
There's
over 100.
There's over 100 posts that showed no signs of stopping or abating.
Not 100 posts. I guarantee there's probably 100 more now.
You. Is that obsessive? Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
No.
And Lindsay did admit on the stand during that hearing that they never heard from me that
she admitted it was about you.
She admitted it was about me.
You were the target.
Mm-hmm.
So we have fixated, obsessed. The U stands for unwanted. You, in an email and in a text, you said, I feel threatened. Please leave me alone.
In both the text and in email.
Email. Did that stop it?
No.
Nope. Actually, it escalated from there. Everything that was being sent to you, you said, please don't do this. And the person continued. Not only continued, but escalated. The R stands for repeated. I think that's obviously a no-brainer. Was this behavior repeated? Obviously, over and over and over. So the definition of stalking, the most simplistic criteria for stalking are fixated, obsessed,
unwanted.
None of what she's shown.
Unwanted, repeated. Yep, check, 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 check.
Again, she said her phone was silent. Nobody was reaching out. Nobody was contacting her.
Here's how on one of the websites that talks about the big four define stalking. Stalking.
She was not tagged in any of the TikTok posts. She had her face blurred out. The only thing that was identifiable is her voice in a couple of them.
This is stalking. This is physical or cyber. This is both, right? Quote, this is from a website in the UK. Stalking is a pattern of unwanted, repeated behavior that can leave you feeling scared or distressed. You don't have to be threatened with violence.
And again, I think it's super important to remind everybody that she was not getting contacted. She was not the one being contacted. Right here.
They're not.
No, I'll be willing. I don't know. So full disclosure, I don't know. To this day, Long Crime has never reached out to me. Ever, not even since.
Oh, wrong part.
I do know that one creator named Lori Hellis did a live ad, and she continued to say, brace ourselves over and over again. It was so scary. Again, with my phone being silent, no one talking to me, the threats that I've spoken about people I haven't.
What? Nobody's reaching out to her. Nobody's contacting her. So where's this unwanted contact, Lauren? Where is it? Because you admitted on Duty Rons that nobody was reaching out to you. Nobody was contacting you. You guys had to initiate contact with others to find out what was being whispered about you.
Violence to be a victim of stalking. Any kind of persistent, unwanted contact that causes distress is stalking. Do you fit that definition? Yes. Let's talk about, again, this is from the same UK website. I'm also pointing out that this is not just this, the definition of stalking and cyber stalking we're talking about. This is all over the world. This doesn't just apply here. This is in Australia. This is in the UK, right? To identify stalking, they talk about this, what they call the SLII, double I strategy. To identify stalking, professionals often use the SLII strategy. What's the first S? Surveillance. Stalkers often engage in surveillance, closely watching and tracking their victims' movements, routines, and social interactions. This includes monitoring their social media. The goal is to gather personal information and maintain a sense of control over the victim.
And let's talk about recording when at trials or CrimeCon. Interestingly enough, one of the people who wrote a declaration for the stalker, Janice, admitted to filming us multiple times and then even showed in evidence her filming both my producer Grayson and myself, even at CrimeCon after the stalking injunction was put out, and actually put
the stalking injunction wasn't against the lady that was filming you. And again, I guarantee a lot of people were filming. A lot of people were filming. So again, I question, what are you even doing? Like, what are you doing? I know the intent here, but because we've seen it before. For anybody that doesn't know, I make a correlation here quite often, and I'm going to do it right now. So this is allegedly with Brittany J. This whole dehumanized, desensitized. I'm going to take you back and remind you of a moment. So for anybody that doesn't know, she also claims to be a true crime creator. She also claims that she has been stalked, harassed, and all of these other things. I have reviewed her. It'll be 2 years in March of 2026 because her behavior is so problematic. But she used very similar language when she was trying to excuse that her and a group of 9 others, 10 in total, got together and filed a RICO and racketeering. They filed an injunction in Pennsylvania against 2 other creators, one from TikTok and one from YouTube. She used the same language about what had been done to her. Granted, she has tried for 4 protection orders by using the court system. One of those, 2 people included, was along with this group of 10, Dog the Bounty Hunter, Nick the Hat, Seth Rogers, who is the biologic father of a missing child, Tony Matthias, his spokesperson, and some other random people were the group of 10 that filed this insane injunction in Pennsylvania against Granny's Watching and Barbecue Lady. But here is her reasoning why. So there's a lot of crossover and similarities.
How YouTube, I don't even want to say this community. I'm just going to say like people on YouTube kind of goes with my,
Bullhorn Betty is another one that joined them in this. And I will pull up something in a little bit and remind you that this is sounding a lot like BHB because it is very similar to the BJ and the BHB situation. They were trying to do it as civil RICO, but they were claiming that criminal charges were coming soon. They claimed that there was an enterprise of creators that were pushing back against their bullshit on social media. So it became a part of this enterprise is what they claimed. There was 50 Joe or Jane and John, whatever you want to say, does that were also included. They were never named. Well, some of them got named in their bullshit, but yeah, it was a mess. But this is very similar to what Lauren's doing. The ROs, Pennsylvania, were automatically dismissed, and she has recently claimed that she never even filed for protection orders in Pennsylvania. She did. It's on the court docket. Then she tried against 2 other creators the same week of all this happening. Brittany J tried taking protection orders out on no contact orders on Clue and Cletus. They've never even been to her state, let alone stalk her, anything like that.
Title. I made my title tonight dehumanized and desensitized, because I feel like the drama has gotten so toxic. Like it's so heavy and widespread. Even in true crime now, it's pretty much taken over. And the bar is raised up each time, you know, when a fight escalates, that I think that a lot of people on this platform has been desensitized to what's right and what's wrong anymore. And it's like, after you go after, let's talk about Seth for an example. You go after somebody so much that eventually there's just no, you know, it's like where most people are like, wait a minute, that's not right. You shouldn't do that. It's like that's non-existent. They've dehumanized Seth so much that anything goes. You know what I mean? Anybody can do anything, and that's okay. There's no, and it's like I feel like we've reached that point in this community where you can just, you know, you can show my house on a panel, on a channel, on a live stream. You can show my property and nobody says anything. Nobody just stops and thinks for a minute. Well, how is,
mind you, this is the person who, if she finds you guilty of something without evidence, doesn't give a shit about it, you know, true crime creator. She will do entire walkthroughs, show all the bedrooms inside of your home. If you just had a child go missing out of your home, she finds it appropriate to do Zillow tours of parents of missing children's home. But yet, if she gets some blowback and somebody posts something on her, which I don't agree with, still I don't agree with it, but she will use it as an excuse to go legal. She had been begging people from April of 2024 to get together and go legal on creators because she can't handle criticism or critiques of her shit behavior. She is the exact same as Lauren, just not as polished.
is that going? She has little kids. What if, you know, some weirdo's watching this video and they decide to go to her house? Then what? They don't, it's like nobody even thinks about that. Or, you know, calling him a predator and saying he did these horrible things. Well, he works at a jail. What do they do to people that do things like that?
Another example of emotional manipulation. We have seen this time and time again. Lauren just is using a way bigger channel to get the same things across and do the exact same thing, manipulating her audience.
Those videos that she unknowingly took of me into evidence.
One major difference between the two of them is Lauren stays awake during her live streams. Brittany J does not.
But there's other ways that you're being, the surveillance applies here.
Correct.
They're following your Patreon. They're following when you did a Mormon stories. She lets you know that she's watching that.
Yes.
She's following everything you're posting, everything you're doing, every social media post. She's recording you without your consent. She's clearly, and she's doing this to gather personal information to harm you.
She even admits, I'm looking for their LinkedIn because I want to see who they're linked to. Isn't it strange they don't have it? I'm going to call UNLV. I did call UNLV. We know other people that they have contacted. Thank you.
If he is using his credentials and or offering some type of service that surrounds his license, then people have the right to verify that information. Again, if he is using his credentials in any way, shape, or form, people have the right to verify that. Now, I do not know how far it was taken, anything of that nature, but people have the right to verify professionals' credentials.
To those who have reached out.
So surveillance. Number two, life invasion. The tactic involves invading the victim's personal life or space. It can be as subtle as sending frequent, unsolicited messages, including on social media.
We'll hold it down, Gail. We'll be nice. Honest, but nice. We gotcha. What are you making for dinner?
Are you receiving frequent, unsolicited messages? Absolutely. The third one is the I part, intimidation. Stalkers often use intimidation to instill fear. How about showing up at CrimeCon when the stalking injunction said she couldn't, and then showing up in the bar 10 feet from you, taunting people?
Again, that is a blatant lie. She did not show up in the bar after Lauren arrived. Christina was already in the bar both times Lauren arrived. Completely misleading and misrepresenting what the court or the papers, even from the police, state.
Taunting the police who had issued this injunction within hours, showing up at the bar, basically saying to you, I don't care. I'm in control. I'm going to intimidate. I don't care about this injunction. I own you, right? It's intimidation.
She had permission.
The nature of intimidation is threatening messages, aggressive behavior, or implying harm. Implying harm. So it can be something as simple as implying harm. Is there implicit threats and implicit harm throughout this? Absolutely.
Yes.
How about ruining your kingdom, burning your kingdom to the ground? Is that?
Again, you are fucking lying. Just straight up lying. Poor Kyle's over here like, I cannot handle this dude.
Oh, wait, so tell me what, I don't obviously want to go to jail.
Right.
So I can be in my hotel room.
Yeah.
And can I hang out like in the bar with my friends at night?
If as long as it's not the CrimeCon convention and you're not within 500 feet of her or the other named parties that are on this.
Like, let me see, because I didn't see, like, when the one they said,
It shows these are all the people you're not allowed to come in contact with.
Okay, again, he's blatantly lying. The cops told her she could be in the bar as long as it wasn't the crime convention. She was in the bar both times when Lauren got there. You're lying again.
That harm?
Yeah.
It also can include reputational harm.
She's the one that has harmed her reputation.
The final one is interference. The stalker is involved in deliberately interfering with the victim's life.
Where's the victim? Is the victim in the chat? Who's the victim? Because, sir, the courts didn't deem your wife to be a victim of anything or anyone. Carry on. She withdrew.
Examples include damaging someone's reputation or trying to sabotage their personal or professional relationships. The goal is to isolate the victim and make them feel powerless or dependent.
That happened.
Right, exactly. You meet all those criteria. I'm going to read, let's talk specifically about cyber stalking now. This is from the textbook. This is my favorite textbook on criminal psychology, by the way. Criminal Behavior, a Psychological Prose, 12th edition. It's by Kurt Bartol and Ann Bartol, page 521. Their definition of cyber stalking is using the internet or other forms of electronic communication to threaten or engage in unwanted advances towards another. Pretty simple, right?
Mm-hmm.
Were you threatened? Yes. Was it unwanted advances? Absolutely.
Who threatened her? Because Christina, there's been no proof shown that Christina threatened her. Who made unwanted contact? Because there's no proof. Again, her own statements. Her phone was silent. Nobody was reaching out to her.
Let's talk about cyberbullying.
Oh, God.
This is how they define cyberbullying. Quote, cyberbullying is defined as sending or posting harmful or cruel text or images using the internet or other digital communication devices. Was saying that you engaged in non-consensual, that you desired to engage in non-consensual relations with your brother to obtain his sperm? Was that a cruel message?
Yeah.
That's cyberbullying.
What is this face that she is doing?
I'm just gonna say quickly what this is also ultimately, this is what Bartol and Bartol say about cyber stalking. Quote, ultimately, much cyber stalking is designed to control the victim, usually through threats and harassment. So a large part of this is about control.
Again, where is the threats, sir?
Here's another. definition
I can't.
of cyberbullying. This is from a research article. Quote, building upon this, the definition of traditional bullying, the authors have defined cyberbullying as, quote, an aggressive, intentional act carried out by a group or individual using electronic forms of contact repeatedly and over time against a victim who cannot easily defend him or herself.
Since when can she not easily defend herself?
Some might argue that you could defend yourself, except you can't. Really, you couldn't.
How? How could she not defend herself?
Right? The reason you couldn't defend yourself is because our brand is not to engage in these types of petty arguments.
Our fucking brand. Are you joking right now? Our brand is not to engage. Sir, she's the one that brought it public. Tell us more about your brand. You guys are really, really concerned about this doing damage to your reputation and the internet not paying your bills. You must have lived a really cush life for the last 6 years off the back of a lot of victims and horrific tragedies.
Using electronic forms of contact repeatedly and over time against a victim who cannot easily defend him or herself.
I agree with that. I think it's likely that he has no clue what's all gone on or been done.
Some might argue that you could defend yourself, except you can't. Really, you couldn't. Right? The reason you couldn't defend yourself is because our brand is not to engage in these types of petty arguments or conflicts with other creators. Like, we're not going to do what he said, she said, or tit for tat. That's not our brand.
Really? That's not your brand, huh?
We couldn't defend ourselves without looking like absolute fools.
Really?
We couldn't defend ourselves because people have the perception that because we're a bigger channel, that somehow we would be bullying her. We didn't want to defend ourselves because we didn't want to go public with this. We didn't want to defend ourselves because we thought we could ignore it long enough that it would go away. But after months and months and months of continuing multiple posts and escalating, we realized
to the point where law and crime was getting involved.
Law and crime. That's a completely different statement than what you said on your Patreon. Here you go.
Time period across various platforms she uses. Once again, yeah, because it's my job.
This is a direct response of them not responding or being off brand to respond. They just slide it in other manipulative ways. Listen to this.
In other words, they're trying to claim that I haven't been struggling because I work. And then on July 6th, showing that they listened to Patreon. July 6th, 2025, Matthias and her husband posted a hidden true crime podcast episode called Cults and Conformity. That's our Patreon podcast, in which they discuss a variety of topics. We also talked about bullying on that one, and there was a reason for that.
Oh.
In which they
But I thought it's off brand for you to respond.
discuss a variety of topics, including interpersonal relationships, the nature of cults and communities, family dynamics, conformity, cyberbullying, and AI regulation. This is actually us discussing what was happening without saying it. You and I having a conversation because we've been talking about this.
Oh, what did you say again? What is this?
AI regulation. This is actually us discussing what was happening without saying it. You and I.
So on July 6th, you were discussing what was happening without saying it. So your brand is to be manipulative and shady?
Having a conversation because we've been talking about this multiple times in the episode.
Huh. Tell us more.
Yeah. We realized this got to the point where the risks were increasing and we weren't willing to deal with this forever. And that is why in the end, we decided to get a stalking injunction.
Tabby, that's one of the first things I said when I opened this up today was when somebody's arms are crossed across their chest, it usually means that they are completely shut off. They are not listening. They're not hearing anything. They're uncomfortable. That's one of the things they teach you with children. If they're disengaged. She has completely been disengaged this entire time.
Well, what I meant about law and crime is even after that, it still got bigger.
Hey, Sasha.
How did they find out about it? And law and crime got involved. And then I decided to draw my, night in our life.
Law and crime could have gotten involved because of you. We don't know who reached out to Law and Crime. They were present as you were making a spectacle at CrimeCon. Like, anybody could have realized you were trying to have this person arrested at CrimeCon.
Let's talk about the definition, the legal definition of stalking in Nevada. So,
yeah. So let's give us the legal definition of stalking in Nevada and then explain why we filed in Utah. This all makes fucking sense. And this is nothing but blowing smoke right up your ass. I'm sorry. I would rather be anal probed by an alien at this point, because that's almost what this feels like.
so I think
I don't know. Listen to this shit. Listen to what he just said. They filed for the stalking injunction in Utah. Listen to this brainiac.
and that is why in the end, we decided to get a stalking injunction.
And the stalking injunction does not exist. It's gone.
Well, what I meant about Law and Crime is even after that, it still got bigger.
Listen to this part.
It's, how did they find out about it? And Law and Crime got involved. And then I decided to draw my, night in our life.
Let's talk about the definition.
It looks like she's having an allergic reaction in her face.
Babe, be nice.
Well, it's real. Look at her.
I know, but be nice.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, you're supposed to listen.
Talk about insecure.
Oh, well, she says she actually did a whole story. Okay, now we got to do it again because you didn't hear. Listen to this part right here.
Involved. And then I decided to draw my, night in our life.
Let's talk about the definition, the legal definition of stalking in Nevada.
The legal definition of stalking in Nevada. They filed in Utah.
Well, that makes
So he's
sense.
giving the legal definition. He gave UK definitions, and we're in the US. And now he's choosing to give legal definition in Nevada where they live. However, they filed in Utah.
This guy will talk his way in circles over anything.
That's why I said I'd rather be anally probed and then instead of having this guy blow smoke up my ass. I'd take an alien. I'm serious.
So I think, is it fair to say that, I guess our haters are going to disagree, but I think
Yeah, Kyle's here. He's been around it, but he can't stand this guy. He's like, oh, hell no.
any reasonable person would, the criteria I just read would agree, I would hope, or think that they would see that as stalking, or at least cyber stalking.
Yeah, I don't think that's
This is cyber stalking in Nevada. You put up, by the way,
I don't think she's covering vital organs or protecting herself. I mean, I understand that, but I definitely don't think that her arms being crossed are any of those reasons, Kay. I think she's just miserable and doesn't want to be there, but hell, he's willing to try and fluff her story up, so gotta go with it.
people can find the definition of cyber stalking and stalking in Utah. You put it up. I don't want to reread that because we already have it.
Okay.
Maybe we can put it up for people to see.
Sure.
But let's talk about Nevada. I don't believe that a reasonable court would think that.
And we're not even getting any dressing on the side. We're not even being offered any dressing. We are eating cabbage, not even lettuce, cabbage.
Are they a couple?
Yeah, that's a husband and wife. I know you would think that they're
Holy
a doctor
shit.
and patient, but
No, it seems like he's her bishop.
oh, he's not LDS, I don't think. He's not, last I knew he was not LDS. She is. She is.
Stalking is nothing more than a cat fight or two mean girls going at it. In Nevada, cyber stalking is considered a Category C felony, carrying a prison sentence of 1 to 5 years and a fine of up to $10,000.
Oh my God, again, I can't take this shit.
The following requirements must be met in Nevada for cyber stalking. The accused person must intentionally cause harm to the victim.
Yeah, what about
Venezuela? I mean, what is it?
that would be just as logical.
How about another illogical fucking description, you moron?
Even if it's just trying to scare them or make them afraid. So intentional harm, that's a big part of it. Obviously, there's a targeted social media account. Only
By the way, for anybody new here, that is my better half that you were hearing in the background.
Sorry.
That is, he goes by DeCantonio. His name's actually Kyle.
about multiple targeted social media accounts.
And yes, he punches hole in drywall and he likes Monster. He's a typical Kyle.
only about you. Did that induce a certain amount of fear in you?
Yes.
Could you explain?
Well, physical, well, multiple. I mean, the song lyrics that she was posting were very frightening.
So frightening. Again, Worms from Eminem is so frightening. Sabrina Carpenter lyrics, so frightening.
Dead on, Angel Slayer.
Nobody likes me. Everybody hates me. I guess I'll go eat worms. She claimed a part of the song was on there. It wasn't.
Crying about what I lose. What am I going to lose? Burning my fucking kingdom to the ground.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Have you ever heard Bloodhound Gangs? The roof is on fire. We don't need no water. Let the motherfucker burn. Burn, motherfucker. Burn. Have you heard that? I bet you would really feel threatened. Oh, no.
Her accomplices constantly
now they're accomplices
egging her on and inciting to saying, yes, burn that kingdom to the ground, calling workplaces, other people coming forward and saying, I'm getting strange calls from this person saying you're bad, not to work with you, admitting to trying to find our LinkedIns months later, being suspicious,
not going on public platforms and trying to find your profiles on LinkedIn. No way.
Posting and sharing that they're following everything I say, putting eye emojis on podcasts that I'm doing, saying I'm watching you.
Can we get some eyeballs in the chat?
Okay, so I don't bet very much, but I'll put $100 on this guy having a Grindr account. What I'm saying, it's legal. I mean, I'm not like maybe FanDuel could start doing it.
He's not shaming either at all.
I'm just saying, he seems like the type that
live
has
your
a
best
lot of
life.
Secrets.
I know she's the one I think that has more. They might both have secrets.
Oh, she wears her on her face.
Doing things besides saying, please stop, I'm feeling threatened, posting that I'm feeling threatened, continually, breaking a stalking injunction.
Oh, no, he does not.
And by the way, to all of those that egged her on, there was peer pressure.
I said, because she felt, oh my God, keep up with the story here.
No.
I'm off track now. So hold on. We got to explain the eyeballs in chat to Kyle. When she did her Mormon Stories podcast, she did an interview with Mormon Stories, John Dillon. Anyways, the lady that she calls her stalker, they dropped it as a premiere, and the woman went over there and put eyeballs in the chat. And she got a screenshot of it and said, see, they're keeping me under surveillance. They wanted me to know. She wanted me to know I was being watched.
God. How did she even come out of her house anymore?
I don't know.
In this, one of those podcasters just claimed yesterday that they would have advised her against ever doing this. Yet on her Instagram months ago, put, you go, girl. So maybe all of you should be considering how you played a part in this too.
Oh my God. Really? Did she just really? She did. She said that. Sorry, one more time.
Trying to find our LinkedIns months later, being suspicious, posting and sharing that they're following everything I say, putting eye emojis on podcasts that I'm doing, saying I'm watching you, doing things besides saying, please stop, I'm feeling threatened, posting that I'm feeling threatened, continually, breaking a stalking injunction.
There is no stalking injunction that was broke.
Yeah. And by the way, to all of those that egged her on, there was peer pressure in this.
Peer pressure.
One of those podcasters just claimed yesterday.
I got high because of you. That's peer pressure, Lauren. I fucking smoked a joint last night listening to this bullshit. That's peer pressure.
How dare you make me do that?
You pressured me into feeling so fucked up in the head that I was listening to this that I smoked a joint to deal with it.
I had to call my therapist to fucking tell him about how do I deal with your crazy ass.
It's your fault. You're the gateway to pot smoking. Listening to you is the gateway. Sorry. Peer pressure. I felt it. That's on you.
Today that they would have advised her against ever doing this. Yet on her Instagram months ago, put, you go, girl. So maybe all of you should be considering how you played a.
If anybody's new here, Kyle and I lived in Utah, and we are not Mormon. We did not become Mormon, but we were very, very a part of, had missionaries that came back and lived with us afterwards, used to host the missionaries. We learned a lot about the Mormon church. We took 6 Mormon missionaries on a tour of the Scientology building in Utah, had a blast. They didn't think it was so much fun when they followed us out and got our plate number. We are very in tune with the Mormon LDS culture, especially in Utah. Kyle just smells bullshit a mile away. And that's what we're kind of doing. So his criticism might be a little harsh, but it's just valid. Sorry.
A part of this too.
Keep in mind that several of the definitions I just read about cyber stalking include groups.
And again, I can say that a lot of our really good friends are Mormon. They're Jack Mormon, or they're Mormons from other states. Some of them are from Utah, but they recognize this pursuit of perfectionism within the Mormon culture in Utah. It's a whole different beast. So we just call a lot of bullshit on a lot of this stuff.
Let's continue. Criteria 2, Nevada for a category C felony for cyber stalking in Nevada. Category 2, the accused person must have used electronic devices such as a computer or phone to transmit information that puts the victim at risk of violence or harm. Yep. Stalking must happen online or through some other electronic means. Criteria 3. Criteria 4, the victim must feel fearful.
Chloe's mom, I think that's probably likely to the affordability of having attorneys from your brother's firm represent you. I would assume that is, or because they are connected to attorneys in Utah. That is her home. That is where she grew up. Her dad was an attorney until he got disbarred because of securities fraud charges. I think it's just because of her connections to the LDS church and the availability of in those connections to have access to attorneys, and likely not the same in Nevada. That's my assumption, though.
Because of the accused person's actions. We just covered that. The final criteria in Nevada is what's called the reasonable person standard. The conduct must be such that a reasonable person in the same situation would also be afraid. That, of course, that would not be up to us to determine. That would be up to the triers of fact.
Hannah, we got to give Dr. John some credit here for a minute. Hold on. Hannah said, I can't get over Dr. John's hair. I mean, it's better than the attorney that represented Dog the Bounty Hunter and those guys. I mean, this is the attorney that represented Brittany J, Dog the Bounty Hunter, and all those, and they're frivolous. I mean, Dr. John's hair is looking a little bit better than Lesniak's, so we got to give him some credit here.
He looks like a really unfunny Chris Farley.
And he also has better hair than Finger Bangs, who looks like this. So we got to give Dr. John a little bit of credit where credit is due. He doesn't have finger bangs, and he doesn't have a toupee that slipped. So we got to pick our battles here now. That can't be real, Midnight Baker. Are you talking about this photo? This has actually happened during a court TV interview with Dog the Bounty Hunter. This is Joseph Lesniak. That is, he had a toupee slip, but he came on. No, this was during the court TV one. He came on with his client, Dog the Bounty Hunter, to make this huge production, and his toupee flew. Yeah. He should have sued the toupee company, but instead he became the attorney for these people that wanted RICO and racketeering charges against people. Yeah. Nope, that's 100% real. Screenshot right from the segment. Oh, it absolutely is, I think, Mary. Yeah, I think it's a toupee too. In fact, that's why anybody that has a membership over here that says taupe, it's because I'm a dumbass and wrote taupe instead of toupee, but it's actually a toupee emoji, and that's in honor of Lesniak. He is an attorney out of Pennsylvania.
Which would be a judge or a jury. Let's talk about...
Hey, Kevin.
This is from probably the best known textbook on stalking, the most well-read and respected.
And I can't get myself to change it to the correct spelling because it's funny as shit that it says taupe instead of toupee because I'm that dumbass.
The textbook on stalking. It's called Stalkers and Their Victims. It's by Mullen, Pethay, and Purcell. It's the second edition from 2009. It's published by Cambridge University Press. Stalkers and Their Victims.
I'm kind of concerned that he has all these books on stalking. I'm kind of concerned that, did you have to borrow these from a friend? Did you phone a friend for all these books? Like, why do you have all these books on this?
To keep himself out of trouble.
But that's not even like his line of work. He works with inmates supposedly and like sex offenders.
I bet he
so
went to college, though.
I mean, maybe he's got them because I don't know. I
He
don't.
seems like the kind of guy that would plead the fifth in any kind of lawsuit involving the Boy Scouts.
I mean, they made a joke out of the Boy Scout stuff.
You see?
Page 153. The following behaviors characterize cyber stalking. Number 1, sending repeated unwanted messages.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, via a public platform.
Right. So,
Well,
Bitch, stop lying. Stop lying. I'm going to get so sick of playing this clip, but I'm going to play it until people understand that nobody was contacting her. Nobody. Her phone went silent. Again, shut up.
old, I call it a whisper campaign, where it's all behind the scenes. And I can tell you, like, this is actually, I get a lot of texts all the time. My phone was silent. Like, I don't know how far this went, and then.
Again, I'm so sick of, do you know how many fucking posts or videos that I'm taking? Yeah, I don't give a shit. Don't give a shit.
Through email, through text.
Social media.
That's what they've been calling him forever, is Peter Griffin. Yeah.
Yeah.
Feeling threatened, and then through a public social media platform.
Through social media.
That you weren't tagged in or anything.
Another criteria. Publishing private information of a potentially damaging or embarrassing nature. Again, I mentioned that publishing private information is illegal.
Where is her Okay, can anybody point me to where her private information was posted? I haven't seen shit done to her, if I'm being
Can
honest.
somebody get her some Benadryl for her face?
Babe, stop me. Donna, I agree. The pursuit of perfectionism in the competition within the LDS church, especially out of Utah and these spaces, being the top true crime creator, there is a lot to be said about that. And headphone warning, because you guys keep mentioning cults, I just have to do this, but it's loud. So turn your volume down. 3, 2, 1.
Whoops, you're in a cold. Whoops, whoops, you're in a cold. Whoops, you're in a cold. Whoops, whoops, you're in a cold. Whoops, you're in a cold. Whoops, whoops, you're in a cold. Giving grandma COVID and whoops, you're in a cold.
Michelle, he doesn't sugarcoat well either. I told you, I'm just an asshole with the YouTube channel and a lot of opinions, and he's kind of the same.
But that too is cyber stalking. So anybody in this group who has published private information about you publicly that's potentially damaging to your reputation is part of the smear campaign.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Have you guys joined the smear campaign? Because I guess I have. I guess I've joined the smear campaign because I don't like the bullshit she's doing. So I guess that includes all of us, that we have dissenting opinions. Oh, no.
And they're engaging in cyber stalking.
Not cyber stalking. Okay, quick little side. I got to. I can't help it. But once upon a time last night, I need Lauren to know that she's got the backing of Larry. This is back to allegedly with Brittany J for a moment. I need Lauren to feel supported in this moment. I need Lauren to understand that Daddy's got her. Daddy's got her. This is allegedly with BJ and her other half from last night.
But Craig, come on.
Oh, wait. We got a bet. Craig's got her. Craig likes to refer to himself as Daddy.
Let me see if this is it.
I'm just trying to make it perfect, right?
Give me just a minute, y'all. I think this might be it. Yes.
She has a hard time staying away.
No. Hold on. Yes, this is it.
Yes.
So Lori Hellis goes up on the glares, right? All right, Glare. I don't really know you like that, but please don't strike me. I'm going to use fair use. I don't know. Is the Glarer a striker, y'all? I have no freaking idea. I have no clue. I feel like I've used his stuff before. I feel like I have.
Whose stuff have you not?
I don't know.
Just do your
Anybody?
fair use. Just do your fair use. Do what you're supposed to do.
That's reality. She doesn't.
Brenda says, "What's up, Brenda Stapleton?" Brenda says, "I've heard that she's a mean girl because she's been stalking. She's been talking crap behind everybody's backs and stirs the pot, then cries wolf." Basically, is what I've heard. All right, I'm about to piss some people off. I know this is going to piss. I'm going to piss some. I'm going to piss some people off. I'm going to bed because I ain't back to full strength. Oh, okay, girl. Yeah, message me tomorrow. I love you. I hope you get to feeling better.
Sending prayers to you, Jennifer.
Yeah. Glad you came in tonight. I hope you're doing good. Okay, so
Just gonna upset people.
Hillbilly Belinda, my theory, what better way to discredit someone who may have a bad text on you than to have them arrested at crime con where everyone in the true crime see. Ooh, yeah, I've thought about that too. It was very intentional, Hillbilly Belinda. Thank you for being a member for 3 months. I agree with you on that. I think she really tried to concoct a whole narrative here. I agree with that. Okay, quick little segue. Here is the puppy and the man. This is Hank. He is a 9-month-old puppy, and that's Kyle. Hank is a beagle, overgrown, oversized. But that's, if you're hearing moaning in the background, it's just because Hank's trying to backpack Kyle. Everything's okay.
yeah, I'm about to upset you. Or maybe not some of y'all.
Agree.
Maybe not
Hillbilly
some of
Belinda.
y'all, but somewhere, somehow, some way, I'm gonna piss somebody off because
The way it is.
even if Lauren did all those things, right? Do I think that's effed up? Hell yeah. I don't like a backstabbing two-faced person.
Bitch, what? She is, anybody new to her, she has almost gone through 200 mods in 3 years, and that is not like blown out of proportion, and I'm not being an asshole. She has lost almost 200, probably, I would say between 175 and 200. They probably have a list of an exact number at this point in time. In 3 years. Yeah.
The Hatter's Madness.
Absolutely think it's effed up. But that in no way, no how.
I'm on her side, man. I feel like
Sorry.
big jealous ass haters.
Craig.
Shut up, Craig.
Larry, Lauren, you are going to be okay. Larry is on your side. Daddy will help.
Well, you're going to hear Lori Hellis talk about money, y'all.
You want to see who this is?
Go watch porn, Craig.
Oh my. Oh. You might say that was really mean, Kyle. Well, unfortunately, it's because it's the truth. Let me pull up Burnt Toast really quick. Because now I can't. You can't just say that without us showing it. So this is her other half. Hold on. This is courtesy of Burnt Toast. And this is actually what happened. He claims he is the chosen one and that he's a prophet. And he was doing Bible study on TikTok.
There's so many disasters and happening everywhere, man. Oh, I drove it. I'm amazed by the volcanoes that are waking up.
He flipped to the wrong tab accidentally. And he got busted listening to porn during Bible study that he was giving. So that's the voice you're hearing in the background. That's Craig, aka Larry.
Oh, she brings up money multiple times.
Yeah, and they just fucking jealous.
Shayna, ain't that the truth? Preach, sister
Larry says we're all jealous haters.
woman.
I think jealousy is the
Preach,
greatest
girl.
power of Satan. I think that they always jealous.
They're always jealous.
But hear me out.
Craig is also a jobless loser who relies on his other half to get on this internet and grift off of families at their worst time and does this is his career, is to play video games and be her hype man in the background.
The devil was jealous of God.
The devil was jealous of God.
It always boils down to jealousy.
Hear me out though. Let
Always boils down to jealousy, Larry says.
me say this though, because I'm gonna
If
forget.
you can see some jealousy, then
Yeah, I know, right? Jesus, I'm gonna forget what I'm saying. Okay, but with that being said, is it effed up? Yeah, you shouldn't talk about people behind their back, but that does not give you the right to go and build an army behind the scenes.
An army.
that's extreme jealousy.
I mean, come on, let's call it for what it is.
An army.
You are grouping up women and hate bonding behind the scenes, calling her people that she works with, going to John's job. Like, why are we leaving out the
It's not a job. He supposedly volunteers
real life implications? And it's like,
because there's no proof of them.
Whatever suits.
fine, if they called each other names and it was just okay, if it was just merely
You ugly. Okay.
Lauren on, I mean not Lauren, I'm sorry, but if it was only her on TikTok, if it was only Christina's TikTok, I would say okay. But
Craig's screaming, "You're a demon" in the background. Just don't forget, usually we get rebuked and we are demoniacs, according to him.
Hey, come on, man, because it's really hard for me to talk. It's like two.
She can't even stand this motherfucker. Another relationship that they don't like each other, but out of convenience, here we are.
Conversations going on at once. I'm gonna lose it. Lose my mind.
No, he will tell you how many calories he has in the day outside of his diet for his booze intake. But according to her, he only drinks on Friday. She got that confused with every day and why. Again, do your thing. I don't care. But he has been known to get liquored up and get his fifis hurt on TikTok and then pull weapons online. And then they wonder why they have CPS at their house. Craig special.
I do.
And when I mean that, we all got blamed for them having CPS at their home because somehow we incited Craig to pull a weapon drunk.
To the extreme.
You have any dinner for him to eat?
You trying to be a hype man. You
right now.
You over your trip.
And her subs and panel guests hate Craig. They actually talk about how to drug him, give him food poisoning and all of the other stuff. And she allows it to happen because she don't like him either. But it's a free place to stay because he inherited the home when his dad passed.
I'm hyping you.
Yeah, but you got to say yes or
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Yeah, ho,
You
yeah.
over there in a full conversation. Or
Wow.
that's right. That's right.
So the hype man.
Well, I said, is there any food for him to eat? You have any snacks for him?
No.
If you say too much, you fuck your brain.
So who else is putting out TikTok? I don't know if anybody else is putting TikToks out, but what I'm saying just to Arian is if it was only no, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. Maybe I should word that better. What I meant to say is if the situation was only the only thing that Christina did was put out TikToks and Instagram post. If that was all it was, I would understand. That's what I'm saying. I would understand what everybody's saying, but it actually goes beyond that. You know what I mean? She did real life stuff. Come on. I can't play your game or something. 'Cause I can't.
Shit. I can't even be a hype man.
No, because you're being loud.
I can get my phone. That's what I want.
There you go. Go get your phone.
Can you fucking imagine living with these people?
What? Sorry, y'all. I know, right?
All he was trying to do was take up for Lauren.
Pink peony, something.
That's all. Let the man live.
So, do y'all get what I'm saying, though?
No.
Do you get what I'm saying?
No.
Yeah.
Like, if the situation went as far as TikTok and Instagram, and that was all, I would see more where people are coming from. But why is it that it seems like everybody's leaving out the real life things that like happened to her?
But she made it about everything else.
How is it okay that they went through her phone and looked up how much money she made?
Again, if they had access to that, if she gave them passwords, that would be an employer thing with an employment situation, and she could have handled that. That wasn't even Christina that did that.
That's unacceptable.
Why is it okay that they're calling her colleagues behind the scenes?
If they're mutual colleagues, chances are they already talked to them. Carry on.
Unpopular opinion, this channel is for everyday topics. Allegedly with Brittany J, the other channel is my true crime. I guess this would kind of low-key be true crime, but I needed to go live on
No, it isn't.
this channel.
There's no crimes being committed by the people she's claiming they are. Now, defamation suit, possible.
Because I'm slacking, but it's really nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for coming.
I'm going to bump it forward just to give you guys a little bit of a view of who she is really quick, because it's kind of fucking funny. So let's go to 3. What did I have it as? 351. We had just got a funny section here to look at. So she says this.
Going to sleep online the other day, and I had like, maybe God let that happen for a reason, because I had like such a moment of embarrassment. Like, I'm saying this to y'all because it's humility for me, and I'm not too prideful to admit that. And I can't say that I won't ever fall asleep again, but I'm going to tell you that I will be doing everything in my power to, like, if my ass gets sleepy, I'm going to bed. Like I saw that, and the lady was like, y'all, flat out snoring, straight up sawing logs.
You were listening to that one. I listened to that one.
And she was like, that's my dog in the background. And I'm like, what the fuck? No, bro. Like that.
Better to blame it on the dog than blame it on our children like you do. Meanwhile, let's go ahead just a little bit here in this stream. Just remember what you just heard. Now, the reason I'm showing this is because you guys think that Lauren might be a delusional liar. Well, Lauren is not in a boat by herself. There's a whole group of them.
Because they're not allowing you to be complex.
So she was reviewing Lauren and John.
No, I need to conform.
You need to conform, right? If you reject them, you're not conforming. You're not loyal. Like, one of the themes that you see throughout this entire TikTok is, oh, she's a bad friend. I'm going to punish her for being a bad friend. She doesn't know what a friendship is. That's the ideal. That's the reason why there's a real risk of violence here, is because, number one, this can escalate so easily. And number two,
oh, yes,
you don't fit that ideal. You never did.
And her true crime coverage consists of looky here. So if you hear me say it, it's because I'm mocking her. Looky, wow, oh, Wookie here. Hold on.
You're not conforming to this very narrow, rigid perspective that they want you to fit into.
What a friend is, and their friend, and
you might hear something that sounds like a dog snoring coming up. Huh. There's actually been a few people passed out drunk this week reviewing streams. It's actually been pretty entertaining.
Yeah.
That makes this, by the way, I mentioned a moral crusade. That makes this.
And I mean, I got no shade. You party it up. I don't drink and live stream. So, I mean, but hey, if that's your thing and you're going to do it.
An ideological battle, in the sense that the fight here is, and to them.
Oh, listen closely. I'm going to mute.
The fight here is good versus evil, or good versus bad. They're good. You're evil.
I
because of that,
disagree with you.
the only possible way out of
No.
this is total ruination of you
Yeah.
or death. I'm going to
That's
read
it.
a quick quote here, making this point. This is from a book called Human
Completely ruin her or death.
This is who John is. This is his
Don't worry, we're going back out.
MO, his makeup. This is who he is. I don't see where he's seems like a Flintstone her with the textbook. He's putting it basically out for all of us to hear and understand. I disagree with your comment. Yes, I
Yeah.
see it differently because I've been in therapy. I do counsel people. I have to be neutral, just like Amber states. You have to.
Yep. So from 351, right here, 351, she told us what? She had gotten a dose of humble pie.
Going to sleep online the other day. And I had like, maybe God let that happen for a reason, because I had like such a moment of embarrassment. Like, I'm saying this to y'all because it's humility for me, and I'm not too prideful to admit that. And I can't say that I won't ever fall asleep again.
Oh.
But I'm going to tell you that I will be doing everything in my power to, like, if my ass gets sleepy, I'm going to bed. Like, I saw that, and the lady was like, y'all, flat out snoring, straight up, sawing logs.
You were listening to that one. I listened to that one.
And she was like, "That's my dog in the background," and I'm like, "What the fuck? No, bro, like that was not your dog." And I'm not trying to be a hypocrite by saying, but I'm just saying, like, yeah, I saw that and I was like, okay, I'm having like, here's my reality check. I will never do that. I will never do that shit. You know what I mean? Like, I was so embarrassed when I was like, oh my God.
You were so embarrassed, but then what? 30 some minutes later, you're doing this.
MO, his makeup. This is who he is. I don't see where he's seems like a Flintstone her with the textbook. He's putting it basically out for all of us to hear and understand. I disagree with your comment. Yes, I
Yeah.
see it differently because I've been in therapy.
And yes, we do know what it looks like on camera. Give me 1 second.
Free reign to speak of.
Oh, it's got this weird thing over her face. These are distinctly 1 year to the date apart. October 9th of 2024 and October 9th of 2025. Unfortunately, this one, who is very much exactly the same with the lies, and the poor her is dehumanized and desensitized because she gets busted in a bunch of lies and has tried to weaponize our court system against numerous people. There is a reason I'm making a correlation to Lauren with BJ, because unfortunately Lauren's just a polished version of BJ, and BJ has caused a lot of harm for a lot of people. This is called dual nods. And again, she claims she is not on any type of substance. This is not addiction shaming. I don't know what the issue is here, but she was so proud last night. You know, she saw somebody else. It was her humble pie that she had ate. And then 30 minutes later, she's out like a light.
Well, I'm just going to say it. I think that it's completely unfair.
Exactly.
How how I'm just like, people are so hyper focused on my channel. You know what I mean? Like, I'm doing nothing wrong over here. But I do want to let me go ahead and do my intro so we can get started. Thank you all for being here.
Go away.
It means so much to me, guys. If you don't mind, take a second, click that
I wish I could remove this promote short button that you guys see.
thumbs up. Thank you to everybody that joined me over on the second channel. We have 100 more subscribers and we will be at 5,000 subscribers on the second channel. 100 more subscribers and we will hit the 5,000 mark on the second channel.
Yeah, this is one thing that her and Lauren do not have in common, but because Jay requested it, here's the music video I created to Wake Up Little Snoozy, and then we'll get back to Lauren. But I just wanted to make sure Lauren knew that Daddy's got her. Larry, aka Craig, and BJ are defending you, Lauren. They got you.
Unbelievable is what it is. All right, here.
Oh, and the person you are hearing sing Wake Up Little Snoozy goes by the name of Cletus. He is a fellow creator on these YouTube streets, and his fiance, her name is Cluminati.
Okay, so now that it is so cold. He called Seth a child, you know what, in all caps after the interview and deleted it, but we called it. What? I didn't even see that. What a POS.
Yeah, he called him that. He called him a PEDO as well.
Wow.
But I wish people would quit coming for the parents. I can't with them. I hope oh, karma's coming.
I'm with you, Mischief.
You're snoring a whole lot. Yeah, bitch, you just got caught. You fell asleep. That breath is hot. That microphone cable is shot. Wake up a little snoozy. Wake up a little snoozy. Well, what will you tell your members? What will you tell your subs? What will you tell your friends?
Brittany, Cassie says check your email.
Yep.
Who?
Cassie.
All right, give me just a second because I got it. I got something. Hold on a second. So this interview was done.
Brittany is not actually involved. My cat's name is Karen. In the Lauren John issue, she's just very similar with her manipulation and the victimhood status. Another true crime creator who has used our court systems to falsely accuse people of stalking, harassing, threats, intimidation, all of the things. She has tried numerous times, repeatedly. So they are very similar in their manipulation tactics, just a different situation, but the exact same grimy behavior, the manipulation, the lies. You can almost get verbatim things that Lauren and Dr. John have talked about, the same way that BJ has weaponized her audience. Another similarity, well, shit, there's so many similarities, but the only difference is Lauren has had some success on exploiting victims and their tragedies. BJ is not. She's under 20,000. So difference in channels. Lauren's just polished. BJ is not.
Bear with me. I will, Cassie. I promise, okay? Kimmy, no, I am not wheezing. Not tonight.
I'm with you, Mischief.
And yes, Young Black Economist is right. She is using Lauren's story to try and bolster her own. I've been stalked and harassed. She actually claims that what has happened to her and her family is worse than what has happened to Lauren. But lies. her entire platform is built online.
Well, what will you tell your members? What will you tell yourself? What will you tell your friends when they say, oh my God, wake up a little snoozy, wake up a little snoozy. Well, your microphone's now resting on your chin, and Buttermouth is ran away.
Brittany, Cassie says check your email.
Yeah.
Who? I don't know. I don't know. It's not me. You might hear me breathing through my nose. My nose is stopped up. My lungs are pretty clear, though.
So that is just a little reminder of who BJ is as we go through all of this. But don't worry. Don't worry. Daddy's got your back. Lauren, Daddy's got your back. Everything will be okay. Back to Dr. Jean and Lauren.
The next criteria, spreading false information. How many rumors, how much gossip has been spread about you that you damage, you hurt creators, that you don't care about victims, right? Like no matter what you say or do, that rumor persists endlessly. And then in the smear campaign, you get, wait for the receipts, wait for the receipts. That too is a form of harassment. That too is a threat. When you wake up every day to a social media campaign of multiple people constantly saying they're going to take you down.
And writing, again, my professional contact saying, oh,
welcome to the wonderful world of social media.
Oh, just wait for the receipts. Just wait. They're coming.
So spreading false information, that's another criteria. Here's another criteria. Gathering information about a victim online. That's called doxing. Did we get doxed? Oh, we got doxed. We got so doxed.
They were mad they had to work a little bit harder because we didn't have a LinkedIn, which is super sauce. It's like saying you don't have a face if you don't have a Facebook. You know, is anything we're saying true?
What?
So doxing, by the way, that's classic harassment. In fact, doxing is defined as harassment.
Oh, God.
Were we doxed? Yes, I was doxed. You were doxed. You know, I guess there was some good news that came out of it because she said, the TikToker said that she believed there was so little information on us because we curated our accounts. We have
curated our Google search results.
We've curated
We
nothing.
haven't curated a dang thing.
I don't even know how I would curate. I don't know how to curate.
I mean, maybe we should get somebody to do that. We could.
And here's the last cyber stalking behavior that defines cyber stalking. Ready for this one?
Mm-hmm.
Encouraging others to harass the victim.
There's a lot of that, and a lot of that publicly.
Exactly. Do we fit these criteria? Do we fit these definitions? All right. So I'm going to stay with the textbook, Stalkers and Their Victims, second edition. I'm going to use some of their definitions.
I don't know how they claim they are doxxed. I haven't seen their address or anything put out here anywhere. But again, they use their real names. So yes, there's other ways of doxing, but I don't necessarily agree with this, because if they came on here as themselves, depending on what they're claiming, but saying their name and his credentials, he uses his credentials as a part of the show. So verifying those, again, that's a little iffy for me, depending on who all did it, why, or how it was used. But I don't know.
Page 2.
And I will be honest, this is all like, there's so much that's coming out. Could there be stuff that was done? Absolutely. Absolutely. She just has not shown any proof of it.
Defining stalking. And again, this isn't cyber stalking. I'm defining stalking here, broadly speaking. Or
but that's not going to be considered doxing, Marlene, if he has stated where he works or volunteers or where he's the adjunct professor of, like, if he's given this information out already, that's repeating that information is not technically doxing. Now, how it was used, we might escalate to that portion, but If they're just repeating their names, which they publicly gave in their place of business, that's not.
They don't even call it stalking. They call it obsessional following. This is how they define obsessional following. You ready? Quote.
I haven't seen Christina ask on any of her TikToks or any of her social media that I've seen for anybody to engage or help her.
An abnormal or long-term pattern of threat or harassment directed towards a specific individual. Yep.
Yep.
Here, the authors, here's how the authors define it. Stalking is, quote, a constellation of behaviors in which one individual inflicts.
They have websites about both of them. They have all of like so much identifying information about both of them on websites. So again, that's where there's no proof of these allegations or accusations to what they're trying to do. And it's not landing right now. There's too much missing information to even go with the theory that somebody has doxed them.
On another, repeated unwanted intrusions and communications. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I agree to.
So I've read a lot of definitions of stalking. I've read definitions of cyber stalking. Do they fit?
No.
Yes.
Yet, of course, there's.
No, actually, they would fit on the opposite. They would fit in the reverse. They fit what Lauren has done to the people. Yeah, they fit what Lauren's done. Sorry, that's the reality.
Plenty of people apparently out there who argue that this wasn't stalking, this was catfighting, this was Real Housewives stuff, whatever, there was no harm involved. I would urge them to go look at the legal and academic definitions, as I just defined, of stalking.
I agree with that, Feed and Beat.
Because stalking, one of the interesting things out there in terms of listening to some of this debate about what stalking is that almost all the people who would disagree with the academic criteria that I'm reading and the legal criteria, they see stalking as like a 1930s phenomenon where you follow someone around in your.
I figured you had a second part to that because we've talked about this a lot with the BJ situation. She claims that she's been doxxed over and over again, and her full legal name scrolls across the bottom of her screen attached to her PayPal links.
Old Ford, I don't know, 1930s cars, your old Ford Jalopy with a gun, right? They think stalking is physically following someone around with a gun.
No, that's not. That to diminish everybody's thought process we only think it's stalking if they're being followed with a weapon is ridiculous.
Right? Guess what? It's not. We live in 2025.
No shit.
Stalking is fixated obsessional behavior that's unwanted and repeated that causes distress in the victim. That
sounds to me like Lauren is the one causing distress in people. Lauren is the one that is out here doing this repetitively.
This guy's just like Jordan Peterson.
Oh God.
He speaks fluent. He sounds smart, and people are like, "Well,
oh
fuck,
my God, I didn't even that correlation.
Sounds
Stop
smarter
it.
than I am, so I guess he's right."
Stop it
Shut
with
up,
that.
Peter
I
Griffin.
didn't even think about that. Oh,
You're
that is ugh.
That's precisely what's going on with you. So this idea that there's a team Lauren and a team, I mean, people can believe whatever they want, but like this idea of teams is
sir, it's your wife's stands that are coming out saying hashtag stand with Lauren. I stand with Lauren. I stand with. It's all of her buddies that are doing that. That's fucking weird.
Third, if you look at the criteria for stalking, how it's defined legally and academically, there's two teams.
Hey, Bob.
There's team Lauren,
I know,
who fits all the criteria of stalking and cyber stalking, every one of them.
That comparison, though, is very close.
And then there's the stalking team.
You can
who
love
doesn't
them.
fit who meets all the criteria of someone who stalks.
We don't like, again, we are equal opportunity haters, and neither one of us are fans.
Stalking.
But you can love any of them.
I don't know. I mean, have we litigated that in court yet? Nope. But I feel very confident that if and when we do, if we re-up this case and litigate it.
You guys want to see something that's a trip? So I was going back. Hold on, we'll segue really quick. I was going back to see the earliest videos that I could find on them publicly available, and listen to this one. This is, I think, the furthest back live stream I could find on them.
Really big day.
It's from June 9th, 2021.
Today. A lot happened, not to mention mostly that it has been a year anniversary of the day JJ and Tylee's bodies were found on in Chad Daybell's property. And that was a day that both John and I remember well. It was very heartbreaking. I think we both suspected then that it wasn't going to end well, but it was shocking, and still it was shocking. And it was this week. Was it this week?
Jay corrected that and said her mistake. So don't anybody run with that in the comments. She said her mistake.
Honey, that we started our podcast a year ago, I think.
It was the first week of July, actually. It was like July 4th week, I think. So we're not quite there yet on our podcast anniversary, but we're getting there.
We're getting there. By the way, we are in the same house, everyone. We just thought that 2 Zooms might be better. Plus, he doesn't have to deal with my garlic breath from dinner. So we are in the same place right now. We're just in different rooms. So anyway.
Why is that always a thing? We're in the same house, but we're just in different rooms. Like, has that always been a weird thing that they've done?
There have been, so John.
I mean, I understand filming purposes, but she says this a lot. Well, I'm not home, but I will be soon. Or she tried to push it off the other day that she was home, and she wasn't.
Did a Patreon episode.
And I frankly don't give a shit where she's at.
Discussing what happens in a psych evaluation in behind bars. And we also did a YouTube.
I saw it in the comment section. That makes sense about the price increase. It totally makes sense. You're totally fine. No big deal. I just thought it was really weird because I was like, oh, it just increased over the last few hours. Different currency. I get it. It happens. No big deal.
A live, it was 3 hours long with Lori Hellis, the good Lori, where John made his YouTube.
Yeah, somebody else I was showing this to pointed it out, the different door frames. Like, so they're in the same house and one has brown door frames and the other one has white. I mean, could be remodeled, but
debut sharing, but there continue to be so many questions online that I convinced John to come here to answer a few questions. And, you know, and yes, let's also say yes. And let me go back to Chad.
I think she's beautiful. I think she's a beautiful woman.
Plead not guilty.
But I, again, recognize that the pursuit of perfectionism has definitely done its job on her. And she is still seeking that pursuit of perfectionism with body modification and enhancement and stuff. And I am all for whatever makes you feel better. But if there's an issue underlying, no matter how much filler, implants, anything you do, it's never going to solve that issue that's within. But if you really want to modify, enhance, do you. I got no shade.
It was an emotional day all around.
But just please don't fuck your eyebrows up to that extent. Please make them not have the peaks like the McDonald's arches.
It's just been a hard day. But a lot of news came out about Lori too. Not being unfit for the proceedings. So I thought that we would do a quick live. I'm going to turn off my phone and John could say a few things about, and let me know if do you want me to, do you have something to say or do you want me to ask you specific questions?
Let's start with Chad because I just watched the arraignment and I thought it was fascinating because he literally didn't move for 20 minutes or 15 minutes or 12 minutes, whatever it was. He was emotionless. He was like a mannequin.
Do you see what you're sitting next to?
You know, not as slender as a mannequin, but without emotion.
This is why I say, I know they're talking about Chad Daybell, but I don't give a shit. Like, they aren't kind about other people's looks, so why do we have to be kind about theirs?
It was just fascinating to watch his nonverbals because no emotional connection to the proceedings, distant, removed. I mean, in contrast to Kay Woodcock, who was
We won't watch a whole lot of this. I just thought this was really interesting.
quite emotional and holding hands with Colby. And so it was really a stark contrast. And even Pryor looked anxious, and
hell yeah,
Pryor was he had the furrowed brow and the whole thing, but Chad was just incredibly emotionally removed, which I thought was interesting. Either I would assume he's in deep denial still, which is possible. Some of the initial reports we received about Chad, people said that he doesn't understand why he's in there. He can't believe that he's behind bars, and
Okay, that's something I actually pulled that up. Angel Slayer. People had been saying that she rents her clothes. There's actually a community post that she says that herself on. So there is proof of that claim out there too, because people are like, where did you guys get that? I found it on our community wall as I was scrolling yesterday. So there is proof to what you said.
He just apparently thinks they got the wrong guy. So so it was interesting to see his affect. And, I was particularly
I don't know for sure that Kay is going live, but I know that Krusha is going live tomorrow on her Difficult Research channel. I'm sure Kay might be there in the chat. I don't know if she'll be on panel or not.
interested in, when they read the charges against him for his wife, for Tammy, with his kids in the room. I was really, really watching closely to see if he would respond, and he did not. He had the same unemotional stance and approach.
My name is actually Becky. Michelle, you can call me Becky. You can call me nonsense. You can call me whatever you want. Asshole. I answer to pretty much anything. This is from 2021, June 9th, 2021. This is the oldest live stream available on their channel that I could find on their YouTube channel.
Entire time. So that was, to me, that was really fascinating. This is, consistent. This would be consistent with someone who could commit these kinds of actions and not have any remorse or concern about it, apparently.
I saw the same thing. John and I divided forces today to do life as many couples do. And so we watched it separately. And I actually sat watching Chad too, trying to see if there would be any emotion. And there was nothing. I noticed the same thing. And by the way, we haven't even discussed this arraignment with each other. We're discussing this as a couple for the first time with all of you. So welcome to our first conversation about it.
Yeah, our typical evening meal. But if our little guy's around, then, we're not going to talk about details.
I thought this to be interesting too, because so in 2021, if their little guy was around, they weren't going to talk about the details of these horrific crimes. But now somehow this 8-year-old knows so much about what's not happening, but mom's perceived concocted story in her head that he's scared and having all these issues because she put that out here.
We're not going to talk about details, but
which is why we're doing this so late tonight and thought we would do this. That is interesting. And then anything else you noticed about that?
I think that was the main thing.
Yeah, very weird situation going on here. I don't know. When I saw that, I was like, oh, that's wild. Okay, back to this one.
In another state that's not.
And again, I don't know how it's changed so significantly to the fact that at that point in time, in 2021, they kept their child away from those conversations, which understandably so. But now he is being brought into this because of what Lauren disclosed. Nobody else. I have not seen any posts, anything she showed, zero proof or any evidence to support that he was being harassed or brought into anything. Nobody was threatening, nothing. Nobody driving by their house. Just didn't happen.
Not Provo, Utah.
Yeah, she rents her clothes.
That we're going to show quite clearly that
It's It's probably the way of, so here's, Kyle just caught on to the renting clothes thing. So let me explain this. I think she was likely not rich or wealthy when she started this. I think this career path has made her a lot of money over the last 6 years, but I think that first year was probably pretty tight with all of her travel and stuff. So renting clothes means that she can access brand name labels.
So she's even more fake than I thought.
Babe, she's LDS Utah.
Jesus Christ.
And again, no shade. If you're LDS Utah, you will understand what I'm saying. Like the women, the pursuit of perfectionism and what they look like and what they dress like and all of those things. Your appearance is supposed to be upkept, the name brand stuff, all of that. So it probably allows her access to name brand items on a budget.
Can we do that? Do they rent t-shirts?
Man, you have a whole closet of t-shirts. Go away.
You meet the criteria for stalking, and
That's why we call it cheapo fashion over here. Sheen. That's where I shop. You're welcome.
you need protection.
And to the media who thinks that filming civil stalking injunctions is okay. By the way, I hope that you can reconsider that position and wonder if this is maybe why people that are being abused can't escape their abusers. Or
okay, again, I have no sympathy for you here at all, because we have parents of missing children. Chris and Katie Proudfoot and Chris's mother and stepfather had to get restraining orders on a creator by the name of Bullhorn Betty, who went from Florida to Tennessee to keep them under surveillance, jumped out in traffic and verbally accosted the step grandparent of the missing child, went to their home, went to their neighborhood. The neighbors called the cops, hung missing flyers in their neighborhood where everybody already knew he was missing from. And they needed to get protection. And guess who was there? The media was there filming. Web Sleuth has tried to excuse it. Duty Ron has tried to excuse it, that somehow Lauren is more important than parents of a missing child. Get the fuck out. Granted, I'm glad it was filmed because I'm all for transparency in the court process. And Betty's a liar. By the way, did you not see my shirt today? Hold on. I forgot to show you guys this. I stole Kyle's shirt. You guys will recognize this if you've been around a while. Look at this shirt. This might remind you of Betty. You see what it says?
Hey, get down.
Taylor Swift. That's in honor of Betty. It looks like her. Okay, back to this.
Or that it might be used as an abuser's way of coercive control if they're encouraging media to cover a civil stalking injunction.
Well, and on that point, by the way, we fought
It's your shirt, dog, the Betty Hunter.
vigorously for privacy.
We did.
Vigorously.
The same county, by the way, where Charlie Kirk was assassinated, I might add, by someone who was incited by online rhetoric and violence. The same county where someone lost their lives because of online rhetoric.
You said lives. Did Charlie Kirk have multiple
Lost
lives?
their life.
Okay, there you go. Yeah.
Body, I went to check that, and so far what I saw is every one of them had cameras available, local cameras. So when she first tried to get them, but I think it was because Betty contacted the local media, Betty and Tony did. So I think that's why media was there for when it was the civil, and then they were there when the criminal charges were being pushed too.
On that note,
That's what I found. I can go look further though and pull them up if you want me to.
when you talk about privacy, let's remind everybody that you guys could have gone public 4 months ago.
Yeah.
We could have sent masses to this woman's account 4 months ago. And why didn't we?
And wasn't one of them fully live streamed? I think there was a live stream or a pool camera for one of the hearings. And the other one just got clips of it, I think. If I'm correct. God, that's been a long time. I'd have to go pull them all to look and see which one's which.
Because we said, it's okay, we'll handle it. let's just be private about it. We don't want anybody to know. Nobody knew about it for months because we continued to just try and be quiet until we felt like we had no other option.
So Grayson is over here saying, let's remind people that we could have come forward in public 4 months ago and taken this into our hands and send everybody over to her account and taken care of this 4 months ago. But we didn't because we wanted this to remain private. And we didn't want.
I believe it's because she's emotionally stunted and she's always had a problem with relationships with others, women, men, whoever it is. If you listen to her story and the way she tells her story on the Mormon podcast story, she has a lot of relationship issues. She always says everybody else is basically at fault for it, but it seems like she's had a hard time with relationships.
People going over to her account to harass her or attack her. We could have come forward 4 months ago, is what you're saying.
Yeah, and I'm also saying somebody reached out to me who knows this person, and they just wanted to let me know that they had been contacted. And I told them I find myself having a lot of empathy for her right now, regardless of what she's done, because I see the hate that she's getting.
Oh, this girl. Go home, Grayson. Go home.
And I would never want somebody to feel that way. I would never want somebody to consider maybe doing something to themselves, or maybe, like, I actually don't believe, I don't think that the way you get somebody to have remorse and to change their behavior is by screaming at them.
Yeah.
Girl, you are my daughter's age. Stay in your lane. Go out with friends. Go do dumb shit. Stop being the nanny for a full grown ass woman.
I actually feel like that incites anger and that makes him more vengeful.
And I'm not saying she's the nanny for the child. I'm saying she's Lauren's nanny is what she is. She ain't Lauren's producer. She's Lauren's nanny.
And so I find myself having a lot of
hurt people.
It can hurt people.
I'm not saying young people cannot be smart, but this girl is not. She doesn't even remotely understand healthy work relationship boundaries.
It can incite, look at the death threat we got online with somebody loading a gun and quite literally shooting it, saying, if you come to my state, guess what I'm going to do?
Oh my God, where, Grayson? Where is that?
But so I don't believe in that. And I was telling this
Where, Grayson? Where is this
person who reached out, who had a relationship with this person,
the TikToker,
and just wanted to give me some information. I said, thank you for the information. And
so you guys are still the ones that are making contact with people that they used to be friends with. Oh my God.
Literally sent back a message and said, I find myself having a lot of empathy. And although I'm really struggling right now, it's no secret I am. I've been public about it. Haven't been public about the specifics. I find myself having a lot of empathy.
No, you said you're on drugs now. Some sort of antipsychotic or whatever the fuck you're on. Again, you told all about it. You've been pretty public about a lot of stuff.
Because I wonder if...
And no shade in mental health meds in any way, shape, or form. But she's only been with Lauren for 6 months, you guys. 6 months. Lauren has a post on her page when she officially hired Grayson 6 months ago.
She's maybe in a similar boat that I've been in for the last while. And I never want somebody to feel that way. And again, I don't think that going to her account and screaming at her and telling her she's wrong, if you want someone to change, that's not the way to get them to change. That actually makes them.
And how is it, Lauren? Tell us, how do we get Lauren to recognize she's the problem, Grayson? Tell us.
Worse. The best way you can appeal to somebody's empathy and the appeal to their...
I don't give a fuck about appealing to her empathy. How do we get honesty from her?
Conscience, really, if they have one, is by having one yourself.
I need to smack a hope button really hard right now.
And trying to do it reasonably. Now, is this person reasonable?
That is not a threat, Grayson, either. Do not take it that way. There is no such thing as a smack a hoe button. And I'm not saying you're a hoe either. It's just language I use. Okay. Do not feel threatened by that and try to get a restraining order. I want nothing to do with you. I am a homebody.
I wouldn't necessarily say so, but I would say that, like, again, just going crazy on her on social media is not going to do anything.
Well, yeah. And to the people that egged her on. That's my point too. The peer pressure to every one of those commenters egging her on. And
I already told you, you were the one peer pressuring me to smoke pot last night. That's your fault. Carry on.
Continuing to tell her to do this. You also.
Nobody's been telling anybody to do anything.
Hold some responsibility.
Oh God. Can you please just go full Betty on us? Please, please just do it. Just talk about the criminal enterprises. Please. You're right there. Next one. We got hope.
That's mobbing. Group bullying.
Fuck, we've been called a mob before. Jay, we've been down this road. Granny is the head of the mob. That's why she got blamed for Rico.
And you didn't help her either.
So I've gone through the criteria for stock.
I mean, I could have just made the arrangements for her. She would have been much better suited with Nick the Hat.
Both legal and academic definitions.
Oh,
to me, it seems pretty clear cut that you meet those criteria. Let's move on to different types of stalkers. So I'm going to refer to the same textbook, Stalkers and Their Victims, second edition, published in 2009.
So off.
There are two different typologies.
They're very egotistical, and they have it in their minds, Jim, that she's like a semi-celeb. She really thinks she is that important. And I think this is a deeper issue, and I'm not trying to diagnose anybody here, but we have heard from these same similar people, BJ, BHB, Lauren, all had lack of self-esteem and issues in their upbringing too that kind of seem a little bit unchecked.
There's actually multiple typologies. There's like 4 typologies of stalkers that they identify, 4 or 5. But I only want to focus on the ones that apply here.
I believe so.
They actually lump them together because there's a lot of overlap, but they refer to this type of stalking.
Kat, that is something that I wish her dentist, well, I hope they removed her as a patient. That is absolutely unbelievable. So Grayson, the 24, I think she's 24-year-old, claims that because the dentist sent her a reminder for a checkup that they're basically stalking because somebody that doesn't like Lauren is the wife of her dentist or some bullshit like that. That's completely, it's another mind-blowing situation.
As the rejected stalker and the resentful stalker. So what is the rejected stalker? The rejected stalker is...
And I forgot.
Rejected stalker occurs as a consequence of the breakdown of a close relationship. So in other words, with you had a friendship with the person or a perceived friendship. For you, it was much of more of a parasocial relationship rather than a close relationship, but that's not how she perceived it. You have the breakdown of a relationship. You have the desire to exact revenge for the rejection. And then, you ready for this? The stalking substitutes for the lost intimacy of the friendship by creating the semblance of closeness that's now gone. I'm just going to read a little bit from the text about rejected stalkers because they're going to explain it better than me. Mm-hmm. Page 69 in the rejected stalker in the Mullen textbook. Quote, the rejected can be among the most persistent and intrusive of stalkers. Once established, their pattern of harassment is very difficult to alter. It's not always immediately obvious why these men and women continue so tenaciously to pursue their erstwhile victim. Further down the page, quote, for those stalkers who cannot abandon the hope of restoring the relationship, the harassment at least provides some semblance of connectedness to the lost friend. For the rejected stalker who is predominantly angry and vengeful, the stalking seems aimed, in part, at continuing a relationship in which, for all their raging, they remain enmeshed. The stalking, in a sense, is a continuation of a relationship, the loss of which is too threatening.
Again, Dr. Babe, she said nobody was reaching out to her or talking to her. Get over it. Nobody wanted to be her friend anymore. They got rid of her, moved on.
Which they remain bound by unresolved emotions and desires, made all the more compelling by their ambivalent nature. So in other words, for the rejected stalker, a part of the stalking is to maintain the sense of connection and closeness with the victim, you.
Do you think, young Black economist, do you think that as she was listening to Dr. John, she was like, why are you calling me out? Do you think that any of it connected with her, that he was talking directly about her? Because most of this little speech identifies Lauren's behavior.
You can't convince me they're a couple at all. Like they're
Kyle's still over here denying that they're married.
Convince me they're a couple.
We're getting sued for you saying they're not a married couple.
Look at them.
They can't stand each other.
Yeah,
I know.
No shit, they're worse than porn watching hillbillies in the fucking wherever they live.
Oh God.
Let's talk about some of the
You're so bad.
psychopathology behind rejected stalkers.
Psychopathology.
According to the research, quote, this type of stalker had high rates of personality problems with antisocial and narcissistic traits being particularly prominent.
He was definitely.
There was also a small but significant cluster with marked dependency traits.
You guys are bad.
So those are rejected stalkers. Let's move on to what they call the resentful stalker. So the rejected stalker part of this is the rejection of your friendship.
Okay.
Let's talk about the resentful stalker.
Okay.
The resentful stalker.
Again, how is... stop this shit. Stop. You don't think this looks like a... Sorry, I got to show Kyle this really quick. I'll quit bumping you around. Look at your screen, babe.
Okay, look at.
Okay, ready?
Could be fucking big.
Look at that.
Girl, that's a daggone piece of chocolate. Still.
little.
Lord have mercy. Hi, Craig. How you doing, buddy?
Y'all like my nerd glasses?
Look how little that chocolate is.
They ain't never seen my nerd glasses.
That's a mini candy bar.
Y'all like my nerd
Yes.
glasses?
Hello,
Craiger.
Craiger.
Craig.
I'm close as you are.
How you doing, Craigery?
He's got the filters on too much for him to see himself. Which couple is better?
Greg, what's going on, dude?
Look.
What's up, Craig?
Yeah.
Top five spirit of the world, Craig. The world.
Candy.
All the chocolate.
Dad, go.
Would you take Dr. John over Larry? Larry thinks he's a snake with his tongue hanging.
Woo,
Eat it
Lord.
fast. Eat it fast.
Oh, put it down, BJ.
You
Dad,
know,
go, boy.
York patty. Yes, I like peppermint York patty.
you look pale as fuck.
Ooh.
Your color is bad.
Who, mine?
But yeah, on your camera.
Okay, which one would you take if you had to choose one? John or Larry? God, I can't. I'm celibate the rest of my life.
Stalker emerges where the stalker feels that they have been exposed to an injustice or humiliation. That was you calling her annoying in a private text.
Yeah.
So she is
Law nerd Amber, you are allowed to get a cease and desist sent to me for violating your eardrums and your eyeballs. I'm sorry. I do not advise bleach for the eyeballs. It only gets worse.
both a rejected and a resentful stalker. The victim of the resentful stalker is someone who is attracted.
Okay, who's the chat taking? Are you taking John or are you taking Larry? I'm taking neither. I'm taking run me over with the bus.
The stalker's enmity by their own actions or by seen as representative of an oppressing group. The desire is for revenge,
And buying
sometimes of a surreptitious nature. The sustaining motivation of the resentful stalker is satisfying the sense of power and control that comes from harassing the victim.
Well, that's feed 'em beans. In this one, that little, a couple seconds, their energy was over a candy dish and him looking good in the camera. So, okay, I can give you that. Usually their energy is he's clapping to wake her up and or on TikTok when she doesn't know or preaching about he's the chosen one or things of that nature. So that was a rare moment in time that they looked like they were in sync. They were usually, he said the other day, we don't even talk anymore.
The resentful stalker almost invariably feels justified in their actions. That's the moral part, and presents themselves as a victim, fighting back against a more powerful oppressor.
I think he's just got really thick hair. I don't think he's wearing a toupee. But the only like toupee reference I really have, Hartley, is Lesniak. So, I mean, could he be wearing a toupee that just fits better? Yeah. Yeah.
That, by the way, is a narrative that many people have picked up on because you're the big creator.
Yeah.
She must be the victim,
What, Duchess? What did
right?
I do?
That's a common theme that seems to be out there, that somehow you're harassing her because by doing this, because she's the poor victim, right? That's what's resentful.
She's not a creator. She's just a person.
I mean, if we're honest, neither one of these guys have jobs. He's got credentials and education, so I'll give him that. And he's volunteers. I guess this is his job. So they're both co-hosts on their wives' true crime channels. I mean, hey. But I don't think either one of them are getting a lazy Susan through the door, so they're of no use for me.
But Craig just you could just tell he's an idiot and a juvenile, like when he opens his mouth. This guy actually sounds intelligent, even though he's probably pretty sinister.
He's very intelligent. He's very educated, but it doesn't mean he's intelligent as far
A
as
lot of people fall for that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That is a tourist at trials, and
Oh hell yeah, they do.
I'm the big podcaster.
I would say Dr. John is self-employed. Craig is unemployed. Tebow. I would go with Dr. John is self-employed in their family business. Like they have an actual business here that he partakes in. Craig is unemployed.
Let's dig a little bit deeper into the resentful stalker. Here are some clinical features of the resentful stalker. Again, I'm reading from the textbook Stalkers and Their Victims, 2nd edition. This is page 76. Quote,
Hartley, you're right in mind with Kyle.
a context of conflict in which one party experiences themselves as a victim of injustice can give rise to stalking. This type of stalking is initially motivated by the desire for retribution. The stalking is designed to frighten and distress the victim.
Jay, I would love to see you go back and look at some of their coverage of these true crime cases, because you know those cases and you followed them from a true crime perspective, and hear how much misinformation was actually pushed that is not factual, or things that they did. I would love to hear somebody that knows these cases break it down and see if there is a lot of misinformation and fluff and filler in their coverage.
The stalking becomes persistent because of the satisfactions the stalker obtains from the sense of power and control over someone who is in most cases has been previously regarded as being in a stronger and more privileged position.
Oh.
In keeping with the stalker's perception of their victim as being more powerful.
Oh, what was that? Hold up. We just missed something right here. What is this?
Motivated by desire for retribution. The stalking is designed to frighten and distress the victim. The stalking becomes persistent because of the satisfactions the stalker obtains from the sense of power and control over someone who is in most cases has been previously regarded as being in a stronger and more privileged position. In keeping with the stalker.
She liked that. Look at, whoa, look at that pause. I'm waiting until it gets to your screen until you see this look on her face. Holy shit. Did you see it yet? Yeah, look at that. Look at that pause.
Oh.
That was all about, oof. Wow.
Oh, Michelle doesn't know who Craig is. Oh, no.
Oh.
Michelle said she's new here.
Michelle, give me a minute and I'll play a Craig video for you.
Perception of their victim as being more powerful, the more extended episodes of resentful stalking will often be pursued anonymously, at least initially. When this type of stalker is
I don't know what you guys think about the notes, but I feel that she's taking notes on things that she does not like that he is saying, things that she wishes he would push harder on, or things that she will eventually use in a future episode. And I think a few times it's because she's writing notes to him that he fucked up something. That's my opinion on that, but I think that that is likely.
K-dubs for the win.
What did
Dr. John seems like the type to knock on the bathroom door and ask what I'm doing.
yeah, what are you doing in there?
They almost invariably present themselves not as an avenger, but as a victim who in the process of defending themselves is striking back at the oppressor. So in other words, it's a moral crusade.
And she does this. She'll say, I'm just here. This isn't gossip. I'm just
trying to deal with the big bad wolf that's lying.
I'm just trying to present patterns she's had for so long.
Let's talk about psychopathology of the resentful stalker.
If you're new here, welcome in, and thank you for hanging out with the shit show. Again, I cuss a lot. I'm just an asshole with the YouTube channel. There's nothing special about what I do. I just use their own words to let them expose themselves. That's it. That's all. I keep all my shit right here to YouTube. We have a zoo of animals. My daughter collects cats, adult daughter. She's not supposed to get out of the stairs, but she does. And Kyle and I just like to talk shit. We talk a lot about cults, religion. We do talk about politics over here sometimes, but I warn you guys beforehand. But we just talk a lot of shit. That's it. And I don't like true crime creators who exploit families, call it a career, and then cry victim when anybody pushes back on their shit.
Page 77, quote, The pattern which emerged from personality testing suggested self-centered, immature individuals who are hostile, demanding, and argumentative. They overestimate themselves.
And I will always warn you when I am going into politics, so none of you clutch your pearls. Everybody will be okay. But I do love it.
And they derogate others. That means they put others down. Defensiveness and denial is rampant in this group. They tend to have poor frustration tolerance with high suppressed anger. Check, 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 check.
Yeah.
Miss Leah. Well, we were talking all night, so I already know how you feel. But was there anything that stood out to you that was of any value? Anything? I didn't find anything.
Well, let me say on that issue, like, I don't know, do I know for sure that she fits this category? No, I don't. Like, just looking at her behaviors, it seems like she fits some of this, but I'm not diagnosing here.
Oh, I do cook too.
Right? I'm just reading from a textbook.
William, I can cook up a storm.
Research.
I'm citing the research, right? I'm not saying necessarily that she fits this. I think people can make that decision on their own. Let's go on. Page 77, next paragraph, quote, resentful stalkers as a group showed a marked tendency to consciously attempt to present themselves in a socially desirable light, perhaps fitting with our view that these people attempt to project themselves as good victims battling the forces of evil.
Oh, it kind of seems like exactly what you're trying to do right here, Dr. John. Okay, this is for Michelle. I will, again, not torture you, but I think it's only fair because I will reference these people a lot because, again, they're just polished versions of BJ and Craig. So this is Loose Lips Larry, a.k.a. Craig, BJ's other half. And it's relevant because, again, they have used the courthouse. He threatens to sue people all the time, to have their channels taken. And she has used our court systems so many times for harm. Granny, repeatedly, Clue and Cletus. I mean, this girl does not stop.
Oh,
I know.
So here is a little backstory of Loose Lips Larry. This is just a few of his finer moments. There are so many more.
People are fucking stupid. It's Brenda's birthday, though, y'all.
You're cutting into my humor.
I'm not. They are.
My own kind of little brand of humor.
I know.
He's got his own little brand of humor. All of these videos can be found in the video section or in my shorts.
You do. Yeah.
I think Gail left us.
Disasters and happening everywhere, man. I'm amazed by the volcanoes that are waking up.
I agree with you guys. Hey, Chaos.
Okay. Did you mean to say singer?
He likes to talk a lot about his giant cock-a-doodle-doo, but he gets inches mixed up with millimeters quite often.
Do this ain't a shtick. Do this ain't a shtick.
Oh, do me a favor, though, and throw some balloons in chat. Throw some hearts in chat. It's Brenda's birthday. She's having a bad day as it is. Yeah. What's wrong with it?
You like that slapstick comedy.
No, I like your kind of humor too. Oh, look, there's nothing that you can say that's going to break me or make me worried in any sense of the word. You mugged. I'm not gonna get mad. I'm not gonna get mad. You support a devout racist. And here you are coming into my channel talking about, Craig didn't say professional white people. You dumb bitch. That's not what he said. He said they don't act like decent white people. They don't.
Holy fuck, I think I figured out what professional white people are. Lauren and Dr. John. Craig, that's why you support them. They're professional white people. Nailed it.
They act like white trash. That's not racist.
Yeah. Stop being Jerry Springer and be a professional fucking white person, okay?
My humor is like, if you got to listen and think about what I'm saying, and if you're smart enough, you'll see that it's funny.
Craig doesn't hate Muslims.
I disagree. I kind of am anti-Islam. Because,
Craig, no, you're not.
Yes, I am. You'll see the sarcasm in it, what have you. So it's not for everybody, because most people are dumbasses, in my opinion. I was trying to think of this joke. He said, what has 28 teeth and holds back the Hulk?
My zipper.
I did not expect that one.
It was funny because I seen this Kermit the Frog,
Mhm.
and he goes on Omegle. You know what Omegle is?
Yeah.
And he has like a cucumber, and every once in a while, like Kermit will pull his cucumber up and whip it around, and he'll say, "Helicopter, helicopter." Is that narcissistic?
No.
Is that arrogant?
All right, I'm gonna try to do this. I'm gonna try to open up because I hate that I'm gonna hold
Me and my
on.
cousin want to take you on with that.
Oh my god!
That's a little history lesson in who Larry is, aka Craig. But I think we found what professional white people would be right here. And they're not really, they are taking up for Lauren and John because BJ has lost so many subs recently because of all of her lying and bullshit that she's gotten caught in. So she is trying to position herself in any way, shape, or form to benefit from what's going on with Lauren. She's only really covering this because she wants to make people think she is a worse victim than what even Lauren has, or Lauren is in her story. BJ's had it worse than everybody on the internet. BJ has, she's posturing herself for the benefit of her channel, or trying to. So she goes back and forth. She will support her, and then she's like, what? The court docs came out and they say this, but then she goes back and forth. It's just to benefit. She tries to pander to the audience. And if she thinks she can get some of Lauren's subs over there by saying she stands with Lauren or defends Lauren, she'll do that.
Let me repeat that.
Everything with BJ is self-serving. And whoever mentioned, I pinned somebody's comment. Now I can't remember who it is. Somebody said that she reminds you of Natasha, the recliner lady. That's where she started. BJ started with the recliner survivors, from my understanding. Like, she was a part of that.
Because it fits everything we talked about earlier.
And unfortunately, there is a lot of creators like this in true crime.
Resentful stalkers.
Well, not just in true crime, but that genre seems to collect quite a few wild ones.
They fit with the view that they attempt to project themselves as good victims battling the forces of evil. That's exactly how this is framed.
Yes.
That's exactly how most smear campaigns are framed. The results of MMPI studies in 24 resentful stalkers supported the notion that these people regard themselves as misunderstood, mistreated, with low frustration tolerance, and difficulty with authority figures. Difficulty with authority figures.
Why did they get a grin there? Again, just because she recorded the police officer doesn't mean she has difficulty with authorities. Those authorities told her that she could be in the bar where Lauren followed her to.
So taunting police, doing mic drops outside of courthouse.
Haunting police. Are we kidding? Oh my God, the exaggeration.
Houses.
I'm so embarrassed for you.
Violating stalking injunctions within hours after they're served by police, telling the stalker, you cannot go within 500 feet of your victim. No.
Wait a second. Where is my mod? I have a mod that has a degree in similar things to this.
No matter what.
Actually, I have a couple of them. I'm going to text you.
Those are some of the definitions. So I've talked about the definitions of stalking. I've talked about the types of stalking.
I do. I cover random things at all times. You never know what to expect. We also fly to Washington quite often to the mini cow farm. So you guys get some of that. I talk a lot of shit.
Now let's talk about victim impact. Actually, before I get to victim impact, let me talk a little bit about, let's talk more about actually qualities of cyberbullies. So specifically about cyberbullies, there isn't a lot.
Jay, somebody asked in your chat, what kind of channel or community is nonsense from? And I was like, I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole with you. I don't even know. Like, I don't cover true crime. I don't really have, this is why we have an island, because I don't really fit in. I just kind of on the fringe. I'm a commentary channel, I guess. I don't know.
A lot of research on adult cyberbullies, by the way, but there's some interesting research. This is from
Miss Leah.
A research article entitled Systematic Review of Empirical Studies on Cyberbullying in Adults.
Yeah.
What we know and what we should investigate.
I think we all get what he's attempting to make land here. It's just, it's reverse. Like, everything he's saying fits his wife, and he's trying to deflect that or project that onto others.
This is by Gennaro et al. In the journal Aggression and Violent Behavior. This is 2018, so reasonably recent, volume 28.
That is exactly why the channel is named Nonsense on the Web. I cover nonsense on the web, and it pisses people off that I used a DA instead of THE. That's the basic gist of my channel, is I cover nonsense, whatever that looks like. I mean, shit, give me a good swinger scandal. We'll talk about that shit too. I ain't got no shade. Do you? But if it's dramatic and funny, I want to know.
This is on page 118. Here are some of the qualities.
That also explains a lot of the names, like row. It's because people have absolutely lost their minds over DA. So you'll see a lot of name changes or people with DA. That's why.
Of cyberbullies. Quote, in a cyberbullying situation, not only the victims are affected. Several studies found that cyberbullies exhibit more
Oh, I have hope. I really do. I really hope we get some upside down pineapples in this saga. I'm waiting. I'm here for it. I'm invested.
psychological symptoms, including depression. So that's interesting, right?
Yeah.
They could be more depressed than.
Yeah.
So they experience depression. They have more unemotional, impulsive, and psychopathic traits. They're high sensation seekers, and they sometimes engage in violent and drug crimes. The most interesting part of this to me is the depression, that they're unemotional, they're impulsive, and lo and behold, cyberbullies tend to have psychopathic traits, which means that they defy.
Scorpion, just so you know, she did a live stream the other day, Danny. She is an attorney in Utah, but she was all pro I stand with Lauren. I watched it. I was like, ugh.
Or oppose authority figures. Quote, they also scored high on internet use, showed a lack of social skills, problematic alcohol use, and, not surprisingly, low empathy towards their cyberbullying victims. So cyberbullies are unemotional, they lack empathy, they're impulsive, they have psychopathic traits, they may have some depression.
Oh, no. Check. I think Lauren feels attacked right now, Dr. John. You might want to stop. She's not very interested. She just sat back, arms crossed again. She's tuning you out because you keep calling her to the carpet. She's really tried hard crying the other night for 9 hours and really had a hard time getting those tears out.
Let's talk about impact. How does cyberbullying impact its victims? This is an extraordinary.
Oh, Pika, now here I go again. I'm going to look like an idiot. What is Gigi's channel name? Pika, are you talking about the one Jay did the video of? I think that's Gigi. Yeah, Danny is in Utah. She's a Utah attorney. What's Gigi's channel? Pretty Lies and Alibis. Thank you. See, we're all like, I don't know who these true crime people are. Body, are you building a timeline?
This is an extraordinary study.
Just have to say, for all those people saying bring the receipts.
Oh, has
Dr. John's bringing the research receipts.
I'm bringing the research receipts, right? You brought the actual receipts.
That's good to know. That's good to know that she changed her stance, because the first one I was like, ugh.
I'm bringing the research receipts. This is from a well-known article in the American Psychologist. The American Psychologist, by the way, is one of the premier journals for psychologists. It's from 2017, volume 72. It's Underwood and Ehrenreich. It's called The Power and Pain of Adolescence's Digital Communication, Cyber Victimizations, and the Pearls of Lurking. Okay.
The attorney, Duchess? Yeah, you can drop. Anybody that they're talking about, you guys can drop. Yeah, I don't care if you guys want to drop. Feel free. I don't know who a lot of these true crime channels are. The attorney one popped up the other day, and I saw it because she was very much like trying to support Lauren, but I'm sure as things came out, people have changed their tunes, and it's good to hear that.
Admittedly, I'm going to frame this by saying, admittedly, this is pertaining to adolescents, okay? But
oh, GG's, yeah.
I'm sure this has application to adults.
Sure it does.
Relying on surveys about the frequency of cyber stalking may keep us from understanding that although cyber aggression may be an extremely low base rate event, so even among adolescents, cyber stalking and cyber aggression is fairly low. That's good news, right?
Okay.
That's good news. That's fairly good news, right? Daddy's got this. Daddy's got you.
Let me, since I stopped in the middle of that, I'll go.
Sir, she withdrew her complaint. She withdrew her complaint. So your little, ugh.
Again, although cyber aggression may be an extremely low base event, it hurts terribly, even if it only happens once.
I know, Jay, it's awesome. There's a lot of new people, but it's hard because I forget there's certain like jokes that a lot of us know. And so I say things and then I don't even think about like the rest of what I'm saying or trying to explain. So they're probably like, whoa, what is going on here? And I'm like, oh shit, let me explain some of this.
This is according to their survey.
Better at it.
The impact of even a single episode.
I don't necessarily think what are they hiding. I think it's more likely what is, but there could be. I think Lauren's been dishonest with Dr. John a lot too. I mean, I don't care for this guy and what we are seeing here, but I think he is in the dark about a lot.
Is potentially extremely serious because the behavior is immediately viewed by hundreds of friends and followers and is preserved forever in digital form. I can't tell you how much that impacted you, and they're proving it.
One reason we chose to not say this person
this rant about Lori Hellis is concerning.
His name and to blur her and the TikToks, which we didn't need to do. We didn't. Was because of that understanding. We're not going to do that.
Correct. But this research,
she appeared publicly.
Shannon, that's one thing. Anybody that's new here, if I say anything, I can't speak for Jay, but I'm sure she would feel the same. If we are talking about something that like we are drawing on similarities or giving backstory and we confuse you, just tell us. And if I know the details, I will tell you, but there's a lot like in the true crime. That's why it's so nice for me to have Jay covering it, because Jay has been around this industry and in the true crime genre for a long time. So she knows the characters, the creators, the podcasts, how the industry works. Like she knows those cases that they were involved in. I don't know anything in that world. So hearing her, I get a lot of the information or the backstories, and I can send people, go watch Jay. She just covered this. She explained this. Like I can send people to her and then I cover a whole other side of it. It's been really beneficial to have somebody to bounce ideas off of too. It's been really nice. But if we ever confuse you, I'm sure Jay would say the same thing. Just ask and we will explain if we can, if we know.
She wanted everyone to find her. She was working on algorithms. She admits that on the TikTok. Come join me, send the word, spread the word. Here we are. And we still didn't do that because we understand what that means. We didn't want to do that.
We went through it. But I mean, like, this is extraordinary because when people mock you,
agreed,
about whether this is cyberbullying, when people say Team Lauren's a joke, I don't know what they're saying. I don't care. But the point, like, this data, this research that shows, I'm going to read it again because it's so, the impact of even a single episode.
Patty, that's something we see quite often in this overlap, whatever I do with creators. Oftentimes their subs become vicious. They will come over into our chats. I think a lot of us that are covering this are seeing this. We are assumed to be friends with or defending Christina, or we are against Lauren because of XYZ. That's not the case at all. But they are so blinded because a lot of them lift creators and put them on these pedestals. They think that these people are incredible. I mean, she's even made statements like she has helped bring justice to some of these. No, I'm sorry. You have not. By getting their stories out, yes, that's an important piece for the victims, but you are not helping in the justice whatsoever. That's the investigators, all of, that's nothing to do with Lauren. But she has people in this parasocial relationship with her that believe she could do no wrong. And it happens, unfortunately, with a lot of us. People think we are characters almost, and they believe that Lauren is this amazing person, and they'd have never met her. Some of them have met her, but they are willing to go to bat. They are 10 toes down on their support of her. And then slowly but surely, as time goes on and more comes out, people will trickle away. And then a lot of them get embarrassed because they have attacked somebody on behalf of thinking this one was honest. It's a lot. There's a whole deconditioning process that goes with this.
So is potentially extremely serious because the behavior is immediately viewed by hundreds of friends and followers and is preserved forever in digital form. Exactly. Not to mention which the internet is open 24/7.
Yeah.
So any threats or any posts on social media can happen at any time of the day or night. There were times when you would wake up at 3 a.m. and go, is there a post?
Okay, this right here. First of all, how did you know that she was doing this if you're not even in the same house with her, the same bed?
Single episode is potentially extremely serious because the behavior is immediately viewed by hundreds of friends and followers and is preserved forever in digital form. Not to mention which the internet is open 24/7.
Yeah. The internet is forever.
So any threats or any posts on social media can happen at any time of the day or night. There were times when you would wake up at 3 a.m. and go, is there a post?
How fucking delusional. How delusional is this? Can you imagine if I was waking up at 3 o'clock looking for a post about myself? 3 o'clock in the morning. Did somebody post about me? Can you imagine if I did that and woke you up?
No.
You would go back to bed.
Is there a post? What does she say now? Is she threatening me now? But this explains why even a single episode of cyberbullying can be traumatic. Because the fear is that it's going to be viewed by thousands, hundreds or thousands of people, and it's never going to be erased. True. It's going to exist forever. This is exceptionally important.
What's exceptionally important is her 9-hour video gaslighting the entire internet is going to live forever. She ruined her own credibility by doing this.
Let's talk about more victim impact. I'm going to read from an article called A Developmental Approach to Cyberbullying, Prevalence and Protective Factors. It's by Kowalski et al. It's in Aggression and Violent Behavior, 2019, volume 45. This is on page 22. Outcomes of cyberbullying.
Could be.
Quote, researchers have consistently found that cyberbullying is associated with a variety of negative consequences for both victims and perpetrators. Among the negative consequences experienced by victims are higher levels of anxiety, depression, loneliness, greater suicidal ideation, lower levels of self-esteem, and poor academic performance.
Oh, this pisses me off right here. I'm sorry, but this is, you're going to get a really heated reaction from me in a minute. And I say that because I apologize if it offends anybody.
Have you noticed that?
Yeah. Yep, I've noticed all of that. Every one of those applies to you.
Fuck off. Fuck off. From the mother of an adult child who has suffered with suicidal ideation that she could not control, that she has been open with and talked about because of her medical conditions. Fuck you. You don't get to weaponize these things that people suffer with. Granted, you could have mental health issues. You might have suffered from something like that in the past, but it is not because of this couple months situation that you have escalated. Sincerely, fuck off. And what you're about to do, Dr. John, coming up, is even more disgusting.
I'm going to go back to here. I'm going to return to the textbook, Criminal Behavior. I'm going to give their summary of psychological effects of stalking, specifically cyber stalking. Page 523 of Criminal Behavior by Bardo and Bardo. Quote, not only does the cyber attack cause psychological damage to the self-esteem and self-image.
What he did was he went and found, he knew what points he wanted to make. So he went and found books and passages that would support his bias and trying to lead his story. That's what he did. That's why he's got all the books out.
To the victim, but the message may be immediately viewed and forwarded by friends and other peers repeatedly over time. That's the point about how one incident can be so damaging. I think it's important to understand that if you bully someone at school, if you taunt them at school, it may be captured by other people on cell phones, but for the most part, it's a one-time thing and it goes away. And I'm not minimizing that.
No, you are. And that's bullshit. That's not only or the only thing that happens in school either.
Horrible. But cyber stalking goes on over and over and over again.
You can't escape it.
Can't escape it. Research studies often report that the overall effects of cyberbullying on the victim include anxiety disorders, sleep problems, loneliness, depression, substance abuse, poor academic achievement.
He has mentioned substance abuse numerous times. Is he alleging or alluding to something with Lauren?
Low life satisfaction, and extreme cases, suicide attempts. Check, 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 and check.
Suicide attempts. I don't take kindly to anybody weaponizing mental health issues or suicide in general.
Life satisfaction, and extreme cases, suicide attempts. Check, 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 and check.
These fuckers.
So I've covered the definitions and criteria of stalking. I've covered the types of stalking. I've covered victim impact. I've covered.
That's what he's alleging. Yep, that's what he's alleging. And to anybody that struggles with suicide ideation, has lost a loved one to suicide, I'm sorry. This is a slap in the face to many people, and I apologize. But from me to both of you, fuck directly off.
Some of the psychological characteristics of the stalker, especially resentful and rejected stalkers. Let's move on to what I think is really critically important in understanding stalking, and that's the psychology of stalking.
We're just getting started, guys. I'm looking at this, and you told me about this part, and this is important.
I told you this is going to take a long time.
Yeah, and you guys are making fun of my 9-hour live. Dr. John is ready. He's like, hold my Coca-Cola. Here we go.
I don't drink Coke. Hold my iced tea.
We'll get to the point of him being a mandated reporter in a minute.
So I put up a diagram from a book called The Psychology of Stalking, Clinical and Forensic.
They even created slides.
The perspectives. It's edited by J. Reed Malloy. This happens to be from his chapter in the book, from the chapter by J. Reed Malloy. J. Reed Malloy is one of my psychologist heroes. He's brilliant. He's done a tremendous amount of research on psychopaths.
I want to flip this for a minute. What if the people that she has targeted with the word stalker, bullies, the people that she is going after, what if they suffer with any of these depression, anxiety, suicidal ideation? What if they had suffered? And then she takes to a channel with 320,000 subs and repeats the word stalk 440 times, making the internet believe that this woman has done something horrific to her and her family. Half of them still believe it's true. Half of them still believe and have continued to go over and demean, comment, engage, say horrific things What if they suffer? Oh, right. Lauren's the only victim here, right?
Early research on psychopaths. He's done a lot of research on the psychology of stalking. He's a brilliant guy. If you look at the schematic I put up, I'm going to talk about.
She says she's a Jack Mormon, which usually means that they drink or don't follow the covenants and the doctrine exactly.
About his theory, borne out by research and evidence of stalking. So for Malloy, stalking begins with what he calls a narcissistic linking fantasy.
This is so interesting to me. Okay. Guys, she was explaining this to me and I was like, oh.
BJ uses that same thing allegedly with Brittany J, just so you guys are aware. She uses that there are suicide trolls that are trying to get her to harm herself. She does the same exact game. She will say, you know, she'll never harm herself. She would never do that. That's not something she would do. But people are suicide trolling her and they won't be happy until something horrific happens to her. Well, she makes blatant allegations and lies, such as I have been deemed a child predator because of her.
Oh, okay.
You're like, oh, crap.
By her following. Everybody knows that's not true. I don't take those allegations very lightly either.
Okay, here we go. A narcissistic linking fantasy.
You'll see on the schematic that under the it says narcissistic linking fantasy, and some of the typical
That's not true, Kim. Some people will talk about it publicly because they want others to understand, and they are open about it because they need support or for varying reasons. So people, some do. Again, we've got to break the stigma with mental health because so many people do suffer and the availability of resources is dwindling.
Narcissistic linking fantasies they're listed by Malloy: special, loved, idealized, admired by, superior to, destined to be with the object. So what does he mean by
right? Actively. I get what you mean, Kim.
A narcissistic linking fantasy? What he means essentially is that someone with narcissistic features that's very self-absorbed creates a fantasy that links them to the stalked object. The stalked object in most cases.
They already are, and they already have been. I can give you examples. Well, I've given you one with BJ. I'll give you another example of people using this situation to bolster their own bullshit. I'll pull up another example here.
As a person, the narcissistic linking fantasy. So there's a link between the personality, often with narcissistic features. That's how people become so obsessed, because they're narcissistic, right? They're obsessed and they're narcissistic. They create a link to this fantasy of the object. Those fantasies revolve around feelings. I'll read it.
Yeah.
Page 18 from The Psychology of Stalking by J. Reed Malloy. Quote, the general dynamic begins with the individual forming in her mind a narcissistic linking fantasy to a particular object. Such fantasies are characterized by conscious thoughts of being loved by or loving, admired by or admiring, in parentheses, idealizing, being exactly like, in parentheses, mirroring or complementing, in parentheses, twinship, or sharing a destiny with a particular object or person, in parentheses, merger. So I'm going to read this again without the parentheses. Such fantasies, narcissistic linking fantasies to a particular.
Here's another example of another creator who is using this situation for her own self-gain.
Stalker is, though. All right, let's go.
I've never been more nervous for a live in my entire life, and I've done a lot of lives or a show in my entire life. And this is not a live or a show that I ever wanted to do or ever thought I would have to do. And this has been ongoing for months, what I have been dealing with. This is not drama, hidden true crime.
Yeah, by the way, I saw some people in her chat saying, I'm unsubscribing. It's drama. This is not drama, guys. This is, in fact, real life, and real people can get really hurt. I mean, I'm welcome to, and I probably do need to have security when I go to CrimeCon, because I don't know who's going to pop up there. There's a lot of people that don't like me, and they might pop up in real life in person and try to hurt me. Now, I'm not afraid for myself, but I am for my family, and I understand what she's saying. All right, this is about stalking and harassment. All right, let's listen for a little bit. Hit the like button, guys.
She goes on and on and on about how this has all happened to her over the last year or so. And she has a really inappropriate relationship, in my opinion, with Stephen Stearns and his family. But she now has used Lauren's situation to claim that she's going to need security at CrimeCon. She doesn't even have 30,000 subs. Not at all. She don't even have. Hey, Kresha. Yeah. One after another. And they will make up all sorts of stories to go along with it. And they are. There's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of creators using this to be like, oh, just because I got pushback, I'm being stalked and harassed.
Objects, such fantasies are characterized by conscious thoughts of being loved by or loving, admired by or admiring, being exactly like or complimenting, or sharing a destiny with a particular object or person.
Fucking really weird.
So you begin with a narcissistic linking fantasy.
Did you have people develop, you don't have to answer either, Body, if you don't want to, but after the documentary release, did you have people like seeking you out or trying to become friendly with you because of your involvement with Don't Fuck with Cats?
I'm gonna start with that, okay? Because that's the basis of stalking.
Yeah.
But let's I'm gonna switch lanes a little bit here because I'm gonna come back to this, but I'm gonna switch lanes. So I'm gonna swerve a little bit here, and I'm gonna talk about an Eminem song from 2000 called "Stan." A stan is basically a combination of a fan and a stalker.
Michelle, she has been in every comment section of every video supporting Lauren and standing with Lauren and going to, like, she's even pissed at other creators who aren't standing strongly enough. That one is a liar who lies to lie. It's really sad. And they use victims and their families to, I don't even understand it. It's weird.
And the song is specifically about a fan who becomes a stalker because presumably Eminem or a celebrity won't respond to this person's emails. The reason I bring this up is because two of the detectives in Colorado that were responsible for executing the stalking order, they talked to you and Grayson afterwards, and they both referred to the TikToker as a fangirl. In fact, I wrote it down because Grayson told me what they said. One of the detectives said, I think this is a fangirl who rode yours. I think this is a fangirl who rode your coattails for a bit and then fell off, and now she's very angry about it. So this is important because although I don't really see you or us as celebrities, like
no,
in our little niche, in our little true crime niche, people know us, right? So it doesn't really matter whether we're not Brad Pitt, we're not Angelina Jolie, right? Like obviously we're not famous, but in our little niche, people know us. And that, by the way, is sufficient. That's sufficient to have someone fangirl you. Or me, I guess, to some degree. By the way, you get recognized all the time in public. Last week was the first time somebody recognized. I was at a Trader Joe's.
They were like, is your wife the one that did that?
Oh, I missed this somehow last night. So now, people, you get recognized all the time. Yeah, in her local area where she's at and grew up. Are you kidding me?
Crazy 9-hour live.
No, that was before. I was wearing a mask. I was wearing a mask in Trader Joe's because I thought nobody would recognize me, and I don't want to get sick because Trader Joe's is kind of a tight space. But somebody came up to me and they're like, "Are you Dr. John with Hidden True Crime?" And I was like, maybe.
Who's asking?
I don't know.
I'm gonna take schedule. Gotta go.
Hey, just in case.
Anyway,
you were very flattered.
I was flattered. She was very kind. I just thanked her for watching us. I told her I was very appreciative that she recognized me and watched us. But
it doesn't happen a lot.
It doesn't happen a lot. It happened once with me. My point is, though, that although you're not a celebrity at a major level, you're a celebrity enough to the TikToker that detectives are applying this label fangirl. So
Okay, question. Did anybody see where the detectives labeled her a fangirl? I scoured those documents and I never saw that the detectives labeled her a fangirl. I see that Lauren does that, but not the detectives. Did you guys find that? I might not have looked through enough or found it, but
That brings me to
it reminds me of when Brittany said that the cops labeled Dark Horse her stalker.
I talked earlier about psychological essentialism as a category, psychological essentialism. Now I'm going to talk about something called life force essentialism. Life force essentialism is different than category essentialism in the sense that
Oh, of course. I missed that, Jay. Of course. Of course, it's in body cam footage that hasn't been shown. I mean, why wouldn't it be? Right. With these non existent threats, too. Okay.
I can't find my notes.
Fuck.
Oh, there it is. Life
I
force.
got his notes down, guys. They're all spread out. I'm like, there you go. Life force essentialism. Boom.
I'm doing a good job of managing them. So
You are. You're doing great.
life force essentialism is different than category essentialism in the sense that with life force essentialism, people see.
I don't even know why there would be detectives. I mean, they're beat cops that were handling this. My God. So inflated, all of this.
Things and objects as having an underlying essence. And oftentimes that underlying essence might be seen as having special properties. So like an example of that would be, let's say that Ohtani, who plays for the Dodgers, hits the game-winning home run in the World Series that's coming up.
Mm-hmm.
The baseball that he hits, look hypothetically, right? I don't, because the World Series hasn't been played. The baseball that he hits, let's say the baseball he hits to win the World Series in 2025 is caught by a fan, right? Mm-hmm. Let's say it's caught by a kid. That baseball now has a lot of value. That's a baseball that if you just bought it off the shelf would be like $5, right? But because Ohtani hit it, it now acquires what's called life force essentialism. It requires a special property, this almost magical property of having been hit by Ohtani to win the World Series, right?
You know what this is giving me? Hold on one more second. This is giving me these vibes right here. Dr. John, you're giving me Hannibal Lecter vibes right now. Like, what do you think? They're collecting Lauren's hair? Are we going to have some like episode of The Fucking Craft now that they're, oh my, these people have lost it.
It requires this life force quality that people want and they're willing to pay for.
It's baseball. It's baseball.
It's a baseball.
It's a baseball.
It's just a baseball.
Special.
Right. But it's now worth millions of dollars because people attribute these magical properties to it or these special properties to it. Right. The same thing is true of celebrities. So
when I was a teen, I saved the pen that a singer signed with backstage.
Right, because you thought it had special qualities. And so this is one of the reasons.
Don't get it twisted. I actually think Dr. Lecter is amazing. And I'm not saying that like I think cannibals are. I just love that movie.
Reasons why people want to associate with celebrities. So, for example, I remember years ago, there was some celebrity auction where I think George Clooney was like auctioning off one of his sweaters or something. And so, and somebody paid like $250,000 for that. The sweater by itself was probably worth $100, $150. I don't know. Maybe it's George Clooney.
Yeah, but
$500, right? But because George Clooney wore it, people perceived that it had special properties, and they bought it for $250,000. And guess what? The person who bought it said, "I will never wash this sweater," because the idea somehow is that even though it's the same damn sweater,
George Clooney might have sweating it now,
right? Because
Mm-hmm.
George Clooney's DNA is on this thing, the person's never going to wash it because they feel like they have some connection to George Clooney, right? So if they wear that sweater, they're like, "Hey, I'm George Clooney," right? Or whatever. So, but that's called life force essentialism. The reason I mention that is because when we think about this idea of a narcissistic linking fantasy, this idea of life force essentialism is part of that fantasy. The fantasy is that if you're, as the detective said, if someone is fangirling someone, they're trying to get some of that essence. So I think there's the part of this narcissistic linking fantasy for the TikToker here has to do with this idea of being let's call it a pseudo stan or a semi stan, right? It has to do with the fact that all the detectives in Colorado that talked to you about the situation, they saw the TikToker as a fangirl. That's how they defined her, right? And so it's interesting that there's this fantasy here about
Where?
whatever the special quality you
Where, John? Where? Oh, the body cam footage that's never been seen? Okay.
have, it's going to rub off on her. And that's part of this. That's part of this idea of not wanting to lose that connection to you. And having said that, I think if we're going to talk about the psychology of stalking, there's some elements here that there's been some research on stands that we need to talk about. So some of the elements that they found that create stands that engage in this type of celebrity worship or even fangirl people at a lower level like you, they found that an insecure parent-child attachment is typically common in stands. They found that parental absence, so not even abuse, not neglect, not childhood trauma, just
Okay, not putting this out there to be mean, but again, she talked about her parents and their relationship and how that affected her. So again, are you talking directly to her, or are you talking about how she has also stated that she's never home and with your child? I mean, you tell me which angle you're going with here, Dr. John, because it fits both.
parental absence. So one parent, one or the other, or both parents can be absent more than usual. The presumption here is obviously that if a parent is absent or not giving a child enough attention, it could be that you grow up in a really big family and maybe one of the parents isn't as available. The presumption is that the reason you stalk celebrities or you fangirl pseudo celebrities or semi-celebrities is because you're trying to make up for that parental absence. You're trying to engage with a parental figure or a special figure that somehow is going to give you something you didn't have when you were a child. There was a study in Hong Kong that looked at adolescents who engaged in celebrity worship. And what they found was a couple of things. That the subjects in the study who did not have any particular preference for celebrities tended to have fairly high confidence and fairly high self-esteem. The kids who went after celebrities and engaged the stands, who engaged in more celebrity worship, they had a weaker sense of self and lower self-confidence. The absorption addiction model says that stands or fangirls or fanboys, whatever, stands pursue parasocial relationships. So in other words, not real significant, not relationships where you know someone. Stands pursue parasocial relationships to make up for shortages in their real lives. And in that pursuit, they end up losing themselves. That's called
Stands in general.
That's called the absorption addiction model. And I think we see elements of that here. That I think in some ways that, a lot of people.
I agree. I think we see aspects of it right here. I think you telling us all about Brad Pitt and his history is you fangirling. In fact, you said it was fangirling for Brad Pitt. So carry on. I think it applies though. But again, Christina was a contract worker and a friend. She wasn't a fan. To continue to diminish her to some sort of weird fan is exceptionally weird on your part, Dr. John.
People have said online, get a life, grow up, right? That's saying the same thing. That's saying whatever's going on in this TikToker's life, that it's somehow deficient.
When it comes to media law, I think that I would define myself a limited public figure. Anyway, keep going. People can disagree with that, but legally speaking.
But it's the same dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
The point is it's the same dynamic, that fangirling anyone is this attempt to make up for deficits in someone's life.
Yeah.
There's a woman, her name is Amanda Montell. She wrote a book called The Age of Magical Overthinking. This is going to be a quote from her book, page 24. She's talking about celebrity worship. This doesn't refer to you.
This definitely has a Darvo aspect to it, if you ask me. Like, it definitely has characteristics of the Darvo technique in it. And they're doing it. I mean, hey, you can't blame any of us for ruining your reputation when you did it yourself.
This just refers to her thoughts in general.
In general.
Quote Montell, quote, page 24. In both the public and private spheres, worship is dehumanizing. To be deified is not so flattering. The dynamic risks annihilating a person's room for complexity and blunders, and this sets everyone up for suffering.
Wow. It's really fascinating. Worship is dehumanizing. You're looking at the book. Can I just see the book?
Who worships you? Who worships you? To even act like somebody worships you is gross. That is gross, ma'am. This self-importance, this entitlement is just cringeworthy.
I want to hold it up. Keep reading. Keep going.
So let me read that again. So some of the dehumanization in this smear campaign is the fact that you're portrayed as evil, right? Like that you've been labeled.
They're trying to paint a picture that she is some crazed, obsessed stalker fan who Lauren is this, public figure and so sought after, and she's successful and all of these things. And Christina is just, can't get enough of her and is stalking. Fuck off.
Psychological essentialism. They've taken certain.
It's actually gross to see Lauren think she is this important. The only reason why Lauren is even recognized or slightly known about in YouTube worlds, not real life, but YouTube world or the true crime, is because she used horrific tragedies to build a name for herself. Don't forget that.
Text or whatever, and private text, and they've labeled you evil. And then there's this moral crusade.
Yeah.
But there's other ways you can dehumanize. And one of them is by portraying someone as something they're not.
They don't even have an engineer or a conductor on that train. They just went full on. We're right off the tracks.
Not giving them the room to, as she says, not giving them the room to be complex and to make blunders. If you don't give someone the room to be complex and to make blunders, you, according to her, I agree, you set everyone up for suffering. Because you're not defining it as a real relationship.
Yeah.
You're defining it as a cliched, right, rigid, narrow relationship. And if you do that, so if you're
she's not even the Fred or the Mary that used to be on the trains. If you know anything about trains, you'll know what a Fred and Mary are.
You're fangirling someone and the relationship turns out to be not what you expected, there's a lot of room in there for disappointment. There's a lot of room in there for anger. There's a lot of room to turn against someone because that relationship is turning out not to be what you wanted. And so now that I'm thinking about,
absolutely, they're using this situation to their benefit once again, or attempting to spin this narrative that, the people that are after Lauren are just jealous fans. They want to be like Lauren and she's just so much better. They are absolutely using this situation for their benefit. I mean, she has made money off of these streams, huge money. From what I've heard, this is her highest viewed stream, that 9-hour one. Oof.
About this, I'm actually going to read. I'm going to read another quote from Amanda's book. Act like I know her.
Really interesting. You did not talk about this.
Act like I know her. I don't know her.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting book.
That's true. I see celebrities dehumanized all the time. Real celebrities.
Here's what she says. It's just a sentence. It's simple, but I think it's totally relevant to our discussion. Quote, page 21. Quote, nearly every Stan worship A-lister has seen their flocks mania pervert overnight from devotion to disdain.
Look at her. I mean, she is loving that he's framing it this way. She is patting herself on the back like, look at me. They just want to be me.
People she talks about, Beyonce.
Who is exceptionally private.
There's so many. Charlie XCX. There's so many, right? Like if you're an A-list, if you're a Stan worship A-lister.
Celebrities are just humans too. A lot of them have talent in music or acting or something like that. But a lot of them are some of the most broken, trauma-filled. I mean, they're just normal people. I will never understand. And again, no shade to anybody if you have celebrity like fascinations or follow all that stuff. I see them as regular humans that have talent in certain arenas that others don't. I wouldn't want to have the life of a celebrity in any capacity.
Loved by your flock, loved by your group. You can literally go overnight from devotion to disdain based upon one mistake, right? And I think you're not.
Would you guys, if you haven't hit the thumbs up, go hit the thumbs up for me. I appreciated it. I can't even talk. It's time to smoke. I can't even today.
Not an A-list celebrity, right? Like, but the point is, like, part of this campaign is to try.
I just feel like my commentary sucks on this because there's just not a whole lot to say. Like you guys are noticing all the things that I'm noticing. This is gaslighting 101. This is blowing smoke up somebody's ass. This is self-inflated, pompous bullshit. The entitlement is off the charts. The diagnosing he's attempting to do to random strangers over a fabricated story is disgusting. And she's over here just, you know, nose in the air like, I'm so important. Bow down to me, you lowly peasants. I'm surprised they didn't use the word persecuted. That's what I expect next. Lauren, hit the word persecuted. Then you'll hit all the marks of victimhood.
Try to flip that script.
Let's go watch some of BJ's content. She'll give you some more ideas.
Part of this campaign is to try to get your flock to go from devotion to disdain by dehumanizing you, by not giving you any room for complexity, not giving you any room for vulnerability, not giving you any room for blunder, as she puts it.
Right. They won't. They avoid them.
Yeah.
And fortunately,
go do something to relax. Heather, I hope you have a good night and try to get some rest.
our viewers are astute and they see through that. But
yeah,
but that's part of this.
Yeah. Your gems, not minions.
Yeah. Our gems, not minions. Yeah, I know. Right.
Woo! Look at this. Her looks. Sorry, I got to back that up again. But look at this look.
See through that. But that's part of this.
Yeah. Your gems, not minions.
Yeah. Our gems, not minions. Yeah, I know. Right.
Do you really think that she thinks you're not her minions? She played on your emotions and manipulated you to believe that there was proof that she was being stalked and her life was being threatened. Oof.
Let's go back. No, let's return. So I talked about this idea of stands and what creates a stand, and this really important idea of life force essentialism in terms of, right, you want to buy the celebrity's sweater so that you can feel like you're getting some of that special quality, right?
Yeah.
Which
I'll say this again. I don't know Christina or any of the other ladies that she has thrown in this. I know none of them personally. But right now, as where things stand, I expect a defamation lawsuit. Will it happen? I don't know. But I would fully expect to see a defamation suit from Christina based on what we have seen.
I don't know how someone can afford a sweater for $250,000, but
hey, someone did, and they love it. So
okay.
I know that those are extremely expensive lawsuits to bring, but I mean, Lauren's kind of helped make her case.
Let's go back to our diagram. So it begins with a narcissistic linking fantasy or life force essentialism. And then you go to what he calls acute or chronic
Good night, body. Have a good night.
rejection. So you have a fantasy, you have rejection. The rejection leads to feelings of shame or humiliation, which is then defended against with rage, which then leads to behavioral pursuit. That's the stalking. It fuels behavioral pursuit. The behavioral pursuit is intended to hurt, to control, to damage, or destroy. Only after the target, you, is hurt, controlled, damaged, or destroyed is the narcissistic linking fantasy restored.
Wow.
And this gets back to the idea that we've been talking about all along. That the goal of a cyber stalker or any stalker, a physical stalker, it doesn't matter. The goal is to ruin and damage the person beyond repair.
There's another piece of this that I've been questioning. I know that the LDS Church does not really excommunicate publicly at that rate even. But where they're both LDS, the way that Lauren played some of that, I'm wondering if that wasn't somewhat intentional to attempt to leverage the church some of that in that area too, if you get what I'm saying. The way she brought it up that Christina was still a proud Mormon, is a proud Mormon. She disconnected herself and her own stance in the church or standing in the church. But she made sure to point out in that 9 hours that Christina was still Mormon. And if you know the culture in Utah of tattle on each other, I don't know. There's something that says to me that there's more to that too.
Or to have them end up dead. That's how stuff like this, that's how this stuff ends.
Yeah.
And the reason, according to Malloy, is because that's the only way for the stalker to restore the narcissistic linking fantasy. Okay, now we talked about so much.
Yeah.
But we talked about recently in psychology stalking. We've talked about the research on that. We've talked about Malloy's chart, types of stalkers, stalking criteria, definitions. One of the big issues out there.
From what I understand, and I could be wrong, if anybody knows, from my understanding, she had an attorney or has an attorney that was representing her. I don't know if if they would be able to do this or not. I don't know their financial need, or I don't know nothing about Christina, nothing. But if she does have an attorney and already had an attorney representing her, which we know from the court hearings, if they're paying attention to this, who knows what'll happen.
In addition to all that, one of the big issues out there is
she had
one
one
of the
in court.
arguments for the TikToker, for the stalker, is that it's free speech.
I don't know if that same attorney would take on a case like this. I'm assuming they might.
Right? This is
He needs to get Kurt McConkie.
probably the biggest argument. Well, it's free speech. This is just Mean Girls. Free speech, Mean Girls. Who cares? Mean Girls are Mean Girls. That doesn't mean you should get a stalking injunction. Don't weaponize the legal system. Stupid.
Cat fight.
Cat fight.
That's how John talks when he's not on camera. Like, Lauren, what's up? No, just kidding.
One thing that philosophers do,
They're the ones causing unnecessary harm.
that, since I was majored in philosophy as an undergrad,
Nobody gives a shit, sir. I majored in assholery. Carry on.
one of the things I always loved about
Via YouTube free tutorials.
philosophy, even back when I was an undergrad, which
Getting his undergrad at Princeton, might I add, winning the thesis award. I know that you always underplay. And at this moment, now that people are trying to mock your education, I'm going to own it. He's brilliant.
You're going to own it. You're going to own it, ma'am. You didn't put in the work to own his anything. Akira, in my opinion, this video is another exhibit. # free speech. Thank you for being a member for 11 months. Yeah, I agree.
Scholarship. Valedictorian. Go ahead.
there's this argument about free speech.
Maybe Lauren can jump in on Betty's class action lawsuit against social media, because Betty's going to bring them all down.
And as a matter of fact, in the TikTokers attorney's objection, that was the heart of it.
Yeah.
This is free speech. Who cares if she says that you want to have non-consensual relations with your brother, right? Who cares if she's threatening to harm your business? Who cares if she's reaching out to everyone in your business contacts and trying to ruin you and damage you?
No, some of the thing about the brother could be seen as a shitty situation. But again, how did she learn that information? Because her and Lauren were friends. She wasn't an obsessed fan. That's what you're misconstruing here.
None of that matters because
intentionally misrepresenting it. And then he talks too fast when he goes like that.
This is free speech. So, one of the things philosophers like to do is we like to think about thought experiments. And I came up with one.
Okay, a thought experiment. Okay. For all of us.
I got a thought experiment. How about, did you think about what this was going to do before you did it? Probably not.
Us at home.
Here's your fucking sign.
Including me, I'm at home. A thought experiment with Dr. John Matthias.
Thought experiment.
PhD. All right.
And the reason we present thought experiments is because the reason philosophers do thought experiments is because they're trying to figure out kind of the boundaries around an issue, right? And whether by going through
almost through
a thought experiment, you can ask questions about whether this is free speech, whether it's not, right? I'm presenting a hypothetical, but I think you could see this easily as being real. So in my thought experiment, there's a woman, Sylvia, and Sylvia has a daughter named Becky.
Okay.
And Becky's best.
Why has it always got to be a Becky? I take personal issues with this. Leave Becky alone.
Friend is someone in school. They're adolescents.
Okay.
They're both 16 years old. Becky's best friend is Victoria.
Okay, Becky and Victoria.
Yeah. And Victoria
No, her name's Bonnie.
happens to be the captain of the volleyball team. She's very well liked. She's considered to be one of the more attractive girls in her class, and which is, I think, sophomore, junior years in high school. But Becky and Victoria have a falling out. And Becky's very angry at Victoria because Becky wanted Victoria to help her join the in crowd, and Victoria was kind of on the fence. She didn't really know how to do it, but she was happy to help her.
Oh my God, Becky, look at her butt. It's so big. Looks like one of those rapper guys' girlfriends. I like big butts and I cannot lie. We are to that time in the show where my brain has officially gone mush. So from here on out, do not expect anything enlightening from me. Probably just a lot of gibberish, but we'll make it fun.
But Becky thought it wasn't enough.
Okay.
Becky felt like that she was being shunned by Victoria in certain areas, and that Victoria could have helped her more to become more popular.
Okay.
So Becky goes home to her mother, Sylvia, and
Leave Becky out of it, for criminy sakes. I didn't do shit.
Becky says, Mom, I'm really hurt. I just got shunned. I just got rejected by my best friend, Victoria, and I don't know what to do, and I don't want to deal with her anymore, and I'm done with it. And Sylvia says, you know what? I love true crime. There's this raging debate online now about a stalking situation, and everyone says it's free speech, and I agree it's free speech. And you know what you should do, Becky? You should open a TikTok account, and you should target Victoria. And what you should do with your account is you should try to harm her and ruin her life as much as you can, because that's perfectly acceptable under free speech.
Okay, but where's the proof that anybody told Becky to do this? Because your story isn't working already.
And what I recommend you start with,
And as a Becky, I take great offense to this.
is that you start with a post that you want to come back to, by the way.
We cannot be controlled.
You want to repeatedly come back to this post, but you start with a post about how Victoria engaged in non-consensual contact with several of her younger siblings.
Oh my God. What? Like, what?
And Becky says,
You made them minors first and foremost. So you're using examples of minors in school versus grown adults who she willingly shared this information with grown adults.
oh, that's great.
Oh, look at the looks on her face.
That sounds great. I hate Victoria. I want to start this TikTok. I want
Of course, it's got to be a Becky with a Y instead of an I, too.
to really hurt her. So she posts the first TikTok in a video of Victoria engaging in non-consensual relations with her younger siblings. Goes viral. Victoria is really hurt. People believe it. People start shunning Victoria. People start avoiding her. None of it's true, by the way. But Victoria becomes a bit of a laughingstock. People are talking endlessly behind her back
Lauren is not a Victoria. Lauren is Lauren.
about the supposed non-consensual contact that Victoria had with her younger siblings. Victoria is so upset by this, and she's receiving so much mockery at school that she has to, within a year, she has to leave the volleyball team and she leaves school to be homeschooled by her mother. Becky continues because Sylvia, her mother, says, you know what? You should post as much as you can. Post every day. Go back to the post about non-consensual contact, about Victoria being an abuser. Go back to that regularly, but post other stuff. But now post her dropping out of school to be homeschooled. And
Sir, this isn't landing in not even remotely a close comparison. And this fabricated story makes me really concerned about how your brain actually works and the patients that you work with. Because if you can fabricate this story out of thin air to try and make a comparison, there's bigger issues here. John, I have officially taken your title of Dr. John away with this story.
and how only losers do that.
You know, there's people that work in the psychology, psychiatry industry that will tell you that even they need therapists. Maybe talk to one.
Now post that she wasn't strong enough to stay in school, that she wasn't strong enough to stay on the volleyball team. I want you to just mock her because free speech.
I don't know.
They graduate from high school. Victoria does it obviously not in the actual school. She does it from home.
Look at the stares she's given. Look at that fucking stare she's given to the computer or the little camera thing right here.
Wasn't strong enough to stay on the volleyball team. I want you to just mock her because free speech.
She's trying to act like this is really bothering her and impacting her. She's been checked out the entire time.
They graduate from high school. Victoria does it obviously not in the actual school. She does it from home. And when she graduates, Becky posts that homeschool doesn't really count. That even though she passed all the accreditation exams and did what she needed to do, that Victoria's a loser.
Tell Becky to shut the fuck up and carry on with your life. You're never going to see her again. Carry on.
Because she had to be homeschooled and she couldn't stand the fact that she couldn't deal with the truth that she was in fact an abuser. But of course, Becky's posting all kinds of other things. Like she says, I'm going to burn
Blocker.
your flipping kingdom to the ground. She's saying she's going to expose her.
Now, careful. I do know that Becky's like to play with fire, and some might come with blow torches or flamethrowers or little propane torches for scorpions.
That because she was her best friend, she has all these private text messages and emails that she's going to put out there to harm her. She continues posting every day.
She's not an abused teen. They're not teenagers. Even this comparison is so outlandish.
Pass. Still posting.
But again, this goes to show the lengths of emotional manipulation that they are willing to do to their subs to keep them in line.
Victoria gets married. She sees that Becky sees that Victoria's posted photos of her marriage. So she mocks her marriage. She mocks her husband. She talks about how ugly he is, what a loser he is, how he has no future, what a loser she is.
If you didn't know that, yes, my name is actually Becky. Yep. That's why I'm just being facetious. My real name is not nonsense. I know. Shocking, huh?
She continues to say that whatever Victoria has in her life, she's going to take it away and she's going to burn her kingdom to the ground.
Okay. Yeah, that's my name.
Victoria finally has kids. When her first child is born, Becky posts that she believes Victoria is now going to abuse her child. She posts that her children are losers. She posts that CPS should become involved because, of course, she's an abuser and the child are going to be taken away. So why doesn't CPS jump in now?
Well, Becky's a mandated reporter because she actually has a profession. And if Becky saw signs of abuse and things of that nature, she wouldn't be making posts on social media. She would be doing something about it if it was somebody in her neighborhood and a friend. So because Becky went on to have a successful career instead of feeling like a victim of her own circumstances.
And she can do all this because, of course, free speech. She can say whatever she damn well pleases, right? Free speech. Victoria has another child.
Right? Where's reality when we need somebody to scream, leave Becky alone?
Years later, same thing. She has another child. Same thing. Becky keeps posting that her children are going to be sexually abused. She keeps posting that Victoria is an abuser, that CPS should get involved, take her kids. She won't stop with that theme.
Okay, this is really done up, and he's got fucking notes. I want you to pay attention to this. He's reading notes, you guys. He is reading this. This script was pre-done. This isn't off the top of his head. He wrote this. He went with this. They edited this, and then they still posted this. He created this whole entire fabricated story, just threw names into it, of course. But he wrote this out, thought this through, put it on paper, filmed it, edited it, and still went with it. And these are teenagers that he was initially talking about, and sexual abuse. None of that is even remotely on topic for what Lauren has been talking about. Some shitty posts on social media, but he is escalating and amplifying that by making allegations of sexual abuse on children, minor children. Oof. This makes me want to vomit.
Victoria's struggling. This is taking a toll on her. It's taking an immense toll on her. So finally, Victoria and her husband decide that they're going to pursue a stalking.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, Akira. I missed this one. Dr. Porter-John, you forgot to look at case law and see the high bar for stalking for limited use in public figures. The bar is very high. Akira, thank you for the support. And you are right. A lot of celebrities that have actually been horrifically stalked have a hard time getting protection because of the being a limited. Oof, it's sad. My question is, how far will Dr. John go to attempt to validate his prize wife? He's already put his credentials in the limelight. Oh, Terry, oof. Thank you for the super chat. Ooh, I don't want to know. Well, if you haven't seen this yet, it's going to get significantly worse here in a minute.
Stalking injunction with the court.
And I'll tell you what really worries me. There's just something here that's just really bothersome to me. She can't, and another thing I want to mention, she can't answer a question about her life, her identity, without somehow mentioning Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow. She cannot even disconnect to answer a simple question like, are you still LDS? Are you LDS? She brought them into her answer about being asked if she is LDS. Somehow she has became, you guys know what I'm thinking. I don't need to go down there. Dr. John needs to start practicing. Welcome to Walmart. He just flushed his career. Creepy. Always groovy. Thank you for the support. This was their business, so I think this is how he is using his credentials. I do think that there was something about him volunteering as the adjunct professor at UNLV, but that's like volunteering master students or doctorate students or something, I think. But I think the only space he actually uses his credentials, I don't know if he goes out anymore, does he? I thought that had all ended. I could be wrong. Again, I don't know this group that well, but I thought he stopped doing his evaluations and treatment stuff with inmates and or all of that when they got into this. Kim, I think it's deeper than that, though. It's part of her identity, Kim. It's became her identity. Were you in here when I played that clip? You might not have been. And if you weren't, I'll play it again because it just gives me, there's just something here with it that bothers me so badly. I'm looking for her. Yes, Michelle, you understand exactly what I'm saying. Let me play this clip for anybody that wasn't in here. Sorry, this is what my typical live streams are. If you get whiplash, just let me know. Most of the people are used to that. But if you're new here, I bump from clip to clip, from stream to stream to try to remind us of something, or we kind of do these circles around, and they always end up to be lengthy streams. But it's just recalling certain things as we go. I'm like, oh, let me go grab that clip.
That's where I am is sometimes
This was her Mormon Stories podcast that premiered on July 16th. This is the second part. There was 2 parts. The first one we watched and reviewed some of it the other day. It's very interesting. It's very, very interesting. And this is the one she promoted in that 9-hour live. So she promoted this in that 9-hour live and told people to go watch this video. For anybody that doesn't know this whole of it, let me just go here really quick. Let me show you that. Okay. Sorry, little sideways. We'll be back to it in a minute, but I think we could all use a break for a second anyways.
Be coming on later. Not tonight. Don't worry. Too much to go through. Another time. On July 14th, so that is my husband's birthday and our anniversary. On July 14th, 2025, I was on an episode of the Mormon Stories podcast with John Dehlin and Mindy Caldwell.
Kim, I do too. Well, I don't have but when it comes to this, I'm all over because they'll say something and I'm like, but on this one, they said this. This shit's important to me. When you notice things and you're like, wait a second, but this.
I still want to thank them for having me on. And if any of you actually would like to go watch that and support me and them, because he has helped me, I just want to say this, through so much through this as a friend and as someone who has also been through this himself.
Now, I have to say, I adore John Dehlin as what I know as far as an interviewer and a podcaster. I don't know him personally in any way, shape, or form. But what I have seen from him, he is always very compassionate and empathetic with all of the people he interviews. A lot of them have lengthy stories. And in this space where they had dual coverage on certain things, I think he would probably be very empathetic towards her. He would have no reason not to be. But I think this was all scheduled. This was filmed July 2nd. I think he got used in her agenda of evidence. I think she was creating evidence. She went on Mormon Stories podcast on the 2nd of July to film this. It aired the 14th and the 16th. She went on Mormon Discussion on August 13th. And she went on Rumor, Gossip, and Innuendo with Kathy on August 2nd. She claims publicly to everybody that she can't go on shows anymore to protect her friends from being involved in it. She's been blacklisted from places. Like, she's making this public approach that people won't work with her anymore or her professional contacts won't. Well, in that time frame, she did 3 different collabs: Mormon Stories podcast, Mormon Discussion, and Rumor, Gossip, and Innuendo with Kathy. It completely discredits what she's saying. And what she gave away in these podcasts is wild. But the only one she promoted is Mormon Stories podcast. She did talk about Kathy's in her Patreon after the fact.
I want to thank the Mormon Stories community.
Sorry, just a short little recap of what we've learned by watching these.
And go support him in Mormon Stories and me by watching my podcast. But on the Mormon Stories podcast, my stalker, when I appeared on July 14th, wrote in the comments.
Remind me before I finish this little segment to tell you and show you the lie she got caught in on Mormon Discussion, if you didn't see that yet.
With eye emojis in an effort to let people know she was watching. And this occurred after she did a TikTok. So I announced
Michelle,
that I was going to be on Mormon Stories.
Michelle, can you say who you mod for? You don't have to if you don't want to. Is it true crime? I'm learning I don't know shit about true crime creators through this. There are so many names that I am so like, I have no idea who that is. And come to find out they're all like true crime creators. And I'm like, yeah, I know nobody in this arena. It's such a limited view of people I know.
And she did a TikTok about that. If you don't have it, it's okay. Oh, you do have it. Okay, because I can explain it too. Claiming that it was like a PR move because of something that I've done.
BJ CPS, I really like John. I like John a lot myself personally because I really like the cult stuff. A lot of people like the true crime stuff. I really like the cult stuff. So hearing people's experiences and when he interviews them is very intriguing to me. But Lauren's is it stands out.
That was coming out. Like I said, I still don't know what I've done, minus people trying to claim I was hurting people's businesses, which simply isn't true. And reading private texts of mine that allegedly they don't like, and I haven't seen them. But so it says.
So she used this whole situation around Mormon Stories podcast as quite the thing.
Someone sent me a screenshot that my ex-friend is about to attempt some damage control, and I'm giddy. I can't wait to see how she tries to spin this. So
that's cool, Michelle. I've never heard of either one of those channels. I hope you have a wonderful night. Thank you for hanging out with us today.
You know, she's talking.
Cool meeting. So many of you guys come from different pages and sectors and overlap because we're talking about Lauren. So there's a lot of you right? Oh, Barbara, you're keeping an eye on me. Just joking.
Talking about my Mormon Stories podcast with John DeLynn and Minnie Caldwell. Very confusing because
it's been cool though, getting to know people from other sectors or the true crime sector. Like all of you guys have came to social media through different cases. It's cool to learn. There's so many different people out here.
because you think that I'm going to spend my life. My life is my life. I tell my entire honest, vulnerable life story on the Mormon Stories podcast. If you guys want to know anything about me, my life story is all there.
Right.
2 parts. It's ours. I tell it all. And I haven't known this stalker very long at all. She doesn't know me very well at all.
I like them.
Really. Any conversation we had was very certain.
But she uses and weaponizes John's experience. If you know anything about what John DeLynn has gone through, he was publicly excommunicated. Like, it was a big thing. And he is in the mental health profession too. Like, what was done to him when he was leaving and starting to question the church was horrific. But I think he was definitely, his empathy, I think, was used a little bit to her advantage. I bet this was my assumption is that this was a open invitation whenever Lauren wanted to tell her Mormon story. Again, she grew up LDS. That's what he does, is talk about people, their Mormon stories. And I think that this was probably set up a long time ago, and she, or not scheduled, but like the invitation was put out. And I think she scheduled it in that time frame intentionally, because he's the one that she shows emails of.
Surface.
And knowing what John's gone through himself, he's going to be a little bit.
She thinks that I'm doing damage control to spin something, and I have no idea what I'm trying to spin. Well, let me tell you, the Mormon Stories podcast was planned for a long time. Host John DeLynn had asked me months and months and months ago. And the reason.
My favorite ex-Mormon reporter, though, of all time is Lynn Packer. Lynn's an elderly guy. I absolutely love Lynn Packer. Yeah, he can do no wrong in my eyes, and I'm just joking, but he is such a good reporter. He's dull for a lot of people, and the information and what he has talked about and I've learned from him is incredible.
That I had, thank you. How is this damage control? None of us even know this is going on. Thank you. I didn't even know what I was trying to control.
Cam, I too.
The Mormon Stories podcast was actually inspiration. I was at the Brandon Boudreaux trial, and someone came up to me and they thanked me.
Do you remember though? She said she was having all the problems at the Brandon trial
for interviewing Heather Daybell, and said the Heather Daybell was so brave and it was incredible. And they'd listened to the Heather Daybell interview 3 times on my channel.
You guys, my friend Duchess in the chat. For anybody new here too, just want to give a quick shout out to her. If you are new here and you do like to follow missing persons cases for awareness purposes, she is covering 2 local ones currently, Scott Spivey and then Tyler Doyle's case. They both are cases of corruption, and unfortunately Tyler Doyle is still missing. Scott Spivey is a whole situation. So my friend Duchess, she is also a creator. I think she's doing an update tomorrow. And then Chico is another creator. She's got a wrench. She has where she talks very raw, real Memphis, Tyree. She covers Tyree's case, the trial, very raw, real conversations. I don't think we've gotten a cat update in a while. She also rescues cats and shit. I mean, she was on panel with me yesterday. She's great. A bunch of people over here. If you guys have channels, you guys can talk about it in the chat. I don't mind. I don't like it when people come in and do that. Oh, this one's live or that one's live when I'm live. I mean, I don't care either, but there's so many new people around that are creators from different sectors. If you create or have Sleuthy Goosey, I know she does a lot of stuff on X. I'm learning. I just learned that. I knew some of the stuff before because people were using her documents, and unfortunately, she has no control over who sees what or uses them for what. I learned that because I was like, oh my God, where did they get this information? Oh, they had used her spreadsheets it was BJ. So at first I didn't know, but now I see how everything works, and people use her shit and twist shit. But we've watched a lot of them do that to a lot of people. But she does a lot of stuff on X. I'm learning. Jay, she does true crime and creators. There's just so many people around here. I'm trying to think of who else is there. Yes, Autumn, she does. I was actually going to say that. She was going to say that. Or I was going to say that I didn't realize how that happens though. People will use your shit. Like all she's doing is providing the documents. Like here's the documents, but they will take it and springboard that shit in so many directions. But at first I didn't know what was even happening. You know, you've been here all along with me. You know how I've had to like understand these things. Like why, how do they do that shit? But yeah, there's a lot. If you guys want to talk, some of you have clip channels. I don't care. You can tell each other about them is the basic gist. There's a lot of new faces around here. So we're all just figuring it out, because what we can all connect on is this one is a shit show. And I appreciate everybody coming forward with facts and proof and documents, because it's so important in this. These are horrific allegations to be making, and they just took that up a huge notch last night. He is creating and fabricating stories about childhood sexual assault and trying to make a comparison. We are in left fields and beyond and escalating quickly.
It had changed their life.
Sorry, back to this. This is the 9-hour video.
And I was like, oh my gosh, thank you. I asked to take a picture of them so I could let Heather know how much her story meant. And they said she is so.
And please mention, I forgot a million creators. There's so many creators around. I was just giving a few quick examples.
Brave.
I've had to learn my way around here for 3 years. It's been wild. I started off anonymous with a voice changer. A little rough.
And it was at that moment that I said, I'm going home. I'm going to tell John DeLynn that I'm going to say yes to his request to interview me. She had been asking for months. I'm going to do it, because if Heather Daybell.
Yeah, what would you say? That's why I said raw, real conversations. Drop your guys' links, please. We don't fit in boxes. That's why it's like, I classify Duchess as an awareness channel, because she'll do true crime, but they're so much more than true crime. They're corruption and have like all these other. Same with you. You talk about corruption in Memphis and raw, real discussions, I guess. I don't know.
Bell can do it, so can I. And I would love it if you guys could support my story, honestly, over on Mormon Stories.
Crusha, I adore and knew who Crusha was because of the cult stuff and Tim Ballard. That's how I found out that stuff, because I was so pissed about the whole Tim Ballard thing.
My stalker thinks it's damage control and decided to go in there to let me know she was watching me. It was getting weirder and scarier. I did not know what was going on.
And yes, I got sidetracked. Hank is running around and I went on a good rant there.
You guys don't.
This happens after this many hours on here.
Neither do I. I'm getting dry mouth. Where's the root beer? I'm sorry, guys. It's probably so gross.
That's why I don't even know what to like classify as all anymore. Duchess and I cook. I go to the farm and take you guys to see mini cows. We talk about cults. I talk about politics. We talk about animals, cats. Like all of us do our own little things. We're just us. We're just chaotic channels. Maybe that's our term. Maybe we're all chaotic. I don't know. Chaos arena.
Shortly after that Mormon Stories episode appeared,
oh my God,
on July 17th, 2025,
he's such a shit.
John DeLynn. By the way, will you post my Mormon Stories? Well, will you pin it? Will you?
Hank.
Yeah. Because if you guys want to know who I am, that's who I am. Yeah, will a moderator please drop let's do part 1. There are 2 part 1 or part 2, either or, of my Mormon Stories podcast. I'd like to pin it.
Did you notice I made the noise though and he didn't get stressed or anxiety? I broke him of getting anxiety around it. I don't know what he thinks or what that sound reminds him of, but we've been like able to get him to stop reacting. Like he'll lift his ears and stuff, but he doesn't like jump up and freak out. So he's doing good with it.
Comments.
Hi, you want a kiss? Thank you.
Thank you, Aussie Tad.
He's huge, Velvet.
Shortly after that Mormon Stories episode premiered on July.
For anybody new, Hank is like the island mascot. Now, I had a dog that passed away in March, and we got Hank for a companion pet for our elderly dog, and he is a shepherd mix. He was itty bitty. He was the exact same size as her when we got him, and he was born December 28th, 2024. He is massive. He's over 100 pounds, and he's not even a year old yet. But he is just pure chaos, and he loves his dad like no other. He tries to do this thing called the backpack. Hank's a mess. So, and we do have a shit ton of cats. I'm the crazy cat lady too. The rumors are true.
July 17th, 2025. John DeLynn, the host of Mormon Stories, received a cryptic email thread about me with a link to the TikTok. In the thread, the writer of the email claims that my stalker will continue to post the horrible things that I have done, and that she is intentionally not using my name, but it is about me.
She had this all prepared in her notes. Again, I point out the fact that she mentions this podcast only in this 9 hours, and she did 3 of them in that time frame.
John DeLynn is my friend who has suffered the same thing, and has
he suffered a lot.
Been so kind. He and his wife Margie, I just want to point out, have both been so kind. And
I'm sure they are. They seem like wonderful people. I don't see why they wouldn't. A lot of people don't want to believe that this is all fabricated. I mean, or that you didn't have proof of your accusations. Here's just one part of her Mormon Stories podcast. So you see how she used it in the 9 hours. Well, this is the end of part 2. This is when she answers the question about if she is still Mormon.
We just have to admit that the complexity of our lives
like altogether around 5 hours combined. We watched a good portion of the first chunk.
Strip the simplicity of our illusions. And that is what Lori and Chad didn't do. That is what Jody and Ruby didn't do. And that is what many, refuse to do. And I think that that's a good place to be. So I think, I am, where am I? What is my Mormon story? I am Mormon, and I'm actually a proud Mormon. I'm proud to be LDS. This is my heritage. I just can't wake up tomorrow and not be Mormon. It's an identity. It's a culture. It's something that has.
It's an identity. It's a culture. I think that lands for a lot of them.
It's been really good in my life.
Especially in Utah, it becomes a huge part, if not majority, because it controls so many things in their life. That's with a lot of religions.
So, I mean, I don't know what the future.
But Utah Mormon, it's a whole other ballgame. I will continue to say that until I'm blue in the face. I know it sounds mean, but it's not. It's true. It is a mindfuck of the pursuit of perfectionism. It is really sad to see.
It looks like everything changes. I don't know where my life will lead or what will happen, but yeah, I'm a Christian. I'm LDS. I'm agnostic. I want to be able to realize that the complexity of life outstrips any illusions I may have had, and be open to change. So that's where I am.
Beautiful. You just gave me a thought about Mormonism in the church I've never had before, and that's hard after 20, 30 years of doing this. What if the church were called the Church of Jesus Christ of Present-day Saints?
I could get behind that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's do it. Let's start a petition.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah, what would happen? Imagine if
a $300 billion organization with allegedly 17 million.
John does great interviews. It's interesting to watch him like 6 years ago and then compared to now. But his subjects, if you're interested in the Mormon religion in any way, shape, or form, which a lot of people aren't interested in it, which is fine. But if you are, hearing some of the interviews with like the ex-apostles or the apostles, I can't say it, that have passed on, like the president's children, after they've passed on and they've came out and like spilled the beans on their parents, it's wild. But there's some great interviews.
Million members, we're spending every day on the present moment, making the present moment as good as possible for as many people as possible.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Right.
It
That
does.
would be beautiful.
I like that.
Yeah.
It doesn't work.
I love that.
Yeah. You do mention at the end, and it's worth mentioning that we did our episode about the Mormon influence on Chad and Lori Daybell.
Miss Leah, if you hear this, thank you.
I think it was in 2021.
She just sent me one of the creators that came out Standing with Lauren updated, and they're like, this is why I can't stand with this anymore.
And then the Ruby Frankie and Jody Hildebrandt stuff came out after that, and we covered the Visions of Glory stuff and other things. Our band, you know, our group with us three and Megan have been some of my favorite.
Chow Yun, did you see, or were you here with us? I think you might have been when we watched that interview of her saying that they broke into a library and found all the Joseph Smith material that like acknowledged he was a polygamist. She said that they broke in. Were you here when? Yeah, that's part of this shit. And we were all like, what? It was weird. It's just this entire thing. If you haven't seen it, maybe we should finish the end of the first one and the beginning of the second. There's a lot in this.
Episodes of all time.
Hey, Obama.
So you do mention child abuse in the church in your closing thoughts. Do you want to?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I
wild.
forgot about
that?
that. Yeah, no, I do. I think
A lot of people don't realize what a huge role the religion plays into all of this and where she went and the intentional choices of channels. She went to, if you think about it, she went to John DeLynn, rumor, gossip, and innuendo, and Mormon discussion. Only one of those three does not have a tie to one of the communities, either ex-Mormon, Mormon. They're both ex-Mo. But a lot of current Mormons watch too. Yeah, it's the whole thing is just, she was so intentional with how she picked. Kathy was great. Kathy seems lovely. Lauren made that awkward.
moving forward with hidden true crime, I think the other thing that I've uncovered through studying these LDS crimes is the rampant child abuse in the church. And that's been really hurtful to my heart. That's been really hard to process.
But you make a joke out of the Boy Scouts. You made a joke out of it. You know that child sexual abuse is happening and you're still a proud LDS. It's part of your culture. It's part of your identity. I mean, again, I'm sorry, but this is wild. You can't, like I said, for her, she can't, what?
Process.
But it goes to show she does not have any firm belief in anything.
And I'll say this too, like, because I acknowledge that I'm LDS on my channel when talking about this stuff, or that I have an LDS background, there are a lot of opinions on my bias.
She really does not hardly ever admit that she is currently Mormon. A lot of people were shocked to hear that she was still Mormon.
And some people call me an apologist. Some people think that, you know, I'm not hard enough on the church. Other people think that I'm too hard on the church. But I think that what I will always do, again,
It should be reporting the truth and the facts. That's it. Then it's not about you and your beliefs. It's about the facts. That's it.
the lesson I brought it up already that I learned in Young Women's. If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. Like, I will always stand for evidence, and I will never
Think about what she's saying here.
back away from what I am seeing. And what I am seeing a lot of is abuse in this faith I love and in this church I love. And it is something that I want to keep uncovering, and I'll never, if I see it, I will never just look the other way. Like I will, move forward covering that. And I see that in the future with Hidden True Crime.
You'll report on it. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You'll still cover it. What about reporting it? What about not being a member of the church that you're saying is what?
And I love.
She'll report on it to the pub. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I love it that you're modeling the ambiguity and even the ambivalence of not having certainty, but still recognizing the value of your community and your heritage. Because Mormonism, as I listen to your story now, I fully understand where you are. Like, there's so many points in your life where you were terrified, afraid, your family was in turmoil, financial difficulties, needing hope and guidance or structure or community. And it just seems like the church, the Mormon church, came through for you and in many instances for your family time and time and time again.
You know where it just came through recently? So with all of the upsetting things that was happening during studying the Lori and Chad
We're almost going to go back to it, but I just wanted to let you hear one more little piece.
Daybell case for 6 years. And again, my little brother who told me before his death he did not identify as LDS or Mormon, that all of these people from my childhood, this community came back, which so many of them are still LDS. And I didn't know how much it would mean to me to have that community come back, sort of like with George's funeral. Like, it made me so grateful at that moment on March 22nd to be surrounded by these people I love in this village, and so great.
She's, in my opinion, relying heavily on her ties to the LDS church to kind of come through in this time. That is my perception. But here is, before we get back on task, I mentioned the story of the library. Here's this.
Good deed for them.
That'll convince them.
You're going to find it in the church library?
Oh, I'm an idiot.
Of your local branch building.
Yeah, I remember we got the keys to the ward.
It was for anybody that is Mormon, this story right here. A lot of people were like, oh, what?
Late at night. The library was locked, but we knew how to break into the library. You get an extension cord from the vacuum and you remove the ceiling tile, and then you put the extension cord through the ceiling tile and you twist.
I get why people don't want to talk about the religion aspect. I get a lot of people acknowledge that it's there, but don't think it does play a role in this one. The way she moved, and this was all, in my opinion, intentional. Like, she brought it in. She knew that this was going to be needed.
Twist the doorknob. We did it. We did it.
Wow.
And we got into the library. Well, it was all for a good cause.
I take you back to, once again, she proudly stated that Christina was proud LDS, but she didn't say that she was proud LDS in that 9 hours.
It's like we got into the library. Right. And we made ourselves comfortable in that branch library. And they had all of the Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints history books there. We just pulled them down and found it. We found it. We found it. We found all of his wife's. And then we made Xerox copies of it. And thinking that this is going to be here you go.
I'm dying to know what book in the 90s.
Yeah.
If you are Mormon, tell me what you think. But there is no way that a ward building, a church, is going to have any type of book laying around that absolutely says without a shadow of doubt that Joseph Smith was a polygamist. They're not going to have those books easily accessible to anybody in the church, correct? Beyond the part of her breaking into the library, that's a whole separate piece. The fact that the whole story here seems highly unlikely based on people that grew up LDS, that grew up in the ward buildings, they are not going to have a book of anything with Joseph Smith being a polygamist. That's what they continue to say. Like, that's not going to happen. They're not going to have one of those books. I didn't grow up LDS, so from the stories I heard, that's not likely that they're going to have even books like this, let alone here she is breaking in.
Lists Joseph Smith's plural wives.
Well, this was,
And he right there, even John Dehlin, who is like a historian at this point with everything he knows, and the guy researches and knows a lot.
2000. This was 2002, 2003.
Could have been In Sacred Loneliness, but I'm just trying to imagine.
Well, it was like the
In
church.
Sacred Loneliness.
It was
being
like
in a-
it was the church history. It was
right.
It was like an encyclopedia. All the
I know, but
all of the LDS.
I think we all felt like that history was hidden from us as more.
And this was supposedly done while she was a missionary, like a female missionary. We had great interaction with our missionaries in Utah. Amazing. Like those boys taught me so much about life. We had great experiences with them. Like they became part of our family. Great kids. And I got to learn about the Mormon religion and faith through a bunch of young, inquisitive minds. It was actually really cool. But they aren't breaking into libraries and shit like that. Like they're normal kids, not breaking into church libraries to provide proof of something to somebody. Like that's not, no. They want to climb into bed. They get twin size beds as is, and they have to share a room. And if they get a snoring companion, they're screwed. Those poor kids.
Mormons. So normally we wouldn't have found.
I'm not breaking and entering for a book of plural wives of Joseph Smith. Sorry.
Not doubting you.
Yeah.
Because you found it. But I'm just saying I'm surprised because most of us reached our 20s and 30s not knowing that Joseph Smith ever had plural wives, right?
Yeah, well, I think that maybe that's like actually why I've always been a little bit of an apologist when it comes to people saying that, yeah, I wasn't taught that Joseph Smith was a polygamist, but when I wanted to know, I found it in the church building.
Mm-hmm.
See? Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like
such a weird story.
I think that I've always been like, well, no, it's there for people. Yeah. At least it was for me in this little tiny branch in Chardon, Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
You just had to use an extension cord to get in. And
you mentioned having Fawn Brody's book.
Like that just seems so unlikely from everything I've heard growing up in the church buildings and about like the books and stuff. There would never be a chance of literature unless somebody planted it there for somebody to find or something. That's the only thing, but I don't know. I was emailing with somebody about this. Okay, and here's one other weird thing that she said during this whole time. Oh. Sorry, hold on. Okay. This part right here is very odd. Oops, I didn't switch screens. Sorry. Hold on. Let me switch you guys. Sorry. Here you go. This is from August 13th.
Chad,
if you know about the LDS, you know that the temple is a good thing.
Daybell and Lori Vallow. You know who else was? Elizabeth Smart's kidnapper. I hate the temple. I've always hated the temple. To me, the temple is just a place where people pretend to be something when actually they're not.
To be LDS and hate the temple is the oddest thing I think I've heard. I've never heard anybody say they hate the temple. That's where they perform sacred sealings like marriages. It's somebody that's proud Mormon saying that they hate the temple. It's just wild to me.
I hate the temple. I've always hated the temple. To me, the temple is just a place where people pretend to be something when actually they're not. The idea of if something's broken.
And promoting her book. She promoted her book on Mormon stories and Mormon discussion.
Can you fix it? Again, this idea that everybody can be made whole again in Christ's eyes. He's our judge. We don't judge people. These are the things I learned growing up that I find beautiful. They're beautiful.
These interviews were so weird. We've reviewed both of them. If you are interested in that piece of it, hey, Miss Upper Thigh, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. I really appreciate you. They're really interesting. And again, I'm not trying to be disrespectful at all to anybody that's Mormon, but she brought this in to play, and it's so relevant in what she is doing because, again, the timeline and the facts matter. So I'm not trying to be shitty if you are Mormon at all. It's just a huge factor in this Utah thing and when she continues to use it. But here's where she gets caught in the oddest lie. Let me show you this before we go back. And again, if you feel like I mock religion, please don't take it personally. I ask you that over and over again. Whoever you choose to believe in, whatever your belief systems are between you and that. I believe whatever you want to believe is okay. That's your choice. That's your right. As long as you're not harming people and weaponizing it to harm people like extremists or radicals do. And they exist in everything. But I mock the people that I'm talking about because they use faith manipulation. And it's harmful and it harms people that are good people that just have beliefs in one thing or another. I'm not trying to take jabs at every one of your belief systems. So please don't get it twisted if you are new here. I do have religious trauma. I do admit that. However, I don't care what people believe in. That is your choice. As long as you live happy, healthy, and it's not hurting others and or trying to take others' rights because of belief systems, we're good.
Hi, everybody. Brady.
I'm a huge nope to Christian nationalism of any sort, though. Very upfront about that.
Radio Free Mormon here with Bill Reel on Mormonism Live. It is Wednesday evening, August 13th, 2025. And at this point in time, I fully expected to be introducing to you Lauren Matthias from Hidden True Crime. And she'd come on the show. We talked about her career and her exploits. Unfortunately, it looks like that's not going to happen.
So again, this is a live stream. This is not pre-recorded or edited. So she was supposed to appear for a live stream.
1/2 hour ago, I received a phone call from Lauren's producer, and without going into specifics, Lauren was called away on an emergency. It certainly was not voluntary on her part in any way. And the producer said that they would try and get back maybe half an hour into the show. I said, look, you just take care of business. We'll be fine. And I think it's unlikely, but I put it out there because if it happens, then it'll be great. But just want to let you know that. But
so she was supposed to be there for a live stream. Grayson calls. Again, let me play that really quick one more time.
1/2 hour ago, I received a phone call from Lauren's producer, and
so Grayson called him.
Without going into specifics, Lauren was called away on an emergency. It certainly was not voluntary on her part in any way.
So she was called away. The producer calls. She'll try to get there in 30 minutes. All right. Well, take a look.
Not with Lauren in the green room.
That's just ridiculous. The travel the waters and safety. Talking about traveling and safety. Hopefully, Lauren, you're doing good. Glad to have you here.
Oh,
yeah, glad to be here. I apologize. I would have been here a little bit earlier. I got the wrong link. You guys sent me the wrong link for an ending.
Oh my god!
And then I finally came to chat and I saw that you guys shared it, so I jumped on.
Oh, I'm so sorry, you guys. I am not paying attention. I'm over here popping back and forth and running my mouth. I am so sorry. Abilis, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Chow Yun Cat Smith. Okay. Can it call scripture? I can't. What is that word? What? Pearl of the Great Price described the mark of Cain as dark skin. Church President Young said, Quote, you will see it on the countenance of every African you ever did see. End quote. Wiki. Yeah, I wish I could remember what year. It was up until, does anybody recall when they started allowing people like African Americans, Hispanic, to become parts or members of the church? Do you guys recall what year it was? I know that there's a huge racist history within the LDS religion too. Miss Upper Thigh, and thank you again. Miss Upper Thigh, thank you again for another 5 gifted memberships. You guys, thank you so much for the support. But sorry, I'm going to back it up. So she rolls in here. They say she's called away on an emergency. Grayson called. She shows up 30 minutes on the dot. Listen to the spin.
Glad to have you here.
Yeah, glad to be here. I apologize. I would have been here a little bit earlier. I got the wrong link.
Sorry, you guys.
You guys sent me the wrong link for an ending. And then I finally came to chat and I saw that you guys shared it. So I jumped on.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, that's so good. I'm glad you did. I blame Bill, of
Yeah.
course.
Yeah. I'm a troubleshooter. So it's okay. I got it figured out.
Well, I didn't say any details.
I get really caught up in switching clips and finding the clips or the places I want to take you guys. And I completely forget to check that stuff. I am really sorry. But what's the purpose of this lie? Why would this have to be? Why? Why concoct this lie? Like, what's the lie? She was called away on an emergency. Then she says that she got the wrong link. They're like, I didn't say anything. And then she goes on to tell a story at the end about how she had a dermatologist remove a spot and it started bleeding and she needed to change her shirt. Huh? Why? Like, that's not an emergency. I mean, changing your shirt, yeah, but she comes in right at a half hour and says the link doesn't work. So what was that all about? And I'm not even joking. Hold on. Let me go on to the end about the shirt. Right here.
At this point, it's like TMI anyway. People's minds might go worse.
That's like you're thinking.
Yeah, I won't share exactly what happened, but I'll say I had a.
Yeah, I'll bet. I don't think she's going to be here at all, and that's fine. That's okay. You know, take care of business, but we got it handled here. And then
here. Look.
I was shocked that you showed up. First off, I was shocked that you weren't going to be here. But then I was shocked that you showed up, and I was shocked that you showed up when your producer said, you know, push it back 30 minutes. You go back and listen to it, and you'll hear me going, yeah, I'll bet. I don't think she's going to be here at all, and that's fine. That's okay. You know, take care of business, but we got it handled here. And then you show up, your face shows up down there, and I look up here, and it's exactly 30 minutes into the show.
Well, I want to thank my producer for making that happen. Yeah, I won't share exactly what happened, but I'll say I had a doctor's appointment earlier today.
This is also the date that Christina shared. The same day of this live was when Christina shared a screenshot of a text message where Lauren said she felt threatened from April. So this is the day of that TikTok. This is August 13th.
It did not go well. And we learned that a half hour before your show, I had to rush back.
That it didn't go well.
It didn't go well. I had to rush back to the doctors. And I mean, I'll share it. So people are like, I had some possible skin cancer removed from my back. So that's okay. So I'll just share it. I'll just share it. At this point, it's like TMI anyway. People's minds might go worse.
That's like you're thinking. What are people going to think?
Are like going,
you know,
like,
it really wasn't
like,
that
what
big a
happened,
deal.
right? There's going to be a rumor that I was pregnant or something tomorrow, so I might as well just share what this was. You know, which no, I'm not. So I had something.
You just told us it was the link. You got on there and said the link didn't work. Your producer told them that you had an emergency. Okay, no big deal. Said you would try to show up within 30 minutes. Okay, you did. You get on there and say the link wasn't working. That's what caught you up. And now you're telling this story. Like, what is this?
Removed from my back. And they stitched it. All was well. And like 30 minutes before our show, my
Audacity. I just saw that. That's crazy.
TMI, but like, sorry, like it was TMI for me too. Like my shirt was drenched in blood.
I know the feeling. Different area, but I know the feeling, Lauren.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I was like, oh
TMI.
my gosh, what's, I didn't even know until I was going to change my shirt for this. And it was And my poor producer who had the afternoon off because, you know, Taylor Swift was debuting her podcast. In fact, I'm surprised we have anybody here because 1 million people are watching Taylor Swift's podcast debut right now. She was like ready to roll. Like,
good thing, you know, you're done with the interview promoting Taylor Swift. That's weird.
Taylor Swift's her girl.
Are you the one obsessed with celebrities? It seems like you might be the one obsessed and push it off as it's Grayson. I mean, no shade if you are a Swiftie. I don't care.
Girl, you know, if you want to know about self-care, that's my producer's self-care. And I was like,
are you sure it's not yours? Like, that just, the whole thing gives me weird vibes. All of that. It's just weird. Yeah, but what happened to the link, Michelle? What happened to the link didn't work? I don't even get... And how does somebody that's proud LDS say they hate the temple? And how does she admit that she's proud LDS? And like, what? Huh? And she's directing people to watch the One on Mormon Stories podcast in the timeline of all this, really relying on John DeLynn in that interview for some reason. And then you watch it and you're like, what is happening?
The initial
Back to last night.
injunction is granted, but they go to court.
Thank you for entertaining my little segue there.
And basically the judge says, this is just a cat fight between two now adult females, but this is a cat fight between adult females. And of course,
oh, really?
Free speech, because you know what?
That's interesting. I mean, I'm sure there is all sorts of things, like different dislikes and things. It grows. But it's the double speak always for me with her. She says, I'm proud LDS. I hate the temple. They broke into when she was a missionary. She goes on and on to like tell all these crazy stories. And everything, somehow her identity comes back to something about Daybell and Valo. It's wild. No, that's interesting to know. It doesn't shock me. But it's how everything with her comes back to that. Yeah, they were LDS, but they were a fringe offshoot extremist group. Yes, do those exist? Absolutely. Do I think LDS is a multi-billion-dollar business? 100%. Do I think they have had some really harmful doctrine? Absolutely. But she says she's proud. Like, it's the whole fucking thing is just a mind fuck at this point.
But Victoria,
let alone her like true crime coverage and the connections and her bad mouthing people in the industry. Like, just this piece alone is a mind fuck.
I don't think Becky should be silent.
And what he's doing in comparing Lauren, I want to take us back to this. And this guy, her husband, is now somehow fabricating an entire fictional story about childhood sexual assault, trying to make Lauren the victim by completely fabricating a story about 16-year-olds and sexual assault. That's what we've escalated to. For what? What exactly?
I don't think anyone should be silenced. So just basically take it. And even though, Becky's a little bit of a mean girl, maybe she's cyberbullying you a little bit, I think that stalking is just showing up at someone's home with a gun. And she hasn't done that. She hasn't approached you in your car. She hasn't approached you. They live in the same town. She hasn't approached you at the grocery store. She hasn't approached you anywhere. She hasn't physically harmed you. So the judge actually goes on record and says, you know what? This stalking injunction is dismissed.
I just want you to understand how disrespectful to actual victims this thought experiment is. Because Lauren is not experiencing this, sir. This isn't what she's going through, but there are people that have gone through similar things like this. You're using this as a hypothetical situation. There's been people that have had horrific things done to them. But currently, it's your wife that is on here fabricating and fictionalizing stories about other people, calling them stalkers. This is just, ugh. Yuck. For what, dude? For what?
Because, quote, this reminds me of the Real Housewives of Salt Lake City. So guess what? Go back to your life, just grin and bear it and carry on. Victoria has been supported by her husband for most of her life, but she finally decides, after having 3 children, all of whom are targeted by the stalker, by Becky, she decides to get a job. She goes back to school. She gets certified as a teacher. She starts a job. And what happens? Becky starts posting again about how Victoria is an abuser and that she's going to harm the children in her class because she's teaching in elementary school. And then she needs to lose her job. Victoria does lose her job because of these posts. Their posts are persistent. They're repeated. Victoria has told Becky numerous times, please stop. Please leave me alone. I feel threatened. I feel harassed. But the court will not protect her. She's forced out of her job. She's forced to resign because of all the rumors and gossip about her being an abuser. So what does she do?
This is incredibly disrespectful and distasteful. Like, the fact that you can even fabricate a story like this on the fly is concerning to me. And the fact that you are using a horrific story of something like this. Childhood sexual assault is the topic you're using to base a lot of these allegations off of, when that isn't even remotely close to what is happening with Lauren. Not even remotely close. She is the one lying about Christina. And for you to call yourself a doctor who gives assessments, that's concerning. Sorry. That is not a dog whistle for anybody to do anything on his license. This is just my opinion. This is highly concerning to me.
She finds another job. This time she goes to the local.
If you're this willing to lie on behalf of your wife, and you are either actively, knowingly lying, or you didn't do your due diligence and ask for the proof and the truth and all of that, whether she's misled you or not at this point. What? Man, you could get your little thought experiment. I don't think is going to play out as well as you had intended for it to.
Community center. She loves working with kids. She's got 3 kids. That's her passion. But guess what? Becky's persistent. Becky takes back to social media and tells the community center, you are an abuser. You should not be working at this community center. You're playing.
Yeah, if he's an expert witness, this is really concerning. I mean, what were you guys thinking? This is concerning. This fabrication and attempt at correlation is a reach, major reach.
And all these kids at risk. Lo and behold, Victoria loses her position once again. Because Victoria doesn't know what to do, because she still loves kids, she starts a YouTube channel. And the YouTube channel it pertains to children's education. She reads books, children's books. She's just doing anything she can to help kids. But guess what?
April, I was like, leave Becky out of it. I went on a few Becky rants.
Becky thinks that's absurd because there's no proof of this whatsoever.
And her reaction, the way she's like leaned forward, sitting back, like, poor Lauren. And people in their comment section are hearing like, oh my God, this is horrible. That poor. And somehow they are correlating this to Lauren. This is what's happened to Lauren. Not even remotely close, but they know exactly what he was doing.
But Becky decides, of course, that she shouldn't have her YouTube channel or any way to make a living because she's an abuser.
This is extreme emotional manipulation.
So she starts posting relentlessly on her TikTok, again, about Victoria and her abuse. An online mob flocks to her channel, which is starting to get some momentum finally. and she's canceled.
Oh my God. Not the channel, canceled. Holy shit. She's canceled. That all escalated to the point. All of that entire part of manipulation was to escalate the story to the point of her YouTube channel being canceled, which does provide her livelihood, but isn't her identity. This was written out, scripted, recorded, edited, and dropped as a premiere. They thought this through and made numerous choices to continue to go with this. And these are supposed to be your truth tellers in the true crime community, the ones that people can go to for the facts on these cases. And look what he just attempted to spin right in front of everybody's face. Do you think true crime can be ethically? Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. I do. Justin Lum does it, in my opinion.
Not only is she canceled, but her friends.
There's some documentaries that are great. I'm sure there's some YouTube channels that are wonderful, bringing awareness to like cold cases. I think a major problem is when they get immersed in with the victims' families during these active cases. That's really problematic. But I think there's absolutely ethical ways that true crime can be covered, if that's what you're asking. And thank you for the support.
Her coworkers,
I don't have a suggestion on how to do it, but
colleagues in the community, the people at the school where she taught, they all turned against her.
yeah, is that the correlation he's making? You would think, always groovy, right? Which one, Tebow? Which interview? This one from last night?
So finally, after all these losses and all this trauma,
Exactly.
and this rumor that she can't dispel, even though she said repeatedly, I did not do that. Even her sibling.
And yes, again, because they continue to try to use this, a parent of a missing child did reach out to me a year ago. I talked to him on the phone. There was nothing I learned. There's no evidence of what happened to the missing child. I think I've exchanged texts a few times. I know nothing, but I didn't ever want to have contact with any victims or their families either. Like, that's not my thing. I don't cover true crime. But I think that's a huge factor where people get caught up in true crime. And I can see how easy it would be, is becoming friendly with or friends with. But oftentimes, the creators are collecting on the families. It sucks. It's true. I mean, look at how many people turned on Seth over time.
Siblings have said, she did not do that.
T-Rev. I mean, so many of them on the green team turned on Seth.
It doesn't matter. She's continued with this lie over and over again. It's called the sleeper effect. If you tell a lie enough, over and over again, people believe it.
People start to believe it, which is actually what's happened.
That's what's happening with you. People are telling
Here we go.
a lie, lies over and over, and people are believing it.
That's why you use the word stalk 440 times.
So finally, after years, and by the way, so Becky meets with her mother for lunch.
That's right, Autumn. For me, it was like, yeah, I talked to him a couple times. There's nothing. Pascal, yeah. To me, there's like nothing to garner. It's just not, it's really uncomfortable actually when you have no idea.
And she tells her mom, Sylvia,
These cases get rough, like rough. The rumors that fly about all of these things, I can't even imagine what it was like with the Daybell Vallow stuff, being a creator in that space. Oof.
She said, Mom, that was great. You allowed me to see quite clearly that because of free speech, I have a lifetime pass. I have a lifetime ticket to just ridicule and threaten and harass this friend of mine who didn't do enough for me and who rejected me. And she thanks her mom and says, wow, this has just been great. Free speech is so great. I love it.
There's no stalking, right? None.
And oddly enough, Sylvia says at this lunch, Sylvia says, I've been watching this and, maybe it's too much. Maybe you've gone too far. Maybe you should really rein this in a little bit. But Becky says, no, Mom, you taught me free speech. Like I can do any damn thing I want. I'm not stalking her.
Are you talking about this comment? I don't know which comment you're talking about. No, that was when it was current. Hold on, let me look.
I haven't showed up at her home with a gun. I haven't followed her in a car. I haven't followed her at the mall. I haven't followed her in a restaurant. I've done nothing wrong. I can say whatever I want. Free speech. So
currently this video has 121,000 views. There you go. Oops. Sorry, I didn't mean to leave that up there. I told him at the beginning it was going to be a marathon. Madison, here's the thing. I don't mind people being monetized. It's an art, it's a craft, like news reporters, journalists, social media is here to stay. So I don't mind people being monetized or calling it a job, if I'm honest. Like, I just don't. But I do think that there's ethical ways of doing it. But I think social media is so dysregulated on certain things. But then at the same time, when you link a lot of this stuff up, Betty gets emboldened a lot by her political movements and involvements. Others get emboldened by their religion. Like, there is extremists that have found loopholes, and sorry, a lot of them are. Like, that's just what they are. They tell you they're the chosen one. They're entitled in some way, shape, or form, than better than they're semi-celebs. Like, there are so many things that this group of people, they're going to exploit whatever it is for financial gain. But then you have like the Jerry Springers, the people have been profiting off of others' pain for decades. Geraldo did a mock trial of John Bonet. I mean, they've been doing it for so long. So I think you're going to get an entertainment aspect out of it forever. And people are going to profit. I don't have the answers. I just don't. But I think there's no way I could knowingly just concoct lies about a family that had a missing kid when there's so many possibilities out there of what could have happened. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't bring myself to telling a story about, like, oh, when there's things we will never know. Why not just wait? But people get so caught up. I don't know if that makes sense, but why not report? Like, we need transparency in the court systems. These trials are major. The Delphi trial, to completely ignore so many things, to me, it seemed like they were doing. Like, her and her husband, I've watched some of that now, and they ignored like crazy things that were questionable, that should be questioned in our justice system. I was like, wow.
This ends, and
it's good that there was actual attorneys there, because she's a storyteller.
I don't know the final ending, but the way this story ends, the way this thought experiment ends, is that she wakes up one morning.
And I also think people like this hurt our freedom of speech. I really do, because they push and are grimy about what they do. They really are. And then they fucking use it like this.
They're bad.
They're dangerous to me.
Distraught.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening, but please don't do that to my mods. Thank you, Pika. But what's your proof of Christina being a mean girl? Don't you wish you knew? I mean, do you have proof of that? I mean, that's a possibility. I've said that. Like, That's of course, but what do we have besides a few random TikToks? Those TikToks weren't even, nobody was watching them. She had under 300 views. I mean, they were hurting her, but to go to this, I just don't see we have any proof of Christina even being a mean girl. I mean, she could be, absolutely could be. That's not off the table. But I have heard more things about all the other people outside of Christina that are more problematic to me. But those are just rumors too. I don't know. I'm not saying that it's not a possibility, but I've just not seen any proof either, though.
And she tells her husband that she can't keep doing it.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's take this out.
Yeah, absolutely.
The way this ends is Victoria is in her bed.
I don't know.
Crying.
That is another really concerning aspect to me that this is not going to sound sexist, and he's about to say something that's sexist coming up too, which is fucking crazy to me. But, sir, I don't care about men crying. I think men need to shed emotion when they need to. But I am very concerned that you are crying over a fabricated story that you just concocted. I'm concerned because you are turning tears on and shedding tears over a fabricated story that you concocted to try and correlate it to some perceived non-existent stalking your wife is experiencing. When she chose to escalate the situation, when she chose to continue to show up where Christina already was, after she got permission from law enforcement that she could be there. She played it in the body cam footage. They said, yeah, as long as it wasn't in the crime con, she wasn't. You want her violated. Your wife wants her tracked and monitored and in jail. And you just turned on tears over a fabricated story to make your wife the victim, or attempt to. It didn't land, but that was the attempt. And then you want us to believe that we should respect your credentials, respect your education. You're smarter than us, wiser than us, seasoned. THERAPIST. Colin, stat.
She wakes her husband up and she tells him that she can't keep doing it. She's decided that she can't go any further. And she's thinking about killing herself.
And you, sir, are a mandated reporter. Moonlight, there are some court records that discuss how Lauren went about this. Hey, Sin, and what she actually filed and said and what her demands were. They are linked in the description of this video if you want to see those court documents. But they paint Lauren out to be the one who was using the courts. I don't know. This whole thing is crazy to me. You are a mandated reporter, John. You are a mandated reporter by profession. Need I remind you of that?
What happens after that? I don't know.
You have direct connection to this person that you are having thoughts because of their behavior about them taking their life. And instead of seeking help, like somebody in your profession should be doing, with your credentials should be doing, you're on here fabricating stories for content on a YouTube channel, being part of a production.
That's the end of the thought experiment. I don't know what she did. But she wakes.
I am not in any way, shape, or form encouraging anyone to call again. He did this publicly. People are paying attention. There are professionals paying attention. Please do not call. This is a fictional story that he has created. But it's concerning when he's creating and willing to create a story that involves it going to this degree. The thought experiment. When he is directly correlating it and turning on tears.
Wakes up at that point because she realizes that Becky's not going to stop.
Yeah, and it's very concerning if he's putting out into the universe. It's dangerous for him to be putting out into the universe that because of these perceived bullies, these mean girls, you know, that she could potentially harm herself or take her life. Like, there are people out here that worship Lauren, that think she is this end all be all. People have a very unhealthy relationship with some of these creators. This is dangerous.
Until she's completely ruined her life or she's deceased. Because Becky understands that by hiding behind this argument of free speech, that she has a lifetime ticket to target and arrest any person she wants over anything without any repercussions because of free speech. So my challenge to people with this thought experience, my challenge to anyone is to say to them, if you're a mother of someone, a daughter or a son, if you're a mother, would you recommend that one of your sons or daughters engages in this type of behavior? And if you do, I guess that's your choice, right?
No, it's really sad that Lauren's mom's on hospice. But I hope Lauren's dad says something to her about her concerning behavior. I do. Okay, carry on, because we're talking about Lauren's behavior. Lauren brought this public. Maybe she should have consulted with the people that love her.
Free speech. But
You're not going to use the whole, if you're a mother, would you want this? Because that's not happening. That's not happening. These things aren't happening to Lauren. Your whole little fictional story didn't happen to Lauren. So this hypothetical thought experiment, we don't have to. No, sorry. Bye.
I'm curious, I'm
raising girls to stand up for themselves and take no shit. But behaving like this is a no. Nope. No.
curious. Is that a reasonable?
You don't fabricate a story and then turn the tears on for sympathy. No.
Is that a reasonable course of action for a parent to say to their child, or for an adult to say to themselves, I have an issue with this person. I'm going to set up a targeted social media account to harm them. And I will.
A targeted social media account that doesn't even have 400 subs. Okay, go on. Poor Lauren. She's above reproach. Poor Lauren. She's the only one on fucking social media that's been lied on. Jesus. What is this? Oh, and by the way, when you call people like this out, they don't like it. They don't like it at all. They come out swinging and will concoct lies. I've seen it happen.
Will spend the rest of my life engaged in this campaign of harm.
They will do anything to protect their ability to exploit victims and call it a career.
Until I ruin this human being. And even if you argue that that's free speech, that doesn't even consider, because this is a philosophical thought experiment, you have to consider the ethical and moral implications of that behavior.
Big Al, good point. They are looking more finger bangish the longer we get into this. Thank you for this support. Yeah, they're starting to. Somebody asked if it was a toupee, and I was like, now that I look at it, could be. They do have those. Have you seen the advertisements? Anybody? There's a girl in Utah that she did like Scott Henry. She put a hairpiece on him and they like glue him on and they stay for 6-8 weeks. There's a place in Utah, a salon that does the hairpieces for men. It's a whole thing. They look really real, some of them too. It could be. I don't know. He's got the finger bang going on.
We're not even addressing that. Are there ethical and moral implications to letting your child set up such an account under the auspices of free speech to harm someone?
People like this are the threat to free speech. People like this who fucking lie.
Else.
You're a threat.
That's my question. I do want to return to a part of that thought experiment, by the way.
You want to concoct thought experiments, hypothetical thought experiments. And no concern about the impacts your thought experiments have on the people that you're playing games with.
And it has to do with the part about going into court and being told essentially that this is just nothing but mean girl stuff. Even though...
Oh, what did you say right there? Going into court and what?
Implications of that behavior. We're not even addressing that. Are there ethical and moral implications to letting your child set up such an account under the auspices of free speech?
She's a grown woman. Get over it.
To harm someone else? That's my question. I do want to return to a part of that thought experiment, by the way. And it has to do with the part about going into court and being told essentially that this is just nothing but mean girl stuff.
Going into court and being told this is basically nothing but mean girl stuff. Oh shit, are you unhappy that the judge didn't buy this?
Even though Victoria, in this thought experiment, Victoria has never responded online.
Never.
She's never said anything
Calling the cops.
about Becky. She's
Calling other people. Who was contacting colleagues? Grayson. Grayson was reaching out to creators asking what they knew was going on. Grayson was the one contacting their colleagues to say, hey, do you know what's going on? So they could put a statement of supposedly something was going to go viral. They were contacting the police. The other one was making some boring TikToks. I mean, get creative at least.
She's never fought back.
I wouldn't have put a clown on her face.
Right? I'm going to go back to the textbook.
I mean, if she's a shitty person, why do you have to respect a shitty person? She ain't owed a damn thing.
Stalkers and their victims, second edition.
Stalkers and their... I mean, he's so proud about his collection of books on stalking. I'm seeing a theme and I don't like it.
Let's consider this whole idea of a cat fight. Here's what Mullen, they have a chapter 11, it's on female stalkers.
I want to say a huge thank you to my mods who have hung out with me all day. This has been painful, I'm sure, but to those of you that have been in and out all day and hung out with me, thank you so much for all of the help.
Here's what Mullen et al. Say about female stalking. Victimization studies, quote, this is on page 136. Okay. Victimization studies indicate that females are seldom prosecuted for stalking offenses, with criminal justice intervention most likely to proceed in those cases involving a male accused of stalking a woman. So this is persistent.
Mm-hmm.
That
I'm getting Hand That Rock the Cradle vibes.
Many people, including some law enforcement, judges, you name it, they don't see stalking as stalking unless it involves a male.
Oh my God.
Females are just not prosecuted as much. And that speaks to this issue of the mean girl cat fight thing, right? Mm-hmm. This stereotype.
Mm-hmm. Again, she wasn't being stalked, sir. There's no stalking injunction. That's factual, though.
That stalking is chasing someone with a gun, and specifically, you better be a male, otherwise you're not going to be prosecuted, because if you're a female doing it...
No, females scare me more than most men. That's honest. Some females scare me way more than any man. But it doesn't really have a gender. Scary people are scary people, but women can be just as conniving. Stop it.
It's not serious.
Yeah. The courts, people like you harm what happens to victims. So creating fabricated stories about having stalking issues hurts victims, not helps them.
Catfight, right? I'll go on. Quote, put simply, Stalking by females is yet to be afforded the same degree of seriousness attached to males who harass. This despite empirical evidence that females are no less intrusive or persistent in their stalking and that they are no less a threat to their victims.
I mean, that's outdated research. But here he is angry.
I just want to say on that issue that when it comes to stalking, and this is consistent with the research I just read, there's clearly a sexist bias. Males are
Clearly a sexist bias.
prosecuted, females aren't. When females engage in this type of behavior, even though they're equally dangerous, the research shows this, that they're dismissed. And you know what's interesting about your situation?
Sir, can you get up-to-date data?
I really appreciate the fact that certain men like Colby Ryan reached out
She withdrew. She withdrew.
to you and said, thank you for that vulnerability.
And now here you go, leveraging your relationship with Colby. Interesting how you managed to do that. Yikes. Isn't he like family to you guys?
Thank you for that type of raw emotion. But you know what? There's a lot of people that are going to really struggle with that type of raw emotion. There's a lot of people that are going to struggle with.
Yeah, I struggle with manipulative man tears. I struggle with manipulative female tears too, equally. But when men can turn on the tears for a show, especially over fabricated fucking stories, I have a major issue with it. Same with women, though. Equal opportunity. It doesn't have a gender for me. I think it's grimy either fucking way, and you just did it. But it's hard for men to express emotion because men like you make it hard for them to be genuine and vulnerable when you're out here concocting fucking stories and then weaponizing your tears. You want to talk about weaponized kindness? Well, that was weaponized tears. You cried after a fake fucking story that isn't even happening. That's a problem, sir. And it's a problem that your wife attempted to cry and wasn't successful enough the other night.
With that type of a vulnerability. There's a lot of people that are.
Welcome to a nonsense marathon for anybody that is new here. I'm long-winded and can hold down a show based on their own words. So I apologize, but there's a lot to get through and I wanted to just get it done.
Very uncomfortable.
I asked Kyle earlier, I was like, are we just hanging out today? He did a lot of, I did all my chores this morning and did all of our laundry and stuff. And he was like, yeah. He's like, I don't want to do anything. Poor guy got right off the plane this week and went right to work. So I appreciate you guys hanging out with me.
And they're, because of that, they're labeling you things like histrionic, right? They're dismissing you because you're a female expressing emotion.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys that have hung out with me today.
This is where the sexist bias comes in. They're dismissing you as not serious.
No, I'm not dismissing her. I'm just calling her a liar. I'm definitely not dismissing her. I'm sure there are things that are going on here, but I think they're being manipulated and twisted in a fashion that makes me sick. She claimed she had more proof. Why didn't she show that? Why did you guys do this? She told her subs. In fact, I've heard people say, I've seen them say in chats that she said she had more proof. There was more proof behind this of actual stalking. Her own subs believe that there's more proof. And they were hoping that she was going to show that. And when they asked about it, they were getting blocked.
As untrustworthy, right? They're dismissing you as frivolous, as silly, as being engaged in a catfight, as a dispute between mean girls because you're female. Because the stalker wasn't following you with a gun. It doesn't matter. People can't handle the type of vulnerability and emotion that you expressed on that live for hours. What's the response? It's to call you histrionic. It's to call you a liar. It's to say you're faking.
No, sir, I can handle raw, real emotion, and that just wasn't it. What I couldn't handle in that was the lies, the buildup, and the letdown. I believed until the last minute that she was going to pull something out and show proof. I had hope because I've never questioned. I always thought she was considered ethical in the true crime space. So I really thought she would be a true crime creator and not do what she did. I thought she would stand on the facts and she didn't. Had nothing to do with her emotion. I felt for her for a while. I kept thinking she was going to pull it through because I do know people have had horrific things happen to them. But that just wasn't it. And then she continued. You guys continue to escalate.
It's to say you're doing it for clicks.
Now you're doing this for clicks. You're completely fabricating. Shut up, John. Just stop that shit right fucking now. You're doing this for clicks, sir. You are doing this for clicks. You fabricated an entire story trying to correlate it to Lauren and some mean girls that you don't like. That actually, it seems like Lauren's been the one that's been nasty to them. Anyways, you concoct this entire fabricated story about 16-year-olds and then try to bring in childhood sexual assault and try to link the two together. And you're worried about other people doing shit for clicks and views? Sit the fuck down, John. I mean, maybe you should stand up. Maybe you should get some exercise. Maybe that would be healthy for your heart. From a pacemaker haver, this ain't good for your health, sir. And you're doing it. You cried about that. Oh my. No wonder your blood pressure's up.
Doing it for attention, right?
You ran a fucking quicker mile in that fucking brain of yours to create that story than you've ever ran in your goddamn life.
Because, and by the way, one of the people saying this because of this
unless it was running for fucking donuts, I'm sure.
Was on our show years ago.
John, sit.
And I will say this, one of the worst moments I've ever had in 5 years.
I'm sorry. I'm mad now. I'm fucking mad. What did he just do? And he's clicks and views. You dumb ass. That's what you're doing this for.
One of the moments that pissed me off to no end, unlike every other moment on any show I've ever been on, this person.
And now we got Mad John. Now we got concerning Mad John. I want to hear this once again. I want to see him throw those glasses off again. I'm glad the woman that he is talking like this to is an attorney and very well knows how to handle herself.
Histrionic, right? They're dismissing you because you're a female expressing emotion. This is where the sexist bias comes in. They're dismissing you as not serious. This
is just fucking disgusting, though. He's taken slights at every type of victim. They are mocking stalking victims. They're mocking sexual assault victims. Like, by doing this and diminishing what really happens to all of these victims, he is once again continuing to spit in the face of victims. He's weaponizing their relationship with victims. We've done so much for victims. We've done stuff for other creators. He is weaponizing that, expecting blind loyalty, and then out here concocting stories and weaponizing things that are horrific traumas for people. And this just isn't it. Not at all. And then using his credentials. He's using his credentials to pass this off too. That's even the worst part. Ugh.
Trustworthy.
Unreal.
Right? They're dismissing you as frivolous, as silly, as being engaged in a cat fight, as a dispute between mean girls because you're female.
This is just gross.
Because the stalker wasn't following you with a gun. It doesn't matter. People can't.
This is extremely dangerous. Think if these newscasts would have gotten a hold of this. I mean, when Granny had the RICO filed on her, it was a local news station that took and went to the media, their local in Tennessee, and said one of the plaintiffs, they did a news segment releasing this RICO injunction in Pennsylvania, and they used the dad of a missing child to get on there and the spokesperson to say that if the missing child was not found, that those ladies had blood on their hands, would have blood on their hands. Granny never left Pennsylvania. She wasn't involved in the search for the missing child, had nothing to do with it. But somehow, because they all got together and filed shit in court, they took it to the news and said that they would have blood on their hands. We've seen people with these dangerous accusations, and if this would have gotten attention by her colleagues that she was trying to call on, this could have been a really, really bad situation. It's bad enough as is.
Handle the type of vulnerability and emotion that you expressed on that live for hours. What's the response? It's to call you histrionic. It's to call you a liar. It's to say you're faking. It's to say you're doing it for clicks. You're doing it for attention, right? That's because, and by the way, one of the people saying this because of this was on our show years ago. And I will say this, one of the worst moments I've ever had in 5 years, one of the moments that pissed me off to no end, unlike every other moment on any show I've ever been on, this person was...
Yeah, this concerns me. This concerns me, this escalation. His behavior is not, this is not okay. This is so beyond just some YouTube drama. I'm sorry.
On the show. And somebody, a viewer asked a question of me that was extremely emotional. And I was pondering the question. You could see I was getting emotional. I was going to give one of the best responses I've ever given. And you know what?
Oh, no, not one of the best responses. It was your moment to shine, and she stripped you of those manipulative tears. Oh, no.
Happened because this person couldn't handle.
And this makes me want to fucking vomit what he's about to say.
The fact that I was getting emotional, they cut me off. They absolutely cut me off, refused to let me answer because they couldn't handle that emotion in a male, especially in a male, that raw emotion that I was about to express. And I was so angry. If this person wonders why she's not on our channel, you might want to look at yourself. You might want to look at the fact.
How dare you cut John off? He was about to turn those manipulation tears on. Lori, how dare you emasculate him like that? He was about to manipulate everybody with what he was going to say in those tears.
Fact that you...
It was his moment to shine.
You cut me off in one of the most critical moments on one of our shows that I've ever had. You might want to look at the fact that people didn't like you. You might want to look at the fact that you spoke over Lauren and myself. You might want to look at the fact that you thought you owned this channel when you didn't. You might want to look at the fact that there was a groundswell of people who despised you.
Yeah, listen to him.
So this idea of female stalkers being frivolous and
about Lori Hellis,
silly and hysterical and overly emotional. Most of the people saying that are males.
No, sir, no.
Because they can't handle that type of emotion. They can't handle that vulnerability. So the easy response to that is to point the finger at you and say, you're lying, you're faking.
Mm-hmm.
The goal?
I don't fucking know which one's. This is fucking crazy. Does he know? Does he know everything and is part of this? I don't. I'm beginning to think, yeah.
Is not only to
You don't script this type of production out and not be in the loop of the bullshit she's pulling.
Playing this to fall into the stereotype of that only males are stalkers. Only males can be violent. That's bullshit. The goal is to disempower you. The goal is to disempower all females.
No, asking for proof isn't taking her power. That's not it. Asking for proof of serious allegations, such as stalking from a true crime creator, is not taking her power. It's demanding honesty because those words are diminished by people like her, and it hurts the victims.
That are stalked by other females.
Wasting our court time and court system's time hurts victims.
The goal is to make you look irrational.
And she's extremely entitled.
The goal is to make you look weak and stupid and irrational. It's to call you a liar, to discredit you. And you know what it's about?
You seem irrational.
It's about the fact that these people cannot handle vulnerability. It's about
Oh my God, this is all this was. Oh, they were just being vulnerable.
the fact that years ago when that person cut me off, she could not handle my vulnerability and my raw emotion. And I'm still pissed.
Yeah, we can tell. Thanks for letting us know. Talk about holding a grudge.
Years later, I'm pissed.
Want to know why he's pissed? It's going to get grosser if you don't remember.
Somebody cut me off when I was going to answer my question in probably the most vulnerable way I could ever answer a question. Because it was about my son and it was about JJ. So
It was about my son and JJ. There is some weird thing with them mentioning JJ. Like, it's uncomfortable. It's extremely uncomfortable to me, the way that they both. Yeah, he did. Yeah. Yeah, that's what he did. I'll back that up so you guys can hear it one more time. I'll back it up a minute. That's what I said makes me want to vomit. I don't understand what that happened.
The goal is to disempower you. The goal is to disempower all females that are stalked by other females.
I don't know what's happened to them, but their identity has become a part of this case. Like, they cannot even, there is nothing, like, the most emotional, like, he's holding a grudge over her cutting him off and not getting to answer a question that linked somehow to his son and JJ. This is concerning. I'm sorry. You guys know what I'm saying.
Females. The goal is to make you look irrational. The goal is to make you look weak and stupid and irrational. It's to call you a liar, to discredit you. And you know what it's about? It's about the fact that these people cannot handle vulnerability. It's about the fact that years ago, when that person cut me off, she could not handle my vulnerability and my raw emotion. And I'm still pissed. Years later, I'm pissed that somebody cut me off when I was going to answer my question in probably the most vulnerable way I could ever answer a question. Because it was about my son. And it was about JJ. So I say to all the haters who are claiming.
I mean, yeah, they chose to keep that in. There is something that's really concerning about that whole situation to me. I don't know what it is. I don't know, Great Pearl. I really don't understand. Like, I would like to know. I wonder if Lori remembers what question he was going to answer. If she remembers what. I would like to know what question he was going to answer now that we've heard this. I wonder if she would know. That might be worth looking into.
Claiming that you're lying and that this can't be stalking.
I'll see if I can find one of the last shows she was on and see if we can tell.
I say to them, I challenge them to look again and to check their own emotions and to check themselves and their own inability to be vulnerable.
Yeah, that's
because what they're doing is despicable.
I'll look and see if I can find anything that, but if anybody does talk to her, it would be interesting to know. I'm not saying reach out to her or anything. I think one of her mods might be in here. She might be gone, but I'll ask her if she can ask her too. I don't want to bombard her, but it would be interesting to know if anything even remotely close to this ever happened.
And I want to make a comment too. I want to go back to this idea of psychological essentialism where we started, that all people at some level want to see themselves as good people. And that people often...
Oh, I've got a question. Does she delete a lot or hide a lot behind members only? Is she one of those? Or does she usually keep what she puts up? Somebody told me that she's deleted quite a few things off her channel. I would have never guessed that because most of it's edited. So if you know, will you let me know?
Small traits and amplify them, generalize from those traits to define another human being. Remember we talked about, Gabriel?
She does. She deletes a lot. See? Crazy. Okay. All right. Interesting.
Hurt her.
Mm-hmm. Gabriel, the 4-year-old heard her.
There's a lot of people out
Good to know. Thank you. Because then it's document when it gets put up. I appreciate you guys letting me know.
there that are mocking your looks, that are making fun of your appearance. And I just want to say on that, I mean, people can, you're laughing about some of it. It's funny, right? Like some of it's roasting you, but let's look a little deeper, right? Like,
Yes, sir. We listened to hours of her talking about her appearance. Again, I feel bad that she's got self-image issues. I really do. Her eyebrows are funky. I'm going to crack jokes. I get it all the time. It's fine. But her self-image issues aren't any of our faults. They've existed long before the internet. Her self-image issues and her modifying herself, she's talked about all that. We listened to it. She directed us to go listen to it. We listened to it, hours of it. How she was never pretty enough. She was always struggling. Like, we heard about it. That didn't happen because of, oh God, I don't know. Why am I even trying to explain myself? He knows. Don't blame that on the internet. People are going to crack jokes. You guys do it too. Again, it's not the focus, but he knows exactly where that stems from. The pursuit of perfectionism and being LDS. She knows where it exists. He knows where it exists. He knows what she's trying to do and why she modifies. It's not, sorry, you can't have it both ways.
that's psychological essentialism. If you want to disempower a female, the easiest way to do it is to mock her looks and then to say, look, she looks stupid.
She's been beautiful. I just don't like her brows. That's it. I mean, she wants to, if that makes her feel better, then do her. I'm all for whatever you want to do it. Whatever.
She must be stupid, right? It's to do the very thing that the 4-year-old was doing to Gabriel.
And you can't expect people not to point it out either. You can't expect people to understand that she talks about these things within these crimes. She acknowledges these things in the pursuit of perfectionism and how being LDS and the expectations in the Mormon, like, she talks about all of this shit. She does. You don't, oh, sir.
Which was to take a particular element, a particular attribute of you, your looks, whatever, your eyebrows, right? And it was to say that because of that, you're a clown. Because of the way you look.
No, it has nothing to do with her eyebrows, that she's a clown. It has to do with the manipulation. It's gross. She's more than a clown. She's a manipulative liar that, in my opinion, stuff like this is dangerous. If you can lie to police officers, courtrooms, and then say you advocate for victims, yeah, you scare me.
That you're silly and you can't be taken seriously and therefore you must be a liar. And you know what? That's fucking bullshit. And
No, it's because the lack of proof. She didn't show any proof. That's why people are concerned about her being a liar, not because of her eyebrows. No, none of us did anything to how she looks. It's just, you can't tell us to notice all these things in these situations of all these crimes that you talk about. And then when it comes to Lauren, tell people to not demand the facts. You say that people need to follow the evidence. People need to follow the proof. We're doing that. She didn't show any proof. People are genuinely doing what she has suggested people do, right? That's her reason why she digs in on these families, because people need to know the truth. That's their excuse always. But she can't even be asked a simple question about where's the proof of stalking. Nope, you just get to call somebody that without any evidence or proof.
Pisses me off.
But if it's a family she's digging in on, everything's fair game.
Because it is so sexist and it is so demeaning and it is so disempowering of women. And you get it all the time, unfairly.
Oh my God, I've been called a dude. They still try to say I'm transgender to this day. They try to use transgender people who just want to exist as their true, authentic self. They try to use the transgender community and mock them to take shots at me. Get over it, dude. It happens. People have said I have a dick nose forever. I laughed about it. They called me Mrs. Doubtfire. Like, get over it.
You get it from women. But it's
She is covering crimes of people who have lost their lives over, oh my God. And she can't handle, it's disempowering. They just can't handle this. Shut the fuck up and stop gaslighting us.
It's a classic case of psychological essentialism in the sense that you're taking one attribute, your looks, or any female's looks. I'm sure a lot of females out there have gone through this.
Yes. And it's no excuse to do this. A lot of us have gone through it. I'm sure everybody here has had unkind things said about your looks. I'm sure we all have. I'm sure we all have stories. That's why I'm trying to say, like, get over it. That doesn't give her any.
It's taking one aspect, one attribute of you and generalizing to your personality and defining you in terms of that.
Yeah.
And if that's not sexist, then, then I don't know what the hell is. But, in today's world, it doesn't really matter. Right? It doesn't matter in the sense that, and it's not, by the way, you're so used to it, it's not going to harm you.
Right.
But
yeah, it doesn't insult me at all being called a man or whatever. I genuinely don't care. It bothers me because it insults an entire community. Like, they still try to use being transgender as a joke in 2025. And it's like, why is that a joke? Like, I believe people should be able to live whatever life makes them happy. That's just who I am, though. So it bothers me that they insult an entire community trying to take jabs. I haven't even seen people like her eyebrows. That's what I've seen people in the filler. Whoa.
But I think what I want to say is I want the people to be aware of what
you all know. You guys have all had shit said about you.
Let's call this what it is. When you mock someone's looks, do you really believe that that's defining their personality? Do you really believe that
right
is a valid,
I don't know, yeah,
perspective on who that person is? That's a valid insight into who that person is? It's obviously not.
What are you asking about, Madison? Which in particular part?
Not.
Can you be more?
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to change anybody's mind. I know that cognitive, I talked about it.
I'm sorry, but yeah, sometimes it can be cruel what people say. Your eyebrows, come on now, though. Like this whole thing, yeah. No, it's not even them. They're not even mocking her looks. I've never seen none of them. They weren't even doing that. To brush it off like that was being done. What the hell? I mean, Turtle Boy drew him on, and that shit was funny. She should have laughed.
Earlier.
Hey, Bobby.
I know that confirmation bias.
Bobby, these long ones like this, when I insert so much and talk so much, they get long. But this is why we do a marathon like a couple times a month.
And the cognitive response principle mean that no matter what information you give someone, they're not going to change their mind. They're just going to come up with reasons why they're right. I know from confirmation bias that whatever I say here, they already have an opinion. They're going to believe that no matter what.
I mean, you've used every excuse in the book. That didn't even happen.
So I'm just putting this out there because I'm trying to compliment your 9-hour live.
Yeah, this is not complimentary.
With my lesser version of that, my research-based live that analyzes the situation because
yeah, great job, A+.
You know what? That's what our viewers expect. That's what our viewers like. This is what we do.
Ooh, if this is what you do, this is scary. Truly scary. If you concoct and fabricate stories like this with no proof or evidence, this is concerning, sir.
Hidden True Crime.
At Hidden True Crime.
And for those of you that didn't know, because I think a lot of people that are talking about the epic 9-hour live haven't even watched this before.
Oh, some of us have watched you, but not closely enough, thank God. Because now we're learning all about it.
This is what we do here at Hidden True Crime.
Yeah, if this is what you do at Hidden True Crime, it's very concerning because he fabricated an entire story, turned tears on, used an actual victim, used minors, and then created a fabricated story about sexual assaults. All to try and make you a victim of something that didn't even happen. There is no stalking injunction, which he continued to lie about. Well, you've been misleading people for months now.
This is what we do. I do want to get back to the free speech issue. There's a couple of things I want to talk about at the end here, and then we're going to be done soon. You read this on your live? This is the memorandum.
Yes.
By our attorney, Daston.
And here we go again, relying on legal filings that have no merit. There is no stalking injunction. She withdrew the case. There is no case. None of this matters. It's irrelevant. This has not been signed off and approved by a judge.
This is his reply. This is his reply to their free speech argument. The reply memorandum in support of requests for civil stalking and petitioner.
That's a good reminder. Difficult Research is supposed to be doing a live tomorrow.
Pre-trial brief.
I can't remember the time she said. I think she said 7:30, but I don't remember what time zone.
I'm going to read some of this because I think it's important and it's going to reiterate some of the issues we've talked about, especially about free speech. This is from the introduction. Quote, respondents' opposition fundamentally mischaracterizes both the law and the facts of this case by advancing two legally unsupported defenses. Number one, the petitioner's social media presence somehow diminishes her protection from stalking. Think about that. She argued, her attorneys argued that her social media presence, that your social media presence diminished your protection from stalking.
Tell that to Taylor Swift.
Excuse me, what? Did she just really do that? Did she just compare herself to Taylor Swift? She didn't she? Oh shit, I missed them. K-dubs, I had a dude live in my attic for 3 days, then come down and chase me with a box cutter. K-dubs. Kyle and I watched a show. Sorry, if you're still here and I just screamed in anybody's ear, I'm so sorry, but I just thought of this. Kyle and I watched a whole show, I think it's Netflix, on frogging. I think pH, I think it's called frogging, something like that, where people live inside the home and it's like a game. Oh my God. No, I am so sorry that you had to experience that. Thank you for the support. Who is this man to lecture any woman about this, let alone all of us who have spoken out against her? And why is the woman just sitting there? Bree, good question. It's complimentary. It's gross. Thank you for the support. I soar with Jackie G. Thank you so much for the super sticker and the support.
So somehow because you're
woohoo, look at that facial expression. Sorry guys, I know I've held you hostage most of the day, but watch that.
Defenses. Number one, the petitioner's social media presence somehow diminishes her protection from stalking. Think about that. She argued, her attorneys argued that her social media presence, that your social media presence.
Look at that. Look.
Diminished your protection from stalking.
Tell that to Taylor Swift.
So somehow because you're
wow, what was that? I just sounded like Britney. Looky here. Look at that. Look at
a limited
public figure.
Ooh.
And you have a social media presence.
Why do you keep kicking him? She kicking him? Is that why the camera's moving? What do you do now?
That your social media.
Can we please get a swinger scandal in this too? Make it exciting. Can we get something cool?
Presence diminished your protection from stalking.
I think she's kicking
Tell
it.
that to Taylor Swift.
Watch.
So somehow because you're a limited
public figure,
and you have a social media presence.
I don't know if she bumped him accidentally or the camera just glitched. They could cut it there too.
Never once did you respond to her, by the way, but that diminishes your protection from stalking. And two, that
He is fucking annoyed though. Look at that sit back. Oof.
creating multiple social media accounts dedicated to attacking petitioner's character constituted protected, quote, public discourse. Both arguments fail as a matter of law.
She is pissed. Even if it's editing, she's pissed. You can't cut that out. Like the way she sat back like that look on her face. What? If it was edited or cut something out, I bet she was. If this is the look she wants us to see, can you imagine the ones she's given off camera? Lord. Holy water.
Evidence before this court, including sworn declarations from multiple witnesses and documented exhibits, demonstrates a calculated campaign of harassment that has caused petitioner, you, to experience suicidal ideation for the first time in her life. As petitioner testified, up until 2025, I've never questioned that before.
Yeah,
this has felt like a complete nightmare I can't wake up from, unquote.
Grayson's in the room, I think, for majority of it, or off to the side.
The dangerous precedent respondent seeks would eviscerate stalking protections for anyone with an online presence and would transform social media into a free fire zone for personal vendettas.
But again, the slut, knitting artisan, she goes on the Mormon Stories podcast. I don't know if you've seen that yet. And she discloses like all of her relations with her ex and other people. Like she discloses when she first started dating, way too much information about her intimate life. And then she makes a big deal out of being slut shamed over supposedly kissing somebody. It's just so, I don't understand where she comes up with some of these things.
The court should reject respondent's attempt to weaponize the First Amendment as a shield for targeted harassment.
Yeah. Yep. I know, but what she disclosed, I mean, it doesn't make sense why she even addresses that if there's no, Larry got on here and said that Kyle doesn't come home at night, even though he's right here on the couch or in the bed. Like people say weird shit. Why? I laughed. We laughed about it. I throw it in occasionally as a joke here and there because it's funny shit, but why make a big deal out of it in that I've been stalked when that has nothing to do with your quote unquote alleged stalker? Has nothing to do with her.
The First Amendment.
None of this makes sense. None of this. The reaction that she has had to what is actually happening does not add up. And I just cannot understand any of it. And then with what she disclosed on these interviews, none of this makes sense.
Protects robust public debate and criticism, but it does not protect courses of conduct intended to cause fear or emotional distress, targeted harassment campaigns, true threats, and stalking behavior. This is from Virginia v. Black, 538 U.S., Counterman versus Colorado, 600 U.S. Quote, the First Amendment permits restrictions on speech that threaten unlawful violence or consist of targeted harassment. The most compelling evidence that respondents' conduct constitutes stalking, rather than protected speech, is that the singular purpose of her social media is the singular purpose of the social media accounts. Respondent has created at least 2 separate social media accounts dedicated exclusively to disparaging petitioner under the thin veil of discussing, quote, an ex-friend. This is not a case where respondent maintains general social media accounts that occasionally reference petitioner while discussing various topics. These accounts were created for one purpose only, to conduct a sustained campaign attacking the petitioner's moral character. When 100% of an account's content targets a single individual, it cannot be characterized as public discourse.
Sir, does he even, for such an educated man, he seems so disconnected from reality. It's really concerning that this man has been giving evaluations on cases. It's concerning. This is concerning.
It is a harassment campaign.
I know he's just reading what their attorney wrote, but the way he's going about it and like, look at how she's Look at these looks from her. What is this? You're reading a statement. Woo, yay. The case isn't, there's nothing going on with the case. You withdrew. She didn't get granted a continuance. She withdrew. She didn't want to be mortified, in my opinion, on law and crime. Because she didn't have, all she had to rely on was emotional manipulation. And instances where she was actually the one approaching them. And the alleged stalker wasn't even present for a lot of these instances at all. I don't think this.
Attorney is Dastin Dow, by the way. Many people asked. They thought this was really well done. Thank you, Dastin.
Well done, huh? Well done. Well done, dumbass. Well done.
The Supreme Court has long distinguished between speech on matters of public.
Continue having your client read out these papers that weren't signed off by a judge. Didn't say this is right.
Concern.
Didn't agree with any of this.
And purely private disputes. See Snyder versus Phelps. Personal grievances between former friends do not constitute matters of public concern that warrant First Amendment protection when used as weapons for harassment. This is revenge masquerading as free speech.
Revenge for what? Oh, you mean Lauren seeking revenge? Because they got a hold of her text messages and know she was a nasty person? Could there be shit on the other? Absolutely. Did they likely do some crazy shit? Absolutely. There's something back here that somebody knows that's big, that people are keeping quiet for. There's a reason why those texts haven't gotten out. You know that. I have a feeling they're not only going to expose how nasty she was, they're going to include other people, I have a feeling. And that's why they've been kept away, I think. Because otherwise, somebody would have released some of that shit by now.
I'm scared.
And if she had an actual claim, like an employment claim, she would have handled that. If they got them, like it was private communication and she was under contract as an employee, there could have been something here with that, potentially, depending on what contract she had. I don't know. Something's odd about that whole situation to me.
Skipping around, by the way.
Yeah. I read the whole thing on my 9-hour live. You're making your point.
The clear intent is to damage the petitioner's reputation and cause emotional distress. Each account creation, each post, and each attempt to expand the audience for these attacks constitutes a separate act in the stalking pattern. The use of multiple platforms demonstrates escalation and obsessive behavior, not legitimate commentary.
She says she calls them contract workers. She says contract workers, but we've never heard that there was contracts or anything. She says that going forward, she'll be doing NDAs, but we have no idea if there was actual contracts, like employment contracts or anything like that. She calls them contractors. So you assume that there was some sort of engagement, employee. But then again, there must not have been, because she didn't go that route legally. I don't know. Something's missing here. A lot of this, what she claims was done, was by people that she said were contract workers. I don't know. It doesn't make sense.
Here, the numbers speak for
None of it
themselves.
does.
50 plus posts and videos about you, petitioner, over a 6-month period across multiple platforms. This far exceeds the statutory minimum of, quote, 2 or more acts required by Utah law. Each of these 50 plus
she didn't break the injunction.
Post represents a deliberate choice to continue the harassment campaign. This is not a case.
She left when asked to and left on her own free will. She followed law enforcement's instructions.
Of 1 or 2 ill-considered posts in a moment of anger. This is a sustained, deliberate campaign spanning half a year. The sheer volume.
He didn't even mean to stop her from posting on social media. He said she was taking a risk, but he didn't mean to silence her. He clarified it, and it was pretty impressive. You should listen to it.
And duration demonstrate the obsessive nature of respondent's conduct and her intent to cause ongoing distress. The Ragsdale court.
Your wife is the one that continued to ask for continuance.
Emphasized examining the cumulative effect of conduct. A social media harassment campaign creates unique cumulative harm. We talked about this in the research. Permanent digital footprint of attacks. viral potential of expanding the
Yeah, contract with her could mean so many different things. That's why I don't know. But you would assume that there would be, and if she had some sort of contract, there's, self-employed contractors. There are things that I don't know. But then again, maybe, yeah, I don't know. That's too many holes to think.
the audience.
There's too many possibilities there.
24/7 accessibility to harassing content and recruitment of others to participate in the harassment, which she did. Also, the ongoing nature creates the fear of escalation. Respondents'
tax purposes, possibly. I don't know.
Opposition states it is simply not reasonable that Matthias would expect to continually engage in public discussion without encountering speech he disagrees with. This fundamentally misunderstands the.
I promise we won't be very much longer, you guys. Thank you for hanging out with me all day. I appreciate you guys.
Reasonable person.
We've got through it, and I thank you all for being kind in the chat and keeping it. You guys held it down today. To my mods, thank you again, and to everybody else, even everybody that's new chatting in here. Thank you for coming in and talking with us.
An analysis under Utah Code 776-5-106.5. The proper inquiry is whether a reasonable person in particular circumstances would experience fear or emotional distress from the specific conduct alleged, not whether public figures should generally expect.
And if you think of the hypocrisy of that in itself, LJD3, the whole bullshit of he's mad that somebody can say, hey, this is my experience with this person. Okay, cool. People do that shit all the time. But he doesn't want anybody asking questions of her behavior.
Criticism.
She's off limits. She can do this with 320,000 people. But God forbid somebody have 300 subs and try to explain how their relationship was. Not doing all these things.
The Supreme Court in Counterman versus Colorado recently reaffirmed that states may constitutionally prohibit true threats and stalking conduct, requiring only a showing of recklessness regarding the threatening nature of communications. There's a compelling government interest that includes protecting citizens from fear, targeted harassment, and stalking of a compelling nature.
Yay, he wrote a letter. Cool.
The requested injunction seeks only to prevent stalking conduct, not legitimate criticism or protected speech. It is narrowly tailored to serve the government's interest in protecting petitioner from targeted harassment online.
What targeted harassment? Sir, reviewing her public commentary and her content is not harassment. Saying she's a shitty person is not harassment. That's not harassment. We're allowed to have dissenting opinions, and I'm allowed to even call her a bitch. I'm allowed for TikTok to pick songs that call her a cunt. That was TikTok's doing, not mine. That was the recommended sound. It's 2025. We're good.
The evidence establishes that respondent created a systematic harassment campaign across multiple class platforms, producing 53 plus documents.
It's probably because every time you watch it, you catch something else because it's such a mind fuck. There's so much going on in this between her looks, the words coming out of his mouth, the uncomfortable edits. There's so many things going on in this that it's so distracting. And to realize how serious he was inflating these stories for emotional manipulation off of complete fabricated lies. Like, he cried over a manufactured story. What the fuck?
Minute videos and 33 plus Instagram posts dedicated exclusively to targeting the petitioner, which is confirmed by one of the witnesses. This
I can see unity.
unprecedented volume of content combined with witness testimony established the clear intent to harass rather than to engage in protected speech. Respondent published a video with caption, "Without his consent," falsely insinuating the sexual assault of the petitioner's dying brother, who just passed away in March of 2025.
And I want to remind you, they just like puffed their chest up at all of us and said, this is what we do here at True Crime. Ugh. And then he goes on to do this. Like, they just put us all on our asses. Bow down. This is what they do. They're above all of us because this, research based, huh? And then they did this. This is what they did. This isn't a signed order. This is a letter from an attorney to a court. Bunch of word salad to say, hey, we don't have proof my client's being stalked. There's no evidence of this, this, and this. There's a bunch of names that involve themselves here, there, everywhere. But we don't have proof of that. So I'm going to throw all this other stuff at you. That's what this is saying in legal terms. We don't have proof of all this stuff. So I'm going to say, this, this, and this, 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 and this, 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 and this.
The psychological.
And then she withdrew it before this, and this even got to the judge.
Cruelty of this post cannot be overstated. Attacking a grieving sister with false sexual assault allegations about her deceased brother.
Well, and it might have gotten to the judge's desk. Don't get me wrong. It could have made it that far. But she withdrew is what I'm getting at.
The respondent posted recordings of petitioner's voice comparing her murderer to murderer Jodi Arias, garnering 33,000 plus views.
Right. It is. It truly is.
The events in Boise, Idaho also demonstrate how the respondent's online campaign translated into real-world stalking involving multiple.
Christina wasn't even in the country. Christina wasn't even in the country when this incident in Boise happened. She wasn't there.
Multiple accomplices. He lists those. I'm not going to go over those.
So this is just proving once again that the attorney is not worried about being honest either, that he's willing to lie on the behalf of his client. I mean, that's what attorneys do. They're just there to represent their clients and spin their stories for them. It is what it is.
Covered all these. I'm just covering the main points.
What Trisha Griffith said was
he's just making his dollars.
Really good to mention her.
It is good. I'm just going to finish with this, and then I'm going to finish up with some final thoughts. Each post, each confrontation, each violation represents a separate act far exceeding the statutory minimum, which is 2.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what he thought this was going to okay, what were we supposed to get out that? What she withdrew. The judge, it's not signed off. That's your attorney's letter. Okay, cool. And
2 incidents. That's all you needed.
Right, just 2.
That's all you needed. You didn't get it. You said that the judge said it was Mean Girls and basically laughed. Okay.
But more than that, let me just reiterate, her violating the stalking injunction at crime.
She didn't.
That should have been an automatic grounds for enforcement.
Yeah. It should be automatic grounds for shush, muzzle. You should stop talking when you just lied. You just lied. You say you're ethical. You lead with your credentials and you just knowingly lied. The body cam footage says that the officer, she asked them directly about the bar. She says directly, can she go to the bar? And they said yes, as long as it's not in the crime, or they didn't say yes, if not in the crime con convention. And within 500 feet, she was in the bar both times before Lauren. When asked to leave, she left. Lauren got closer to her each time. She was following the order. She was allowed to be in the hotel. Lauren did all that. You're lying. You're choosing to be straight up dishonest and lead with your credentials.
And the judge wouldn't even.
You've been leading throughout this entire thing with these credentials. And this is very disheartening. And you want to be seen as an honest integrity that somebody else is trying to destroy your business. Sir, you are the one destroying your reputation and your ethics.
Hear it. Respondents' opposition rests on 2 fundamental legal errors. Number 1, the belief that public visibility diminishes one's right to be free from stalking. And 2, the claim that social media accounts dedicated to attacking an ex-friend constitute protected public discourse. Both.
I'm going to read through some of the documents, and we are going to do some of the whiteboard next week. I promise you guys. I'm enjoying the nice weather out here. It's starting to change a little bit, but we will do the whiteboard because you can see now I've got all these dates in my head and things that correlate with the dates and the videos and things. So we'll start building a timeline on a whiteboard. I do promise you guys.
Positions find no support in Utah law and would create dangerous precedents. I agree with that.
But we're going to, with the documents, I think it's important to put those dates in there too. So we'll read through some of those.
By the way, that if this was dismissed, if we didn't drop this, the precedent here would have been unbelievable.
The precedent would have been unbelievable. You're right. If a judge would have granted this, that would have been bad situation.
Think about that.
Based on what evidence she has shown and that are in the court documents. Oof. Arresting and jailing off of what? Some TikToks? Oof, that would have been a bad precedent. You're right.
A small court in Provo, Utah, setting a precedent for all kids and adults to engage in unrestricted soft stalking under the guise of free speech.
Soft stalking. No, the fuck we did not. Did he really just say soft? Oh my God. Where's my limp docs, people? Is it a hard docs, soft docs, limp docs? Did he really do that? No, he didn't.
I'm just covering the main points.
What Trisha Griffith said was really good. To mention her.
It is good. I'm just going to finish with this, and then I'm going to finish up with some final thoughts.
We should probably save those.
Post, each confrontation, each violation represents a separate act far exceeding the statutory minimum, which is two incidents. That's all you needed.
Right, just 2.
But more than that, let me just reiterate, her violating the stalking injunction at CrimeCon, that should have been an automatic grounds for enforcement.
Yeah.
And the judge wouldn't even hear it.
No.
Respondents' opposition rests on 2 fundamental legal errors. Number 1, the belief that public visibility diminishes one's right to be free from stalking. And 2, the claim that social media accounts dedicated to attacking an ex-friend constitute protected public discourse. Both positions find no support in Utah law and would create dangerous precedents. I agree with that, by the way. That if this was dismissed, if we didn't drop this, the precedent here would have been unbelievable. Think about that. A small court in Provo, Utah, setting a precedent for all kids and adults to engage in unrestricted stalking under the guise of free speech for the rest.
I think he just slipped up on stalking. I don't think he meant to say soft. I think he just slightly stuttered. But it sounded like that for a second.
In Provo, Utah, setting a precedent for all kids and adults to engage in unrestricted stalking under the guise.
Because if that would have been what was said, oh my God, we already had Lettergate a couple years ago where it was a hard doc's life.
Of free speech for the rest of their lives. The statutory language is clear and dispositive. Utah Code 76-5-106.5 explicitly prohibits communications, quote, to or about an individual. The legislature did not limit the statute to direct contact. It deliberately included or about to capture indirect harassment campaigns.
She's on record saying that her phone went silent. Sorry, sir.
To or
about.
Her words say that she was the one. Her phone was silent. Her phone went silent, sir. Nobody was reaching out to her. Nobody was telling her what was going on. Yo, John, remember this?
Old, I call it a whisper campaign, where it's all behind the scenes. And I can tell you, like, this is actually, I get a lot of texts all the time. My phone was silent. Like, I don't know how far this went, and then we're getting whispers and threats, and a few things are coming.
Where are the threats
coming out? And someone's finally calling me saying, hey, I got a call from this person. And I'm like, that person? And they're telling me, people I've interviewed, people I love, to never trust you again, that you're evil, like that you are really, really bad. And, things like that. It just continues just like, and, but it all leads back to what I just told you, ex-contract workers.
Oh, is it now? Your phone went silent. You guys were reaching out to people. You and Grayson were reaching out to people asking what was going on. Did you forget about that? Nobody was reaching out to you. You weren't being tagged. You weren't being contacted.
She doesn't need to speak to you. She just needs to speak about you.
Her attorney is actually specifically left out for about.
Yeah.
On purpose, I'm sure. Yeah. Yeah. Grayson even noted it. And then so did her attorney.
Yeah.
Her attorneys left out some of the case law.
Right. That was convenient. Let's just leave out the case law. Respondent's creation of multiple social media accounts posting 50 plus times about petitioner over 6 months falls squarely within the statutory prohibition. Each of these 50 plus posts represents a deliberate choice to continue communicating about petitioner to third parties, far exceeding the statutory minimum of 2 acts required for a course of conduct. Utah's civil stalking statute protects all persons equally, regardless of their public profile or social media presence. The statute's inclusion of communication about individuals demonstrates the legislature's clear intent to prevent exactly what respondent has done here: conduct an indirect harassment campaign through social media. To hold otherwise would eviscerate stalking protections in the modern digital age and create an untenable legal precedent whereby anyone with an online presence forfeits basic personal safety protection.
This is absolutely wild. That attorney went full in. What do you think what does the attorney think there is in this?
The evidence clearly establishes that respondent has engaged in a sustained campaign of harassment through multiple social media platforms. This is not protected public discourse.
How? Where? Why?
It is targeted harassment using an ex-friend as a thin veil for a personal vendetta. The First Amendment protects robust public debate. It does not protect weaponizing social media platforms to conduct harassment campaigns about.
It's not a harassment campaign, sir. It really isn't. What she's shown isn't a harassment campaign. It's some ex-friends having fucking words back and forth. The one stopped, completely stopped.
About individuals through dozens of posts over months.
She's been the one reaching out to people.
The evidence before this court paints a disturbing picture of calculated, sustained harassment that has driven a professional journalist and mother to contemplate respondents' creation of accounts solely to
Once again. But before John said attempted. Again, I really hope you live with her, sir. She's your other half. Again, if she's struggling to that degree, I would suggest, and I'm sure you're doing the proper things to get her help and not just making it into content. I would hope. If she is expressing concerns or is attempting, again, I don't know what's going on here. You're a doctor. You lead with your credentials, and then this. I just don't know what to say.
Expose her, quote, ex-friend, her recruitment of others to join this campaign, her physical stalking across state lines, her brazen violation of this court's injunction demonstrate conduct that no reasonable interpretation of law would protect.
Sir, your client lives in another state.
Except Provo courts.
Well, we don't know. We dropped.
Patricia Griffith summarized it best. Quote,
you withdrew it.
Quote, criticism of someone's work is one thing, but setting out to destroy a person, to incite fear, and to threaten their livelihood is reprehensible, harmful, and flat out wrong.
Thank you, Trisha Griffith.
Thank you.
So her reputation, oh, ma'am, all goes back to your money. All goes back to your money. If you were shitty to people, you were shitty to people.
Trisha.
It's how you're handling it that I think is causing a lot of your fractured relationships.
The court must reject the respondent's attempt to weaponize the First Amendment as a shield for what multiple witnesses, including a forensic
What is she trying to get in front of?
psychologist, have identified as dangerous stalking behavior with, quote, clear antisocial traits that significantly increase the risk of harmful behavior in the future.
I'm going to almost beat her today.
Talked about that earlier in this show. Those are the main points. So for those on the side of free speech at any cost, that's what our attorney said. I want to end with, where's my book?
I know you got a lot of books. Which book?
It's over here.
Another fucking book.
No, it's not.
Is it this book under here?
No, it's the, oh, here it is. I got it.
Oh, yeah. Well, you edited. I would hope. I hope you didn't edit and come back.
All right, here we are. How long has this been going on?
Not 9 hours. What?
How?
How many? 4 hours.
4 hours. All right.
4
I
hours.
thought it would be around 3, but we far exceeded that. 4 hours. So think about that. I'm less than half of your epic marathon.
Yeah.
We almost got there.
I want to go back to this idea of a moral crusade.
I hope you guys understand why it's important to me to link some of this stuff together and point out with her own words why this is concerning to me. It just seems to be escalating, and it's concerning to me. The degree that they're lying and manipulating people, the emotional manipulation, like you can like them. You can really appreciate their content, but we can still acknowledge what he is concocting and fabricating and turning emotional manipulation on with is just not landing. And that at the baseline, she didn't show proof of stalking and she withdrew her complaints. And now it's became this social media campaign and nobody's saying anything. She's the one that's doing all this. Now we're reviewing her public content because she's doing this.
And how important that was for this campaign.
Most of them, you have to acknowledge, most of you had no idea about this TikTok. It had less than 400 subs.
And I want to talk a little bit about, so one of the things I've been doing is revisiting the Salem witch trials, the historical record, and also Arthur Miller's interpretation in The Crucible.
Right. Okay. This is just wild.
I think there's no doubt that the Salem witch trials were a moral crusade because they were obviously, the community was engaged in a smear campaign against.
He did this in their Patreon too. He tried to land it with the Salem witch trials.
Specific individuals that they deemed to be witches. Of course, there were no such thing as witches. It was a moral crusade because it was based in the puritanical, religious, and spiritual worldview of the community.
And they're trying to amp this up because their following has been learning about wild stuff. And so they're going to pour that into.
So the basic idea was
some crazy offshoot belief systems that exist, but they're not the witch trials, sir. Stop.
Was that if you find witches that don't exist,
yes,
that you purge them, you eliminate them. Right. And that's the same thing we saw in Daybell, by the way.
Yeah.
Who's the charismatic one, though? I say she.
Group of people that calls themselves the. They call themselves
the Seven Gatherers.
Seven Gatherers, right.
Something like that, isn't it?
Which, not ironically, is the same label that this group uses to describe themselves.
I don't know how she's done it, but she is just, I mean, more power to her. I would stay silent too and just let this one this is wild to me. Absolutely wild. And then she wonders why people are reviewing her and saying something. It's, what are you doing? What little bit of respect you might have still had from a lot of people, including your professional colleagues, has to be gone. He cried after fabricating a story about minors and sexual assault. Like he fabricated a story about those topics and then cried. This is the problem here.
Similar dynamic.
We've already seen a huge buildup with what she's willing to do. She's willing to make a public spectacle. She was hoping to have Christina arrested at CrimeCon. She wanted the public spectacle. She wanted Lauren to be seen as a victim in front of all of these people.
Dynamics. But in the book,
this is dangerous.
This is the Penguin Classics version of The Crucible. There's an introduction by a literary critic. His name is Christopher Bigsby. Bigsby does a brilliant job of summarizing the critical motivations in The Crucible, also a moral crusade.
And I'm not trying to be like, men can't cry in any way, shape, or form. That was manipulation at its finest, and there is no denying that. There's just none. He fabricated a story, a thought experiment, he called it. And then the anger he expressed afterwards. Oof. Yikes. They've ruined their credibility. People are going to be like, what the fuck, dude? What are you guys doing?
19 witches were hanged. 2 dogs were killed. And 1 person was crushed to death during the Salem witch trials in 1692. I'm going to read this line from the critic. because I think it's absolutely relevant to this discussion, and I think it's a good way to.
Got 4 minutes left, and then I'm gonna make you suffer through like 5 to 7 minutes of Bullhorn Betty at the end.
And thinking about all the motivations that this smear campaign involved, all the people that believe they have the moral
The whisper campaign, that was such a whisper, nobody even fucking knew about it.
authority to vilify you and dehumanize you, right? Just like they did in Salem, Massachusetts. Like, has the world really changed in 350 years? Has the world really changed that much?
I don't know. No.
Poor Burnt Toast. She's been breaking down that 9 hours. Oh my gosh, I love when because everybody catches something different. Like, if she just does it from a low-cow perspective, so she's pointing out things that I miss, that Jay missed. Jay's got like the truth. Everybody has been, and then trying to research and just figure out. This is a whole rabbit hole. There are so many connecting rabbit holes off of this too. There is a lot here. It's just a mess. And it could get real messy. They're a
I'm gonna
mess.
read this.
He does need to smoke a joint and chill.
In his hands, meaning Arthur Miller's
They're in a legal state.
hands, quote, this is from the introduction, quote, in Arthur Miller's hands, the ghosts of those who died have proved real enough. Even if the witches they were presumed to be were little more than fantasies,
These fucking books.
conjured by a mixture of fear, ambition, frustration, jealousy, and perverted pride. That's exactly, I couldn't say it better. Those are exactly the motivations.
Oh, that's intense right there. Yes, this is what they do on Hidden True Crime. Did you not know? I stare at the camera and give Zoolander looks, and he babbles from a book. That's what we do. Now you know what we do here at Hidden True Crime. Aren't we good at it?
That fueled this smear campaign. Those are the motivations that fueled vilifying you.
Can I get an amen? Hallelujah. Did you feel that? That's what Hidden True Crime does. We feed you with a lot of bullshit.
Dehumanizing you. Let me read it again. The witches were presumed to be little more than fantasies conjured by a mixture of fear, ambition, frustration, jealousy, and perverted pride.
Oh, yeah.
Why fear? Why fear? Because I think you
I
post.
don't know. Tell us what your notes say. Read it to us, John. You can do it.
Threats to people's identities. You post threats to their self-esteem. You may have posted threats to
She doesn't even have an identity. We've heard that.
their businesses.
Oh, really?
Not from anything you did.
I'll say I didn't.
Not from anything you did.
Nope. Nothing to see here. Just did a whole 9-hour live and lied on a bunch of people and fabricated stories. Nope, nothing to see.
Just from running our channel, from producing good art and good content.
What are they trying to get in front
By
of?
getting good interviews, by being a quality journalist, by being an ethical journalist, you created fear.
Yep, they're all just afraid of her excellent reporting. There's actual journalists that work for media that
Ambition, because
somehow got wrapped up in her bullshit.
all of these people were competitors. Their ambition to see you as a witch.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Frustration. This group was frustrated because they couldn't control you. This group couldn't get you to conform. Jealousy.
Oh, John.
Jealousy over the quality of your work.
Yeah, this right here. If we didn't know how Hidden True Crime brings it, this is an example. This is what they do. The quality. We're judging. Sorry, John, we're judging the quality of your work. You just told us this is what you do. So we've been critiquing your body of work. That's what we're doing.
Nothing more. Jealousy over the fact that you were growing so rapidly.
Oh, yeah, that's what it is. Jealous of the success and how rapid she grows.
Perverted pride. That's the pride to control the world. The
Oh, now world domination.
pride to dominate the world.
Oh, yep. Where's the fucking Austin Powers meme? Hold up. Wait a minute. Hold on. 1 second. I gotta be able to find that.
Years, but I'm back. Everything's gone perfectly to plan except for one small flaw. Due to a technical error by my henchman Mustafa, complications arose in the unfreezing process.
But my design was perfect.
Look what you did to Mr. Bigglesworth! But
this is so appropriate for them. Oh my God, this is perfect for them. This is abso-fucking-lutely perfect.
We've got a lot of work to do.
Someone help me. I'm still alive, only I'm very badly burned.
Doctor.
Some of you I know, some of you I'm meeting for the first time.
Hello there. Anyone? Can someone call an ambulance? I can...
Okay, that's enough of that. You get the gist. He goes on to say something about world domination.
The pride to control other people. The pride to harass other people, to control
It's so appropriate, though, for these two.
them, to intimidate them. And most importantly, I'm going to add with this final thought.
I haven't seen that movie in forever.
The pride to engage in a self-righteous moral crusade against you.
The crusade, you're... Knock, knock, John. I know nobody's home at this point in time, but your wife brought this to the public. She did a 9-hour production. She didn't know how they were going to pull it off, but she did that. She escalated it through the courts. She did this, sir.
For no reason other than pure fantasy.
You just created an entire 4-hour fantasy. 3 hours and 43 minutes.
That's it.
That's all you got? And I don't have
And they finished it with a laugh, and that wasn't edited in.
to watch on.
Oh my God, look how fast. Ooh, look how fast he goes from one to the other right there. Ooh. Watch this.
That's all you got? And I don't have to watch on.
That was fast.
Thank you. Was it 9 hours? You did pretty good.
It's a lot.
Yeah, it was a lot. You didn't have to take a bathroom break. I did.
That's true. No, I took one.
Okay, you did. Oh, so did I.
Oof, Danita Fita. We made it. We did it. We even watched Austin Powers. I love that fucking episode, though, of Austin Powers. Or all of the Austin Powers stuff. If you don't know who Bullhorn Betty is, Bullhorn Betty did this a year ago, October 18th. She is one of 10, so 10 total plaintiffs got together alongside Dog the Bounty Hunter, Nick the Hat, a parent of a missing child, his national spokesperson, a TikToker, an alleged dog handler, and an at-night agent, an intelligence agency, a fake intelligence agency, in my opinion. They got together to go after a TikToker and a YouTuber by the name of Granny. Granny's watching. What Lauren is doing by weaponizing our court system is extremely harmful. And these people do it proudly. Lauren is no different than Bullhorn Betty or BJ. She just is polished in a different light.
You know, what's going on. And so I just thought I would just bring my thoughts to the platform a little.
This is when she was announcing her reasons why for filing the RICO in Pennsylvania. RICO action discussion. This was her reasons for being a plaintiff against these women.
But there's only so much that I am going to discuss.
They tried to claim that these women were hindering the search for a missing child. Granny is a YouTuber from Pennsylvania, never went to Tennessee, didn't know the missing child, nothing.
As being a litigant in the actual filing. Here's the thing is I've already heard and people have already started sending me some stuff by one of the Yahoos basically stating that this couldn't be and blah, 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 this and blah, 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 that. This is well established. I can tell you a lot of people worked around the clock to acquire all the information, catalog all the information, and get a good understanding of what's going on and, what happened in this situation.
A year later, and that case is in an appeal currently. The judge gave a legal ass whooping, and they appealed it. It's the first anti-SLAPP in Pennsylvania.
Now, we all have watched the true crime community go from a good place to a very rotten place to be at times, especially when it comes to avocation.
We're going to speed her up.
These people have not done this just to Bullhorn Betty, but have done this to multiple creators and multiple people that are non-creators or people that support creators and things of that nature.
She is sped up.
About a year or so ago, I tried to get some of this to stop with a lawsuit that you guys all know about.
She sued Bullhorn Betty independently, sued Queen Bee for defamation. 2 years later, they came to an agreement. But she went pro se. She, all on a lie, all because of lies.
And that has been fought and, we'll see what the judge has to say.
She didn't like being called on her shit.
About a couple of upcoming hearings or upcoming situations. But then it progressed into the Sebastian Rogers case with the utmost intensity of damaging anybody and everybody looking for this child, but looking for this child.
She went and got a tattoo of a missing child's name on her. Yep. She sure did. She has ROs from the parents of the missing child and the grandparents, the step-grandparents of the missing child.
That
because she drove her ass from Florida to Tennessee to harass, keep them under surveillance, jump out in traffic, and verbally accost the step-grandfather of the missing child.
Could see or had a differing opinion of them, so much so that they lied under oath and had me thrown in jail. These are things that we all witnessed.
She violated the orders.
This is something that's pretty significant. You threw somebody in jail that committed no crimes over lies, over brigading a law enforcement. And I'm one of many stories, okay? I'm just one person that underwent this. There are many people that have also been, maybe not to the extent, but let's take Nick the Hat, for example. They took my freedom away from me for 19 hours when I committed no crimes, and they were trying to go after Nick the Hat and have him go back and serve the rest of his sentence and have him.
He is a litigated fraud from Pennsylvania, Nick the Hat, who is a part of At Night Intelligence Agency.
Violated for parole, literally taking years away from him when he's committed no crimes. This is not YouTube BS, okay? This is not just the BS.
Created a shit show in this missing child's case.
Yes, that happens on YouTube. This is real life with real life consequences, and talking about taking people's freedoms away because you don't like their commentary. This is a significant situation. And not only that, but this case emboldened this network of people that were working together to accomplish these things and hinder an
network of people
investigation. There is overwhelming amount of evidence related to this case that's properly cataloged. I can tell you that. It sounds like the attorneys are ready and willing.
Their exhibits, they had like 600 and some. At first they claimed there was thousands. Well, their exhibits never even got filed with the court filing. They published them on their website at night, but they never made it into the court filing.
To go to trial.
And they didn't really add up to anything anyways. We went through them bit by bit, page by page, and looked at every section.
It sounds like this stuff needs to come to an end. And it sounds like there's a lot of people other than me that are sick and tired of this nonsense.
We went and figured out that they had misquoted, completely put wrong timestamps in, like done a whole shit ton of stuff in these supposed exhibits, but they didn't even make it to the court docket.
These are criminal acts. We've been talking about them for years. And it is unfortunate that all these people can come together for a hate campaign and literally try to ruin people's lives.
Sound familiar?
Over a case of, avocation. You have a right to have your opinion about cases.
Her case is all because she was advocating for a boy.
We have our
little boy
opinion about the case all the time, but you do not have the right to destroy people's life because of your opinion. You do not have the right to harm somebody's reputation because you don't like them and you want to make up lies about them. This has been going on for years, but this right here, what we're talking about.
She has claimed that the parents of the missing child murdered him. Her words, repeatedly, there's no evidence. There's a missing child. We have no evidence who's involved, if anybody's involved, or if he walked out. That's the honest facts. From law enforcement, what is publicly known, there is not enough evidence to say that, and she does boldly after getting their child's name tattooed on her body.
In this particular
before and after
matter has happened since Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers went
called their child defective over and over and over again.
Missing. It was emboldened and it was fierce. The level of hate and disruption and misinformation and disinformation was rampant. And it was all geared toward Seth, which is the one person that actually has a confirmed and corroborated alibi with witnesses. So a lot of people that have tried to support the truth have been silenced in very barbaric ways.
Betty is recently saying they're going to get a class action lawsuit against YouTube.
This is a serious lawsuit. People are saying they don't have jurisdiction. I don't know if they know the process of federal law.
Because she's not happy with people being able to push back on her bullshit and lies.
But they have established that, So there are 2 people from Pennsylvania, and that's Barbecue Lady and Granny's Watching, that are the lawsuit, geared the lawsuit toward, including 50 does. There were some of those does revealed in the complaint. There are a lot of does that will be revealed over time. Clearly, the objective here is to get the criminal enterprise to stop being a criminal enterprise.
Criminal enterprises.
What they are doing is wrong. They've known for a very long time what they're doing is criminal. And if you say, no, they don't, well, I can tell you that for quite some time, we've discussed it on this channel, how it is criminal. We've discussed this on this channel about how a lot of the stuff I do in person, because by doing it over the internet, it is a crime. Good morning, Seth. Good morning. As a matter of fact, that's a great segue. The stuff that Seth has had to endure is nothing that any parent should have to endure. He's already missing a child. He walked out of work and his whole entire world was flipped upside down.
He has been an active part of the shit show that has been created. Sadly, both him and Chris have.
It took a lot of work to get to this point,
But this is what happens when missing child, unfortunately, we saw this coming.
Filing. I am very proud of
Duchess tried to warn them.
The people that took a stand against this criminal enterprise and what they were doing, not only to me, but to others. And trust me, there's a lot of unnamed.
She refers to anybody that has a opinion against hers, a criminal enterprise.
Victims in this that have been victims of this enterprise before, and most likely unless it's stopped after.
They'll start trying to recruit Lauren.
What has come onto the streets of social media under the guise of true crime is not true crime.
Oh shit, you're not telling us anything we didn't know.
There are true crime channels out there. There are people that want the truth and want the things they're not being told by mainstream media. And I think that I, as well as a few other content creators, provide that. We provide boots on the ground, a front row view of what's really going on, and a continued front row view of what's going on, not mainstream media's version where they do a 5 or 15-minute news clip.
Her and Lauren might have different ways of doing the same exact thing. They both feel entitled to be boots on the ground. They bring you that front row mainstream media won't do. Again, they might be polished differently, but they're not much different. And again, I don't have an issue with transparency in the courtroom. I think that's needed. But that's not the sole purpose of what these people do in any way, shape, or form, as we've seen.
Want to know what's going on when they're invested in a case. They want to know every aspect of that case that they can. I think everybody's fairly reasonable that we all understand we can't know everything about everything all the time, right? So yes, Shiloh, we worked very hard for Quentin Simon, and we got that right. And I'm glad that people can see the work that we did and the right side of things that we were on, because we took a major blow over that case, and they tried to use that case as a way to
Dreamscape. She's gotten so much worse over the last year, 2 years. Since she took Queen Bee to court, it's been wild.
To discredit me. And as a matter of fact, the silver lining of it is that case actually gave this channel even more credibility. So yes, we were, just like I feel, we are on the right track with our findings, our earlier findings in the case of Sebastian Windrake Rogers. This has been very difficult, and I feel like I made a lot of great friends working.
See how she's trying to use a missing child and a missing child's family. It's the same thing. Lauren is relying on the victims for credibility
on this with them, because
they play on the emotional pieces of it.
A lot of hard work and a lot of hands involved. We had 75 plus people helping collect evidence and get that evidence cataloged in an effort to get this filed. I know people are downplaying this filing, saying
that is the most embarrassing thing. If you see the filing and hearing her admit that it took them 75 people to do that, it's truly embarrassing.
No, it's poorly written and this, that, and the other. It established a lot, and it established a very coordinated effort from these channels to discredit and destroy the lives of anybody that wanted to speak about this case. So much so, like we watched Mr. and Mrs. E, some of the sweetest people. I told you guys, when you meet people, I'm sorry, you just know. And I got to personally meet Mr. and Mrs. E. We sat down for a cup of coffee, and my first opinion of them is they were just dolls. They were some of the sweetest people I've ever met in person.
They'll be sweet until she doesn't need them anymore.
The personality that you guys see on the screen is the personality that I met. These are normal people. A lot of people say that
it's always the same shit.
Commentary is overboard or whatever. Well, to keep that sweet persona, and it was the Summer Wells case. I mean, we did, Gabby sent it to me, and we just kind of did our own thing in our own little box and just tried our fits. It was just a lot, and the more we ignored, the more disruptive they became. And it was causing some issues, my team had to endure. I mean, Sonia and the Real Me Too have been attacked behind the scenes, as well as all of their personal information docs.
I have a feeling that will be next. Now we just got Grayson. Next it'll be the mods.
Sonia, people were attacking her business.
I can imagine if Betty had an assistant, what she would, or a producer.
That is their motivation. If they don't like you, they seek and destroy. And if they can't seek and destroy you, they seek and destroy the people around you.
She tried telling people that this filing that they did was federal. They lied so much. They tried using Bruce Castor, who is one of Trump's, appeals attorney? He was an appeals attorney. One of Trump's appeals attorney who nosedived, completely bombed when representing Trump. Trump was so mad he was throwing shit at the TV at Mar-a-Lago. There's night show mockery stuff of Castor from that. Anyways, they tried using that man's name to bolster this lawsuit against these two women. They did everything. They lied about the filing, said it was federal. That's why when people the other day were saying and suggesting to her, are you going to go federal? And she said something about it. Betty does the same shit. She tried telling everybody it was federal. They tried passing it off that it was criminal, that people could face up to 20 years in jail. Meanwhile, it was a civil filing. The whole inflated shit around these filings to excuse what they're doing, this is lawfare. They can't handle the repercussions of the fucking shit that comes out of their mouth. So they try to silence people's First Amendment. And then they cry that they're the ones being silenced. Somehow they're the targeted ones. Somehow they're the victims. It's fucking wild. And Castor never once admitted ever that he was even involved. There's so many similarities to the lawfare side of this. What Betty did to Queen. All because people were fed up with the bullshit, pushed back, and they couldn't handle it. And then they become the victims of this shit. And now we've already got it. Betty's still screaming current time that she is going to go federal, and there's going to be a class action suit against these social media companies if they don't get in line. She hates every liberal white woman. She just wants to remind us on the daily that she hates us because we are the scum of the earth. That's Betty out there and wondering why she gets shadow banned. She's been spewing hate and propaganda since She was probably 2. That's when she started her electrical career too. I don't fucking know. Yes, the Duchess's Halloween party is the 31st. It's fucking wild. All right, you guys, I am getting out of here. Thank you so much for spending the day with me. You guys are amazing. I just want to say thank you once again. If you are new here, this was probably a journey for you, because I almost did 9 hours and I didn't have to do anything besides play her own words and show you what I noticed that was problematic. So I appreciate you sitting by with us and doing a marathon. We do these every so often, especially with these long streams. They start building their history, and you notice that it starts to change and things start to differ in what they say. And it's important to continue to remind people of what she's actually said. So I hope you guys all have a wonderful rest of your weekend, and I will see you very soon. Good night, you all. Thanks again.